Part of the torso was found in a vacant lot near the exit from the city. A few days later, bags with arms and legs were found in different parts of the capital. The horrifying fact was the absence of fingers on the limbs. The police sounded the alarm. Apparently, a particularly violent criminal was at work in the region. Squads of officers were assembled and combed the streets. The main goal was to find the head and limbs of the unfortunate man and prevent further crime. At that moment, everyone was sure that this case was the work of a brutal serial killer. The fingers and head were never found. However, thanks to the professional work of forensic experts, it was determined that the remains belonged to the same person. But due to the absence of fingers and teeth, it was impossible to find out who this person was. The story unfolds in North America. The main character, a resident of Mexico City, Alejandra La Fuente, a searing brunette with gorgeous hair and bright brown eyes, which further emphasized the thick black as tar lashes. She had an athletic, trim figure, which she tried to maintain by practicing fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. She could often be found at a beauty salon, massage, or spa. In warm weather, she lounged on the beach doing scientific work, and on cloudy days she could visit tanning salons. In general, we can say that the young woman loved herself very much and considered herself the standard of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in terms of career. Her father is a doctor of sciences, a famous psychiatrist, Alberto de Fuente. He is a luminary of science, deals with such deviations of the psyche, such as schizophrenia and manic disorders, and he is famous not only for his scientific work, but also for his experiments on patients. For Alejandra, her father was an idol. Wanting to achieve the same success, she followed in his footsteps. To do so, she enrolled in the best university for psychiatry and graduated with honors. She was a great example of how to develop her own life, as well as her father's connections, helped her to write and defend her thesis on manic syndrome. However, in the future, psychiatry, Alejandra did not become engaged in psychiatry. She was attracted by the work of a psychotherapist. Thanks to her father's money, the young woman got a license and opened her office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. There was no shortage of clients, but she only saw women. Women with eating disorders, depression, and relationship problems and low self-esteem came for counseling. Alejandra helped to solve family problems, but as it often happens, her personal life left much to be desired. The young woman's first marriage broke up, but in the end, the couple had 2 children, 2 charming girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. However, Alejandra was not discouraged. In her opinion, 2 children were no reason to give up on herself. She still dreamed of meeting her other half, a man who could also be a good father to her daughters. Sometime after the couple separated, the ex-husband, whose name is not disclosed, came home to Alejandra. It was a normal practice for the couple. The man would come on weekends to give time to his little girls and help his ex-wife with household chores if needed. However, the ex-husband had no idea that this visit would turn out to be his last. Reasoning that the lock on the front door was jammed, the man made his way into the house. Alejandra said that her youngest daughter was bathing right now and asked him to come into her bathroom. Suspecting nothing, the man went in there. There was a ringing silence in the house. There were no sounds, the usual cartoons, the laughter of children. The man went into the bathroom. There was tape on the floor, and there was no daughter in the filled bathtub. He began to realize that something was going wrong. Right at that second, his ex-wife stood behind him with a hammer and delivered a blow with all her might to his head. Then another one. The man fell. Blood was pouring out of the gaping hole in his skull. Everything around him was covered in blood. As the experts later found out, the man had no chance to save himself. Death occurred almost instantly after the first blow with a heavy blunt object. The eldest daughter, who unexpectedly returned early from a friend, became an unwitting witness to this truly horrifying picture. The children often observed their parents' quarrels. Alejandra was determined to be mentally disturbed. She often took it out on her friends. Friends even noticed how the young woman could hit her husband. They often noticed scratches on his arms and neck. As for the housemates, they constantly observed her tantrums in an even pace and inadequate behavior. But this time the situation got out of control. The daughter ran out of the house and began to call for help. Almost immediately, a neighbor came running, who then called the police squad. The psychologist was arrested and charged with murder. At the station, the young woman was placed in a cell, where she had to stay for a month until her first hearing. At the trial, Alejandra denied her guilt. lawyers put forward a version of self-defense. According to them, the ex-husband was intensely jealous of Alejandra and made up that she was bringing men into the house, which could negatively affect the psyche of little girls. On the day of the crime, he showed up unplanned at his ex-wife's house, went through the back door, hoping to catch his wife with another man. Then he pounced on Alejandra, who was in the bathroom at the time trying to put together a nightstand. She then had to exert self-defense, in which she delivered 2 blows to the back of her ex-husband's head. On June 14, 2012, the sentence was handed down. Taking into account the evidence provided by the defense and the presence of 2 minor children, Alejandro was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months. Thanks to the coordinated work of lawyers and the money of his father, the term behind bars was replaced by a suspended sentence. A couple of months later, the appeal was filed again with a request to drop the charges. The argument was assault in self-defense. Human rights activists asked for a jury trial. They felt unbearably sorry for the poor woman who was presented at trial as a victim of domestic violence. As a result, the court reviewed the case and handed down an acquittal. After her release, the young woman proceeded to provide her psychological counseling as before. She created an image of a victim of gender inequality who fought for her rights like most women in North America and finally won. This created image made Alejandra even more popular to potential clients. Soon Maria Alejandra met Alan Carrera Quella, a large Mexican businessman, the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. He was a tall, handsome, and statuesque man. His father had previously been head of special services for the Central District and had achieved considerable success in his career. Soon, Alan expanded his business and created a whole chain of construction stores that began to open all over the country. Part of Alan's business was legalized, but the other part, which few people knew about, was closely connected with crime. By the way, it was for this reason that his father was removed from his position when one of his son's financial frauds was uncovered. In addition, Alan had a stake in a criminal group that was engaged in the transportation of psychotropic substances to the United States. Their base was located in a border town and was guarded by purchased police officers. This group controlled a small portion of the trafficking of psychoactive substances, and Alan's father was proven to be involved in his son's affairs. The police managed to get a statement out of him, so he was facing a 20-year prison sentence. But on July 18, 2000, Adrian Carrera was released early, thanks to the Witness Protection Program. Immediately after his release, he devoted all his time to his son and his legitimate business. The son grew up quickly, adopting his father's views and experiences. Alan Carrera decided to follow in his father's footsteps and became an entrepreneur. He was very interested in the store of household appliances, which despite his young years, he completely led himself. This business was not as large as his father's, but it brought good money. There were always a lot of women around him, but Alan from childhood was in love with a classmate whom he took as his wife, smart, beautiful, from a good family. The marriage was short, but bright. Daddy had a beautiful daughter, however, a lot of work and almost total absence of Alan at home led this marriage to divorce. Alan was extremely hard to part with the woman he loved since high school. New novels did not bring pleasure, and loneliness and sadness led to the fact that the man began to drink. Gradually, this grew into a pernicious habit. In an attempt to cope with prolonged depression and love for alcohol, Alan tried many ways. AA circles, drips. Until one day fate did not lead the man to a consultation with the famous psychiatrist Alberto, the father of Maria Alejandra. Alan's now ex-wife was also going through a difficult divorce. Alan was the only man in the young woman's life, and despite the separation, she could not allow anyone else to her. To somehow get rid of her loneliness, Alan's ex-wife also decided to visit a therapist. The psychiatrist, with whom Alan was rehabilitated, explained that he could not leave both spouses for ethical reasons, and therefore recommended the woman to turn to Alejandra. However, it is worth noting that he did not inform the clients that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly realized that her patient's ex-husband could be a great match. He was said to be a pleasant man in the prime of life and quite wealthy. Not thinking long, Alejandra was able to get along with her husband. Alejandra asked her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation. According to the therapist, she would be able to solve their problem in one session and break the strong bond between the former spouses. From the very first minutes of the steamy session, Alejandra began to put her plan to seduce the entrepreneur into action. The result did not wait long. Immediately after the session, Alan offered the therapist a cup of coffee to discuss family problems. For propriety, the young woman at first even refused to go on a date because it was contrary to medical ethics, but the date took place the same evening. Between them quite quickly spun an affair. Soon Alan's ex-wife found out about it. She was shocked. She even wanted to report the incident to the doctor's ethics committee, but she didn't. Alejandra was a very competent specialist, and therefore was able to convince her client to let the situation go. After all, it says jealousy and unwillingness to let go of the former spouse. And so, according to the doctor, a happy future will not work. In the commission, Alan's ex-wife decided not to apply, but also with the sessions were over. Meanwhile, the relationship with the newly married couple developed quite rapidly. A few months after the first date, the young people decided to live together. After 2 more months, they decided to legalize their relationship. But Alan did not even suspect what skeletons in his closet hides his fiancée, and what were the reasons for divorcing her ex-husband. In April 2014, Alan decided to visit his parents and flew to them for the weekend. It became a great occasion to talk about his beloved and the imminent wedding. Alan's parents were extremely surprised that they would find out such important things so late. They had never heard of Alejandra in their son's life before, which was very strange. A week after the meeting with the parents, the marriage was registered. Interestingly, Alejandra asked her husband not to call her friends and relatives. Invitations were not sent. The wedding was supposed to be modest, and the budget did not allow inviting everyone one would have liked. However, as it later turned out, the bride's father did attend the marriage ceremony. At first, the life of the young family seemed like a fairy tale, happy with a huge number of plans and desires. But it did not last long. Alejandra could not hide her hysterical character. Approach the horrifying denouement of this story, but no one suspects it yet. The relationship between the newlyweds began to change dramatically. Alan was a rather secretive person, and with friends details of personal life did not share. Therefore, about what was happening behind the closed doors of the couple, little was known. However, it was obvious that the former relationship gave a crack, and the couple no longer seemed so happy. After meeting Alejandra, Alan distanced himself from his family. The last straw was the wedding, to which parents were not invited. After that, they even stopped calling each other. Alan's remaining buddies began to notice that his spouse became more nervous, sometimes behaving inadequately and quickly losing her temper. Alan was very ashamed and decided to minimize joint meetings. Quarrels in the family occurred on a daily basis and almost always unfounded. One evening, Alejandra, by her own testimony, decided to get into her husband's cell phone. As is usually the case, correspondence with some women was discovered, with quite racy content. Of course, it was impossible to turn a blind eye to such things. According to Alejandra, this was the last straw. She reported in court that her husband beat her, insulted and humiliated her in every possible way. When cheating was also discovered, it was pointless to save this marriage. For unknown reasons, Alejandra did not apply traditional methods of psychotherapy and try to save the relationship. Having thought of her husband's cheating, the young woman decided to deal with Alan with a method already known to her. As soon as she made this decision, all her attention could be focused on creating the perfect murder plan. Meanwhile, Alan continued his usual and measured rhythm of life. He didn't even realize what was in store for him. Alan still rarely communicated with his family, but he could not miss the traditional feast, which the family held annually in honor of his beloved grandfather's birthday. Alan, of course, came to the feast, but his parents made it clear that his wife, not the most welcome guest in their house. This situation pissed Alejandro off and further aggravated the relationship in the couple. Was it possible to imagine that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive? On October 31st, 2014, Alan's phone was last used to send a text message to his family that he had reached home safely after his birthday party. He has not been in touch since then. He hadn't been seen at work for a few days either, which was quite strange because it had never happened before. The entrepreneur was extremely responsible for his work, and soon the launch of a new store was expected, and the presence of the head was simply necessary. The reason for this was a terrifying plan of the spouse, which she put into action. After Alan returned from the holiday, there was another scandal, after which Alejandra decided to immediately dispose of her husband. She added a powerful sleeping pill to the milk he traditionally drank before going to bed. Then she smothered him with a pillow. She enjoyed watching her husband slowly lose consciousness in a pathetic attempt to remove the pillow, and take a breath. Then came the hardest part, getting rid of the body. It was a moment she hadn't had time to plan for. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. Time was short, so Alejandra ran to the neighbor's vegetable garden to get an electric saw. With a grim smile on her face, she sawed her husband's body into pieces. Only a true sadist could do such a thing. Then she packed the body parts into garbage bags and had the foresight to cut off fingers and pull teeth. It was these that would help the investigation in identifying the person, in case the body was found. Alejandra stuffed all the bags into suitcases so that she could remove the corpse from the house without suspicion, but she did not succeed. As dawn approached, Alejandra was unable to leave the house with the suitcase unnoticed. An elderly neighbor, who suffered from insomnia, watched her from her window. She was a little alarmed by the young woman's early departure. Besides, for some reason her husband did not help to lift the heavier suitcases, and Alejandra was behaving very strangely. She was always looking around. At dawn, Alejandra returned home. This surprised the vigilant neighbor even more. As it would later turn out, she had scattered bags of her ex-husband's remains indifferent. She went on with her normal life. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers discovered the first horrifying find, a human torso with no teeth and no fingers on the hand. The entire police force was put on alert as the incident was egregious in its level of brutality. Less than a day later, other body parts were found in various parts of the city. It is also interesting that the distance between the places where the packages were found was quite significant. Later, this is what would be attributed to Alejandra's long absence from home. All the body parts were sent to the best forensic laboratory, where experts quickly established the fact that all the parts belonged to the same person. In order to avert suspicion from herself, the perpetrator started writing messages to Alan's relatives. She wanted to avert suspicion, but she only made things worse. She didn't even know that her husband had recently distanced himself from the family and had no contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that they were going on vacation and would be out of touch. The whole plan was ruined by Alejandra's father. Alberto began making phone calls to Alan's father's house. He wanted to clarify if his son-in-law's family knew Alejandra's location. Alberto hadn't heard from her in a while, and the patients are very worried about not being able to attend counseling sessions. Later, he calls Alan's relatives again to inform them that his daughter has been found and that she had to be forcibly admitted to the clinic because she is suffering from depression due to her husband's cheating. This greatly frightened the relatives and they tried to find Alan, but all was unsuccessful, and then the family of the businessman turned to the police. The laboratory experts decided to compare the remains of the corpse recently found with Alan's characteristics. The similarity was 100%, and his relatives also identified him. Soon after the identification, he became ill with heart disease because it was his only grandson. The investigation issued a search warrant for Alan's home and office. A hillock of fresh earth was found in the backyard of the house. After digging, the man's fingers and teeth were discovered. The find further shocked the capital city. Alejandra was immediately apprehended. Traces of blood were also found in one of the rooms, as well as on the trunk of the car and in the garage. At first, Alejandra tried to deny her guilt. She hoped that she would be able to get away with it with impunity, as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly sorted out the case. The testimony of an elderly witness helped. The time she gave coincided with Alan's estimated time of death. Alejandra used her position to obtain a powerful sleeping pill, the kind of drug only a doctor could get his hands on. This further aggravated the case. The evidence obtained helped establish a link between Alejandra and the brutal massacre of her husband. CCTV cameras also helped trace that the man had gone into the house and never came out of the house again. The fact that the suitcases were taken out was also confirmed by CCTV footage. On December 10, 2014, the jury reached a verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life imprisonment, murder with brutality, and attempt to conceal this fact. The use of official position. All this was not in favor of the former psychotherapist. Her father, who through the use of connections and bribes tried to spare his daughter from imprisonment, could not help either, but all he managed to do was to keep the trial closed to the public and the press in order to avoid more publicity. However, he did it all for the sake of his own career. Now hardly anyone else will turn to a specialist who raised such a ruthless monster and could not diagnose problems in time with his own daughter. The case of the death of Alejandra's first husband also came to mind at the trial. However, due to the passage of years, the evidence in this case was not found. The version of Alejandra's father's involvement in what happened was also considered. There were suspicions that he was in collusion with his daughter, and they committed crimes on the basis of scientific interest. However, this idea found no evidence. After several appeals from the victims, the sentence was commuted to death. This is an unprecedented situation. Such sentences are extremely rare in Mexico, especially in these times. The defendant is also not entitled to a review of the case. The house and all the property of the accused must go to the family of the victim, although who can be comforted by this if the person can no longer be brought back? Apparently Alejandra was a pragmatic and cruel woman. She had major mental health issues, although medical examinations denied that she had any. She also harbored the influence of her father and used her official position to carry out her manic plan. Impunity after her first crime had only unleashed her. Alejandra felt invulnerable and continued to do evil. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this horrible woman had not been acquitted the first time, but it was too late to talk about it now. Story 2. The Forbidden Fruit. Why do people commit crimes? Human nature is complex and multifaceted, and every action has its reason. This time we will not discuss people with mental health issues and their tendencies towards violence. We will also exclude military personnel, individuals whose job is directly connected with eliminating enemies. It seems that the primary motives for life-threatening acts are material gain, revenge, exceeding the limits of necessary defense, and accidental incidents. Most crimes occurred domestically during conflicts and disputes when it seemed like everything was fine. However, these acts of violence are not a cause but a consequence of human spirit degradation, leaving a permanent mark. It was reported that 65-year-old Michael Redlick had passed away. Known in his circles, the former NBA executive with the Memphis Grizzlies and a beloved professor at the University of Central Florida died from a heart attack initially. However, upon the arrival of emergency services, it became clear that Mr. Redlick died from a stab wound to the chest. Various theories were considered, including self-inflicted harm. It was a criminal act of taking a life. Sometime later, the perpetrator was identified. The person who helped Michael meet his end was his beloved wife. By June 2022, she stood trial. Yet this story is not straightforward. She did not admit guilt for the intentional crime and frequently changed her testimony. The legal battle between the prosecution and defense was long and heated. Ultimately, the court's verdict was unexpected for everyone. What really happened in the Winter Park suburb of Florida, USA? Who is the true victim, and could the tragedy have been prevented? Let's explore together. Sitting in the defendant's chair is 46-year-old Danielle Redlick. The accused is of short stature and slim build. Her chestnut hair has visibly grayed, either because she had no opportunity to visit a hairdresser, having spent about 3 years in custody, or perhaps the gray is a testament to her true turmoil and stress. Until 2019, she was just an ordinary working American woman, a mother of 2 wonderful children. A specialist in multimedia communications, she was not particularly well known. However, after the crime against her husband, her name was frequently highlighted in the media. This is what happens when the dirty laundry of seemingly respectable spouses is aired publicly. Danielle was born in 1976 in Florida. After some time, her family moved to Cleveland, Ohio. Her childhood was typical in many ways. She grew up kind and well-mannered with a creative nature. Danielle was the eldest child in her family. As she matured, her appreciation for beauty intensified. She enrolled at Valencia College, where she earned an Associate of Arts degree. Later, she was admitted to the psychology department at Baldwin Wallace University. In 1996, Danielle's mother, Caitlin Aquino, remarried. However, the marriage was short-lived, lasting only 2 years, after which Caitlin passed away from cancer. It turns out that she had been battling breast cancer for a long time. Thanks to her husband's comprehensive insurance, she received high-quality medical care, which was the primary reason for legally formalizing their marriage. Unfortunately, the treatment ultimately did not yield the desired result. After his wife's death, the man became not only a widower, but also a true father to her children. Since it was difficult for him to raise them alone, he asked for help from Caitlin, the eldest daughter. At that time, 22-year-old Danielle was living independently, but responded to the request. Thus, after Caitlin's death, Danielle, her brother and sister, and their stepfather, Michael Redlick, all ended up under one roof. Yes, you heard right. The very same Michael, who later became Danielle's husband, and was perpetrated on a winter evening in 2019. At first, their relationship was built on friendship. Danielle took care of the younger kids and worked part-time at a bar at night. Michael was building his career in professional sports, involved in player recruitment. He grew very attached to the children, who became like his own. He also felt comfortable with Danielle. Over time, she saw him as a dependable support. Despite the 20-year age difference, their interaction was easy and natural. Gradually, the man and woman grew closer. Neither age nor status bothered them. However, Danielle initially didn't want to make their relationship public to her family, and kept it hidden for a while. With his new partner, Michael felt younger and more energetic, and she felt loved and protected. Since he had good connections, he easily found her a new job in an advertising agency. Besides, he had a high income and devoted all his free time to the family. Overall, things were going well for both of them. After some time, Mr. Redlick received a tempting job offer. He was invited to become the vice president of corporate sales for the Memphis Grizzlies basketball club. However, the new job required moving to another state. Without hesitation, he asked Danielle to come with him, but she hesitated. Danielle didn't want to change her familiar lifestyle, and she was still studying, so she declined. Yet their relationship continued long distance, and the lovers often saw each other. One day, he showed her the house he had bought for them, impressing her. The cottage was located in a picturesque area by the Mississippi River. The neighborhood was quiet and cozy. Ultimately, Danielle decided to move and live together. To ensure she had no doubts, he found her an interesting job in the radio industry. Later, Danielle recalled that at first, everything was perfect. It was only Michael's job that later brought changes. Many years later, during the trial against Danielle, her 15-year-old daughter, Jaden, testified. She spoke of how Michael was an excellent father who did a lot for his family. Along with her 8-year-old brother, Sawyer, they attended one of the best schools, hoping to pursue careers in sports thanks to their dad's encouragement and support in enrolling them in sports programs. Jaden was close to her father, which she couldn't say about her mother, whom she saw as hysterical, manipulative, and toxic at times. The young lady believed that Danielle instigated all the conflicts at home, while Michael tried to keep the family and peace intact. But was it really as the elder daughter perceived? And what caused discord in what seemed like a happy and united family? Mr. Redlick's new position came with increased responsibility and stress, and he had a difficult relationship with the management. This took a toll on him. He became very stressed and tired. Eventually, to relax and unwind, Michael turned to alcoholic beverages. Over time, this became a daily occurrence. He would often stay out late, returning home intoxicated and angry. The tension in the house was palpable. Danielle tried to support her husband, understanding his condition. After talking to her, it seemed he would calm down and promise to stop. But his promises were short-lived. One time, Michael missed a dinner they had planned together, which was not the first occurrence. But this time, they had specifically arranged to spend the evening together. Danielle was very upset and stated that if he couldn't make time for her, he should have warned her so she could make other plans. Heading towards the door, she made an ill-timed joke which struck a nerve with Michael. He stood in the doorway and hit her across the face. The slap was so forceful that she staggered back. She then noticed that her clothes and the floor were splattered with blood. She recoiled from her husband, who began crying and apologizing. Clearly distressed, Michael tried to make amends immediately. He took his wife to a familiar sports doctor and explained what had happened. The doctor examined the unfortunate victim and provided first aid, then recommended seeing a dentist and a plastic surgeon, as the injuries were quite severe. Danielle even had a front tooth chipped. The next day, Michael arranged a memorable dinner. He was very attentive and caring. Undoubtedly, his wife forgave him and did not report the incident anywhere. There was a fairly strict domestic violence law in the state, so Mrs. Redlick felt sympathy for her husband and decided not to cause him any further trouble. In fact, this was not the first warning sign. Danielle had already encountered similar behavior before. The incident happened while they were living together in Cleveland. At a concert, Danielle chatted with an ex-boyfriend, which made Michael jealous. On their way home, he dropped a few sarcastic comments about it. Danielle responded in kind. Unexpectedly, he hit her, then immediately apologized, noting that he did it because she hurt his feelings. Danielle forgave her partner, blaming herself as well. Over time, the incident was forgotten. After all, things happen in relationships. In 2003, the Redlicks welcomed their first child, a daughter named Jaden. A year later, the couple decided to legalize their relationship. It was a bright period in their lives. Everything was going well. However, Michael still faced challenges at work. The management changed, and he couldn't get the promotion he had hoped for. 7 years later, the family grew with the addition of a son named Sawyer. The parents were fully engaged in raising their children. If it weren't for one but Michael's job, the tension escalated, and he began drinking again. This led to more frequent conflicts. During one argument, he grabbed Danielle by the throat and pinned her against the wall, which terrified her. This time, his wife couldn't tolerate the rough behavior. She packed up, took the children, and moved in with her relatives. It's worth noting, they did not approve of the marriage initially, but eventually came to terms with it. Michael repeatedly visited her, apologizing and asking her to come back home. After some time, their relationship was restored. The following years were unstable. The Red Licks moved several times. The family patriarch was offered a job in California, where they lived for about 5 years. This period could hardly be called successful. The man again struggled with his issues and continued to indulge in drinking. There came a time when both spouses were unemployed and lived off their savings. In 2014, another move was on the horizon, this time to Indiana. However, the prospects were promising. To find a new home and settle matters, the man went ahead first. Danielle stayed in California with the children. They needed time to sell their old property and belongings. The constant moving had also become exhausting. It was difficult for the children to adapt to the rapidly changing environment. The whole process took a year. During this time, the family's financial situation improved. However, the marital relationship underwent changes. The distance and infrequent meetings affected them. Danielle and Michael grew distant and barely communicated. When the spouses finally reunited, they faced new issues. At one point, Danielle began to suspect her husband of infidelity. He became unusually cold and distant, and the former passion had faded. However, Michael found the strength to confess that his age and health were to blame. He had been embarrassed to mention this earlier, fearing he would lose his younger wife. But Danielle was grateful for his honesty and supported him as before. After trying numerous medications, the couple decided to undergo a course of hormone injections. Testosterone injections helped Michael rejuvenate physically and mentally. He seemed to become younger, regaining his former energy and vigor. With this came an increase in his aggressiveness. One evening while watching a movie together, Michael fell asleep. Danielle went upstairs to rest. The next morning, he entered the bathroom while she was brushing her teeth and struck her on the head. He justified his action by saying she had not woken him up the evening before. She responded that she was tired of this and was leaving. This only angered him further, and he began to choke her. Poor Danielle could not defend herself and began to lose consciousness. At one moment, she felt like she was dying. After some time, Mrs. Redlick opened her eyes and saw her husband standing over her, scared and confused, begging for forgiveness. All Danielle could do was silently crawl away. After this incident, they continued to live in the same house and raise their children together. But from that time, their relationship fundamentally changed. Apparently a point of no return had been reached. The man began to drink more frequently, and conflicts in the home increased, even over trivial matters. The number of times Michael's discontent escalated into physical aggression increased. The woman did not leave him. Despite her dissatisfaction with the situation and resentment towards her husband, she continued to love him deeply. The ongoing situation also affected Danielle. She became nervous and irritable, withdrew into herself. To distract herself, she took up photography. Nevertheless, their family still appeared respectable, as most of their disagreements did not extend beyond the home. The Redlicks finally settled in Florida. This time, Michael decided to change his career path, tired of the constant stress. He took a position as Director of External Affairs and Partnership Programs at the University of Central Florida and began teaching. Although his income was less than what he made in the NBA, the job brought him enjoyment and stability. Initially, the family rented a home, but after a year, they purchased their own property in the quaint area of Winter Park. Their family home was impressive. The house was designed in a Mediterranean style and had a huge square footage. Danielle favored the attic floor, which served as her retreat. She often spent nights there, especially when Michael had bouts of anger. Testosterone injections rejuvenated him and restored their intimate life. But even during intimate moments, he could be harsh. Their relationship remained tense and unstable. Against this backdrop, Danielle developed an alcohol dependency. While Michael worked and supported the family, Danielle managed the household and children, increasingly withdrawing into herself. The numerous disputes eventually led to the couple separating in 2016. Despite this, Michael continued to see the children and support them financially, paying the bills. By this time, Danielle had found a job at a school. New acquaintances helped her out of her depression, and her responsibilities restored her independence. However, she still continued to see Michael. He could come and go as he pleased. During one of these days, another argument ensued, after which Danielle ended up in the hospital with a concussion. She kept silent again and did not tell the truth about what happened, fearing it would cause problems for her husband. But this time, Michael took her silence for granted. During questioning, Danielle confessed that in early October 2016, something extraordinary happened. Her husband had tried to run her over with his car. She was saved only because she managed to jump into the bushes. After this, Danielle went to the police department. However, when detectives began to inquire in detail about the incident, she changed her mind and left. The reason was the same as always. Later, the couple reconciled and moved back in together. However, this turned out to be a fateful decision for both of them. At around 9 a.m. on January 12, 2019, a 911 call was made. On the other end of the line, a woman introduced herself as Danielle Redlick and reported that her husband Michael had died from a heart attack. When the rescue service arrived at the scene and entered the house, they immediately noticed a strong smell of cleaning agent. At the entrance to the living room, the team encountered a bucket filled with pink-colored water. A man lay on the floor in a pool of blood, lifeless. It was clear that the unfortunate man had not died from a heart attack, as his wife had claimed, but from a penetrating knife wound. The woman who made the call was also found with cuts on her wrists. Paramedics provided first aid before taking her to the hospital. Following them, the police began their investigation. When law enforcement examined the scene, they were certain that Michael Redlick's life had been taken. It was unlikely that he could have inflicted such a fatal injury on himself. Later, forensic analysis confirmed that the blood traces in the home belonged to the deceased. The pink liquid in the bucket at the entrance was nothing but diluted blood. Someone, possibly the homeowner herself, had tried to erase a trail leading from the bedroom to the living room, indicating that the body had been dragged. Despite the cleaning efforts, not all evidence was destroyed, and on the walls. Moreover, a large knife lay at the entrance to the kitchen, and 3 smaller knives were found in the sink. Detectives were eager to speak with Danielle. Therefore, once doctors reported that her injuries were not life-threatening, she was questioned. During the interview, she repeatedly changed her statement. Initially, she claimed to have thought her husband died of heart disease. Later, she stated that he had taken his own life following an argument. Experts refuted her claims. Such a wound is difficult to self-inflict, and individuals intending to end their life usually choose a simpler and less painful method. The autopsy showed that Michael died from blood loss. With timely medical help, his life could have been saved. Additionally, he had a lacerated left eye. Toxicological tests also revealed a high level of alcohol in his system. The investigation revealed that a few days before the incident, there was an argument between the spouses, witnessed by their elder daughter. Michael had been drinking and burst into the bathroom where Danielle was hiding. However, their daughter Jaden intervened, taking the bottle away from him. After this, Danielle left the house and returned once her husband had fallen asleep. According to the girl, it was the first time she had seen such a burst of anger in her father, for which he later apologized multiple times. She still maintained that he was a loving and caring father, while asserting that her mother was the instigator of conflict. The next day, the couple reconciled. Michael invited his wife and children to a soccer game. However, according to witnesses, Danielle appeared upset and was virtually non-communicative. That evening, the parents dropped their kids off at a friend's house for a sleepover and were left alone. Danielle stopped by McDonald's and returned home around 10:30 p.m. Upon entering the house, she found her husband drunk. During dinner, Danielle received a message from an unknown man. Michael saw it, bit off a piece of his hamburger, and spit it at his wife. He then attacked her, attempting to strangle her. In self-defense, Danielle grabbed the first thing she could, a knife, and stabbed him in the chest. He fell and began to bleed profusely. She immediately called emergency services, but mistakenly dialed the wrong number. Her actions were later corroborated during the investigation. In a state of shock, She lay down next to Michael and fell asleep until morning. At least, that's how Danielle explained the 11 hours of inactivity. When asked by the prosecution why she lied during the emergency call and subsequent questioning, Mrs. Redlick explained that she was afraid. She was concerned that no one would believe she had acted in self-defense. There were reasons for this fear. Shortly before the incident, she had been involved in a scuffle with friends. When police arrived at the scene, she resisted, attempting to bite one of them. She also refused to cooperate with the investigation, leading to charges of disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. It was also established that the cuts on her wrists were self-inflicted. She claimed she had tried to end her life due to the emotional turmoil, but the nature of the injuries suggested otherwise. They were superficial and not life-threatening. Therefore, her claims were not believed. Investigators also discovered that Danielle was far from a role model. After learning of Michael's infidelities, she signed up on a dating site, where she interacted with men and retaliated by being unfaithful. Her profile status declared that she was single and not in a relationship. Analysis of countless messages between Michael and Danielle showed that she still loved her husband. Once she learned of his affairs, she felt betrayed and disillusioned. She also found out that Michael planned to leave her despite appearing repentant and desiring to mend their relationship. Danielle explained that it was hard for her to understand and accept her husband's actions. She was heartbroken that she had dedicated the best years of her life to a man who did not appreciate her. The prosecution used this information against her. The prosecutor argued that the crime was premeditated in a fit of rage because she could not forgive his infidelity and the impending divorce. Like Mr. Redlick, she was also prone to fits of anger, confirmed by their neighbors who noted that the couple often argued loudly, escalating into physical altercations. Michael and Danielle were described differently by those who knew them. Michael was portrayed positively as kind and helpful, while Danielle was seen as quarrelsome. Video evidence was presented showing the defendant acting irrationally and attacking her husband. Friends and Michael's brother agreed with this portrayal. One of them recalled calling her crazy, but assured that all would be well as long as steak knives were hidden, and a history of emotional and physical abuse. Relatives, often witnesses to their arguments, confirmed that Michael was rough and emotionally abusive. They also knew he frequently physically abused and humiliated her, although he never did so in their presence. Some family members reported that Danielle was nervous and quick-tempered, which only emerged after years of marriage. The prosecution clung to the fact that she effectively left her husband to die, which indicated she was waiting it out. They proved that her account logged into a dating app the night of the incident, suggesting premeditation driven by hatred and resentment, possibly even for financial gain. Following the divorce, Danielle stood to lose a portion of their accumulated wealth. At the time of Michael's death, her net worth was estimated at $1.2 million. It was also brought up that she had repeatedly changed her statements, seemingly trying to confuse the investigation and possibly tampered with evidence. The defense maintained that Mr. Redlick was a manipulator and predator. After his first wife's death, he pursued his stepdaughter relentlessly and molded a young woman to suit his needs. During the investigation, the prosecution offered the defendant a plea deal to admit to manslaughter, which would have resulted in only 10 years of imprisonment. However, she declined, despite the fact that if found guilty of first or second-degree murder, she faced a life sentence. She continued to insist on her innocence. The outcome of the trial was surprising to everyone. On July 17, 2022, the jury delivered their verdict. They found Danielle Redlick not guilty of premeditated murder, as they believed her actions were indeed in self-defense. However, they found her guilty of tampering with evidence, for which she received a 5-year suspended sentence. Having already served 3 years, these were credited to her. The day the sentence was announced, the defendant was released in the courtroom. What do you think? Was the verdict fair? Or were the jurors cleverly misled into believing that Danielle's taking Michael's life was calculated and cold-blooded? Story 3. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was rocked by news of the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was found dead in his home, and the nature of his injuries suggested that the perpetrator had a personal grudge against him. It is an example of an almost perfect, elaborate, and planned crime that may well have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was named almost immediately, no direct evidence was found to prove his guilt. As later claimed investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, he realized from the beginning that it would be a real detective, worthy of screen adaptation in fact. So it happened. Who is Patrick de la Cierda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in one of the most picturesque metropolitan areas, Miami in the state of Florida. His father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain, and his mother, Patricia Ranza, was born and raised in France, but in the 80s moved to the United States, where he soon married and gave birth to a son. The La Cerda family was very friendly and happy. Patrick grew up in an atmosphere of love, care, and mutual respect. He was a very kind, intelligent, and sociable guy, studied well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and chalk a lot of friends. And also the boy from childhood years was very close to his parents, who did not spare no effort and money to ensure that the son received a good education and grew up a worthy man. The head of the family worked all his life in the field of construction and was an excellent specialist in his field. The family was not rich, but was considered quite well to do by the standards of the big city. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to enter the construction faculty to continue his father's work. When the young man was studying at university, his parents, after almost a quarter of a century of living together, decided to divorce. It should be noted that they parted very quietly and peacefully, without scandals, division of property, and the like. The mother moved to the quiet town of Deltona, located in the east of the state, where she soon remarried. The adult son decided to stay with his father in Miami, where they worked together and were respected and sought after professionals in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained very close and were friendly with each other. They were always in touch with each other, calling and communicating regularly, and were always ready to help when needed. Patrick regularly visited his mother in Deltona, told her about everything that was happening in his life, shared his joys and experiences, meeting the girl of his dreams. Thanks to his French-Spanish roots, the young man from an early age had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with the fair sex. But for him has always been an example of the family in which he grew up. So Patrick did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright, mutual feeling and a strong family of his own. De la Cierda met by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts are looking for each other. He registered there and created an account on the advice of a friend, but he himself did not fully believe that it was really possible to meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, without much enthusiasm, he was flipping through the profiles of girls on the site, as suddenly his attention was attracted by a photo which depicted a Syrian with a rather unusual bright appearance. She had big, just bottomless eyes and a charming smile. Patrick was literally enchanted and decided to write to the beautiful stranger. She responded to his message, and a relaxed communication started between them. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in the city of Orlando, located in the central part of the state of Florida, where she studied banking, and after graduating, she got a job at a bank branch in her native Orlando. Jessica was also immediately attracted to the handsome young man. For a few days, they corresponded actively on the website and then decided to exchange phone numbers. For the next couple of weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about everything. The couple quickly developed mutual sympathy and trust, so the young people decided to meet in real life. But since they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a place about halfway to each other for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized that Jessica was the girl he had been looking for so long, and whom he now does not want to let go. She also liked him immediately, and Jessica was a little confused by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia heard the joy and excitement in her son's voice, realized that he was serious and was happy for him. This long-distance relationship lasted several months, and it was a big problem because the couple could only see each other on weekends, somewhere neutral. Usually they rented a hotel room in some cozy, secluded place and just enjoyed each other's company. But on Sunday night, everyone flew back to their homes because they had to go to work on Monday morning. Marriage proposal. In December 2017, Patrick moved to Delton, where his mother lived, to be closer to his sweetheart. He bought a house there in a quiet neighborhood and began to carry out some repair work, preparing a cozy nest for the move of his chosen one. But Jessica could not yet so immediately leave work, and they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On the eve of the new year, which the couple met together, the young man decided to make his girlfriend a surprise. He arranged fireworks in the backyard of the house, and while Jessica admired the fireworks, got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was unspeakably happy and, of course, answered him in agreement. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for a ring suitable for the engagement for a long time, but he had not found the perfect one in any of the jewelry stores. All of them seemed to him not beautiful and refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available to be able to make a proposal before the new year, but ordered another one in the jewelry workshop. An exclusive ring, the design of which the young man came up with himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and the upcoming housewarming were in full swing. The couple's choice was approved by their parents, and they themselves were unspeakably preparing for a new stage of their lives. The young people planned to arrange a lavish celebration in Miami, on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean, or in France, where the groom's mother was from. On February 27, 2018, Max de la Cerda, Patrick's father, received a call from a courier. The father's number was listed as an additional contact. The courier reported that his son's order was delivered to the specified address. But the customer does not open the door and does not answer the phone. This was very unlike Patrick, so the father immediately got worried. But since he was at work at that moment and could not go to pick up the order and at the same time to check if everything was all right with his son, Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica and with anxiety in his voice said that he couldn't reach his son. Jessica herself had been trying to contact her fiancé since morning, but he didn't answer messages and calls. Max pronounced, "Something must have happened to Patrick." Jessica immediately dropped everything she was doing and headed to the groom's house as fast as she could. When she pulled up, she immediately saw Patrick's car in the driveway, which indicated that he hadn't gone anywhere. Since she had her own key, Jessica entered the yard and called out loudly to her lover several times, but there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and saw a horrifying picture. Her fiancé was lying practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no signs of life. Jessica immediately rushed to call the emergency services, but the paramedics who arrived on the scene were unable to help Patrick and only declared him dead. By the time the police arrived, a distraught Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months earlier. When one of the officers approached her, she only looked at him and told him she knew who had massacred her lover and ruined her entire life. A rich and powerful ex-boyfriend. To understand this difficult case and to understand who could want to kill a young guy who at first glance had neither enemies nor ill wishers, you need to go back a little bit, at the time when he and Jessica just met. The thing is that, at that time, the girl was in a relationship with a certain Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who owned his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory in her student years. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young beauty's head. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to fancy resorts. Jessica thought she had found her one and only love, but soon she began to notice some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to control his girlfriend in everything, closely watched where she goes and with whom she communicates. If Jessica had an admirer, he immediately got rid of him through threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her almost nothing about himself. This relationship lasted almost 8 years, and during this time Gregory never introduced his chosen one to his family or friends. They met, spent time together, or went on vacation only when he wanted it, and Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house. He himself argued that he was very busy. Naturally, Jessica wanted to have a normal family, to have children, but Bender said every time that it was not yet time for that. And when she tried to break off the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and asked her to marry him. Jessica accepted, but nothing had changed. They still lived apart and saw each other only when the groom said so. One day Gregory was in a car accident and ended up in a hospital bed. When Jessica heard about it, she rushed to him. Beforehand, she decided to stop by his house to get some things for Gregory. There, Jessica ran into a woman she had never seen before and asked who she was. The stranger, instead of answering, asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and said that she was the bride of the owner of the house. The woman then laughed and showed her ring, stating that she was Bender's legal wife, Demora Sanchez Bender. After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately part ways with the businessman who had cheated her for so many years. However, The boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return, promising that he would divorce Dimora in the near future, and then they could get married. She once again believed this man, but time passed and nothing in their relationship did not change. Finally tired of this affair, Jessica filled out a questionnaire on a dating site. She soon met Patrick. After starting to communicate with him, she firmly decided to break up with Gregory, about which she informed him, but he did not want to let her go. Obsessive stalker. At first, Bender simply persuaded Jessica to come back to him and try to start over, once again promising to divorce his wife. Then he moved on to threats and harassment, and when he realized that all this is useless, decided to search for a rival, about which at that time exactly knew nothing. He had to turn to professionals to hack into Jessica's account and find out who she was communicating with. After finding out who Patrick was and obtaining his contacts, Gregory began sending him threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, calling her his fiancée. Patrick did not react to the threats and was absolutely calm, believing that the matter would not go further than threats. But Jessica was scared, because she realized that her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a man with a lot of money and connections, and he had a huge collection of firearms that he could use. Jessica offered Patrick to break up before anyone got hurt, but he wouldn't even hear of it. Then they decided to go to the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple managed to get a restraining order for Gregory to approach them and try to make contact by any means. Gregory was also required to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things calmed down for a while, and the lovers began to think that the stalker had left them alone. However, Jessica convinced Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she feared that Gregory might violate the ban. A crime scene inspection and the first theory. But let's go back to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, criminalists immediately ruled out the version of robbery and noted that judging by the nature of the mutilation, this murder had a personal motive and the perpetrator literally hated his victim. On the body of a 25-year-old guy counted for gunshot wounds in the thigh, in the chest, and 2 in the head. In addition, the experts found injuries and bruises characteristic of a fall from a ladder. The body itself was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs leading to the second floor. Investigators speculated that the killer had most likely snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick went inside and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his thigh. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, fired another bullet into his chest, and then finished the victim off with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not found, but it was a rather rare model of pistol, which was not easy to obtain. The first shell casing was found on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were found downstairs, but the 4th shell casing was not there, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it away with him, perhaps as a trophy. The first under suspicion was the neighbor of the murdered man, with whom they had a serious conflict a couple of months ago. The man was a combat participant and a veteran of the U.S. Army, was wounded and severely concussed in the war, against which he developed a mental disorder. He was excellent with firearms and could easily get a rare model of gun. In December 2017, the veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Luckily, no one was hurt at the time, but the neighbor was hospitalized in a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his disorder. After he returned home, he constantly followed Patrick, called him a spy, and promised to bring him out in the open. The mentally ill neighbor could indeed have a motive created by his unhealthy imagination, so the man was detained and decided to interrogate. He made no secret of his intense dislike for Patrick, but at the time of the murder itself, he had a 100% alibi, which was confirmed by several people, searching for evidence and trying to provoke the perpetrator. So the version of the robbery from the very beginning canceled because in the house, everything was in its place and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks with recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, so it was impossible to trace who entered and left the house that day. In addition, no evidence at all was found at the crime scene. Forensic experts could not find a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was carefully thought out and planned, and although the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was behind it all, it seemed at the time that he could get away with it. The police decided to go on the sly and asked Jessica to call her former lover and bring him to a frank conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation. She dialed Bender's number and made a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried and kept asking why he'd done it. But Gregory seemed to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't understand. When Jessica said that he killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised by this news and after expressed his condolences to the ex-girlfriend. To get Gregory to confess, to make him mad, or to force him to commit a blunder never succeeded. The police had no reason to detain or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he honored the restraining order and seemed to have let the ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes while the investigation was treading water, trying to find any clues. The police received a call from Dimora Sanchez Bender, saying that she had important information about the Patrick de la Cierta case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, where she said that shortly before the crime, she saw a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, Dimora found a detailed plan of some stranger's house, and next to it, there was a strange algorithm of action. She hadn't paid any attention to it at the time, but when Dimora saw a news report about the brutal murder of a young man, and the story showed the plan of his house, she immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators. This information gave the police enough reason to search the house of the alleged perpetrator. The mysterious notebook about which the wife of the businessman spoke was found in the office, but the pages with the plan of the house and other records were removed. However, they were soon found in the office, but in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty. He had simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and then he was able to get the pages and toss them in the trash. Apparently he was confident that his house would not be searched, since there was no evidence against him. On the sheets of paper, in addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself. It became clear that the criminal had prepared long and thoroughly, working out every point. In particular, it was said about the need to turn off the phone, use gloves and lubricate the soles of shoes with a special compound, so that it did not leave traces on the floor. From the records, it became clear that Gregory followed his victim, knew what time Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory made sure to dispose of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only let down by the fact that his own records had not been destroyed in time and his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was found on the table in a cigar box, which the gunman was supposed to have carried off as a trophy. Forensics confirmed that it was the exact same shell casing from the crime scene. Trial and the defense attorney's attempts to shift the blame to Jessica. The evidence was enough to arrest Gregory and initiate a trial. But the main problem was that all the evidence found could be called circumstantial, because the crime weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever been to the victim's house, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial did not begin until May 2021, more than 3 years after his atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had time to thoroughly prepare for the case. The businessman was optimistic and seemed to believe that he would get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her relationship with Gregory over many years, how she learned he was married and tried to break up with him, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. As evidence, she provided saved screenshots of correspondence, as well as phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all the blame onto Jessica. The defense stated that Jessica herself provoked Gregory with her behavior because she registered on a dating site and started a new relationship, not yet broken up with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Also, Jessica was accused of mercantilism, noting that she liked to receive expensive gifts from a rich suitor. The main evidence, sheets with records of the murder plan, the lawyers called only a fantasy of a wounded man who wanted to take revenge on his rival. At the same time, the defense insisted that the defendant did not go further than plans and fantasies, so his traces at the scene of the crime were not found. In addition, according to the lawyers, the search in the house of their client was illegal and was conducted with violations, and therefore the second evidence, a shell casing he could simply plant it in the process. The crime weapon was also not found, and the model of the gun Jessica identified from a picture, saying that she had previously seen it in the collection of her boyfriend. but she could be wrong because she was not well versed in weapons. Ex-wife testimony and final judgment. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Dimora Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man, who had hitherto looked indifferent, suddenly became animated and unexpectedly confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and apparently changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She confused her testimony, citing her forgetfulness, and finally added that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted that he was capable of murder. Despite attempts by defense attorneys to challenge the legality of the search of the defendant's home, despite his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and despite the lack of direct evidence, they still found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, barring him from ever being eligible for parole. As the judge read out the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica intently, seemingly without even blinking. He was literally glaring at her, which made her feel sick and almost had a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother, and at one point began sobbing and literally choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his highly paid lawyers to appeal the verdict and get the case reviewed, all of their appeals were rejected. Not the least role in this played a wide resonance of the case in society, because a wealthy millionaire businessman in cold blood massacred a simple working man and tried to get away with it. The story of Patrick de la Certa was widely covered in the press. With Gregory Bender still behind bars at the moment, Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and continues to live for Patrick and keep his memory alive. She wears the ring he gave her as a gift, as well as that exclusive piece of jewelry Patrick never got around to giving her. Jessica maintains a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Story 4. The case of Luz Maria Lopez, from love to violent crime. The crime rate in Guatemala is extremely high. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here per week, half of which are so-called domestic crimes, and almost 70% of serious crimes remain unsolved. According to the New Yorker, fewer civilians died in the Iraq war zone in 2009 than in Guatemala. It was in this beautiful but dangerous country that the tragic events that will be discussed today took place. The story of an attractive young woman named Luz Maria Lopez started out romantic and promising, but ended up as a handful of ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant whom she herself spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him a chance to mend his ways. There was a lot of controversy in this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided responsibility. But let's go over everything in order. Who is Luz Maria Lopez? The full name of our today's heroine, given to her at birth, sounds like Luz Maria del Rocio Morales Lopez. She was born in 1995, March 17th, in the small town of San Cristobal, Verapaz, in a simple and rather modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of 2 children of her parents and was raised with her older brother Omar. As an infant, the girl nearly died due to an intestinal obstruction. To save her life, a complex operation was performed and doctors gave no guarantees. But the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover. So soon it happened. The surgery itself at such an early age, fortunately, did not affect the development of the girl. During her school years, Luz Maria was actively engaged in sports, in particular, attended sections of gymnastics and athletics, and was also fond of classical choreography. She was a creative person, easily found a common language with different people, and quickly made friends. The girl also studied well and had an aptitude for the humanities. After graduating, Luz Maria thought about getting a higher education and decided to enter a prestigious state university. She chose law and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because this direction has always aroused her genuine interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother visited a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Altavropaz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long dreamed of. In the showroom, they were met by a polite and very attentive young consultant who introduced himself as Jorge. He showed the buyers the whole assortment and gave some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model, but decided to think more and consult with the head of the family. Leaving, they took a business card of the car dealership, and also Luz Maria left her phone number for feedback. Soon the girl received a call from Jorge, the same consultant from the salon, but the conversation was not about the upcoming purchase, but was more of a personal nature. After that, Jorge dialed Luz Maria's number several more times before he dared to ask her out to a coffee shop. It was obvious that he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette very much, but he did not know where to begin the acquaintance. It should be noted that Luz Maria also liked this handsome young man. So on his proposal to meet, she responded with consent. The guy was a year younger than her, but such a small difference in age was not an obstacle for them. Almost immediately, a romantic relationship began between them, which developed rapidly. Both felt that it was true love at first sight and believed that a long and happy life was ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple decided to live together. And although their parents did not approve of such a rush, young people were soon married. About 6 months later, the lovers played a wedding, inviting only the closest people to the celebration. Curiously, the problems began on the day of the wedding when the institution where the banquet was to be held. There was a hitch because of which the holiday was almost derailed. The couple had to overpay a considerable amount of money, so that the wedding, after all, took place at the appointed time. Who is Jorge? About who was the chosen one of Luz Maria, there is very little information in the public domain. It is known that he was born in 1996 in the town of Santa Catalina, La Tinta, which is in the central part of Guatemala. Jorge was the eldest of 2 sons and was raised with his brother Pablo. His family balanced on the brink of poverty, so that the boys as children were not spoiled with beautiful clothes and expensive toys, because the money was enough only for the bare necessities. But Jorge somehow did not aspire to a better life, so he did not bother to study and look for a decent job. The young man, as they say, just went with the flow. People who knew Jorge personally spoke about him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and sometimes aggressive guy. He really had problems with controlling emotions, because of which Jorge did not have many friends, and poorly formed relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her love, and then he was in a hurry to get married, fearing that she might change her mind. By the way, the parents of Luz Maria from the very beginning treated her son-in-law with suspicion. There was something about this young man they definitely did not like, but they could not say what it was, and could not dissuade their daughter from marrying him. An unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but since she had not yet managed to get a university degree, she could not find a good job. No one wanted to take a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband by that time and lost his job, but was in no hurry to burden himself with a new occupation. With money in the family was quite tight. Both spouses were unemployed. They had no money not only to pay for rented housing, but even to buy food and the most basic things needed in the household. Then Jorge convinced his wife that the only way out for them would be to temporarily move to live in his parents' house. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but since they had no choice, and they could not stay on the street with a baby in their arms, the young woman eventually agreed. Ada knew about the problems in her daughter's family, and repeatedly persuaded her to return to her native home. But she persisted in saying that everything would soon get better with her husband, and there was no reason to worry. One day the mother decided to visit her daughter and granddaughter, but coming to the house of her son-in-law's parents found there a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a deplorable state. She ate only once a day, and then a little. Jorge's family did not think it necessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter, so malnutrition could affect not only her health, but also the health of the child. However, the meager food was only a small part of all the troubles and problems Luz Maria faced in her mother-in-law's home. As it turned out, there she was constantly humiliated and even beaten by her husband's younger brother. This guy was annoyed by the crying of the child, as well as the presence of children's things in the house. So much so that he repeatedly threw them at Luz Maria and once again, launched a baby bottle at her and hit little Alice, who was in her mother's arms. Jorge saw all this, but never once stood up for his wife and daughter and acted as if they were strangers to him. Ada convinced her daughter to take her granddaughter and return to her parents' house. But soon Jorge appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to get a job. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live separately from Jorge's parents. When Luz Maria defended her diploma, she was able to fulfill her long-time dream and got a job in the city prosecutor's office. A smart, talented, and very responsible young woman, she quickly gained the respect of her colleagues and gradually began to move up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved considerably, so much so that the couple could afford to buy a car for two. However, this was solely the merit of the wife, who worked hard, spared no expense, and was well regarded by her superiors. Jorge was still in search of himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, jealous, lazy, and a domestic tyrant. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation only worsened with time. He did not want to work, interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then not often. He preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends, and spending what his wife earned. In addition, Jorge was pathologically jealous and tried to control every move of his beloved. He did not allow her to make friends, to have lunch with colleagues in cafes, or just to be somewhere without him. He constantly checked her phone, looked at the history of calls and read messages, and also forbade her to register accounts in social networks. At home, when left alone, the husband behaved no better. He made scandals in the middle of nowhere, constantly clarified relations, and always blamed his wife for all the problems and family troubles. When they lived in the house of his parents, Jorge never stood up for his wife and just watched how she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. Jorge himself also occasionally gave the will of his fists and did not see anything wrong in it. He treated Luz Maria as his property, believing that she would endure everything and would not go anywhere from him. Neighbors often heard the screams coming from the house of the couple, as well as saw on the face and body of the young woman signs of beating. Repeatedly, Lopez tried to leave her husband and wanted to file for divorce. She several times took her daughter and moved out of the rented apartment in the house of her parents, but her husband every time came there and literally on his knees begged her forgiveness. And each time Luz Maria forgave him, giving him another chance, even though her parents asked her to come to her senses and leave this abusive man. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with manhandling, Luz Maria took 3-year-old Alice, got into the car, and came to her mother in tears. A day later, Jorge arrived there, and it was unclear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He said that he had found a job, and now their lives would change, and he also swore that he would never raise a hand on his wife again in his life. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and went with her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but had also stolen the money she had earned, effectively leaving the family destitute, and said she would give her some money so that she and her granddaughter would have enough for everything they needed until her daughter received her salary. The women agreed to meet on the morning of January 19th, but Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Moreover, she did not answer phone calls and messages, which was unusual for her. Concerned, Ada decided to go to her daughter's workplace the next day, but there she learned that Luz Maria had not shown up for the second day, and that no one had been able to contact at the same time. Jorge, who was also looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. According to him, they had once again quarreled, and he thought that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something wrong and assumed that her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police so that the search for Luz Maria could begin as soon as possible. That same day, an alert system was announced nationwide, under the code name Isabel Claudina in the original Alerta Isabel Claudina. This meant an emergency search for a young woman reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person to be named as a suspect, although it would be more accurate to say that he was the only suspect in the case. Luz Maria had no enemies. There was no reason to believe that she had been kidnapped, and the last person who saw her alive was Jorge. This guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he himself was knocked down in search of his wife, and now extremely indignant and annoyed by the fact that he became the main suspect. At the same time, he himself was constantly confused in his testimony, and could not clearly explain why he did not inform the police about the disappearance on the day of his wife's disappearance. And if he thought that she was at his mother-in-law's house, why he did not call or go there. While the police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, the body of the missing Luz Maria was accidentally discovered by municipal workers. On January 22nd, several workers arrived to a call about a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they saw a strange large plastic bag with something black in it. As they looked closer, they realized that what they were looking at were charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police. and the police officers who arrived suggested that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who is wanted all over the country. Forensic experts confirmed that the remains belonged to a young woman and her parents and brother. At the identification, despite the fact that the body was badly disfigured by fire, confirmed with certainty that it was her. It is noteworthy that the package was found on the same street where the building of the prosecutor's office, where the deceased worked, was located, except that there were no surveillance cameras as well as lighting in that place. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, pathologists were able to establish that the woman was severely beaten and the cause of her death was asphyxia. This was evidenced by internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was still alive, and particles of caked blood in her nose and mouth. There were deep marks on her neck indicating strangulation. It's a strange message. At the time of the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the case, and the victim's parents had no doubt that it was the son-in-law who had so brutally murdered their daughter. Jorge was immediately taken into custody, and the motive for his heinous act was being investigated. Also, psychologists criminalists had to analyze in detail this marriage and the relationships formed within the family. At the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording, which was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the neighborhood with her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the family scandals of the couple, and this time decided to record their quarrel, not suspecting that everything will end in a brutal murder. The audio recording clearly shows Luz Maria desperately screaming and crying for help, while in the background little Alice sobs in the background. Ada was horrified by what she heard. She stated that if that witness had called the police right away, her daughter might be alive right now. The man who made the recording not only did not call the police, but did not even visit the house from which the horrible screams were coming. The police also failed to trace the anonymous person, so it was not possible to involve him in the investigation as a witness. The audio recording was attached to the materials of the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview during which she called on all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, and not just to film them on camera or record them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions will help save someone's life. This high-profile crime caused a widespread public outcry, and thousands of people took to the streets, staging rallies across the country to demand that the killer be punished. Although Jorge was taken into custody almost immediately, he continued to deny his guilt, saying that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she disappeared. Street CCTV footage did indeed show the couple's car traveling in the direction of Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it could not be clearly established how many people were in the car. Also, none of the recordings showed the car stopping, and Luz Maria getting out of the cabin. The next curious discovery was made at the couple's rented home, where numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks were found. This suggested that this was where the brutal crime had taken place. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic fragments of burnt flesh were found in the trunk of the family car. In addition, during the search, the investigator was interested in the recent purchase made by the couple, namely a double orthopedic mattress. More precisely, not even the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene in which it was wrapped. As the comparative analysis showed, it was in it that Jorge had packed the burnt remains of his wife. It was also possible to find several witnesses from among the neighbors of the family, who repeatedly heard Jorge insulting his wife and threatening her with death. Her husband had shouted that he would kill her if she decided to leave him, and that he would hide her body so that no one would ever find it. The picture of the crime, based on the data that managed to collect expert criminologists, as well as relying on the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder occurred on the night of January 19, 2021, the day before the spouses had a big fight and Jorge again gave the will of his fists. He had problems with controlling outbursts of anger before, but this time he simply went into a rage. He hit his wife several times, causing her to scream and cry for help. It was these screams that the neighbors of the family heard, but did not call the police. In the process of beating, Jorge broke his wife's nose and also caused her a head injury. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands and then attempted to dispose of the corpse. To do so, he dragged the body out into the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. However, Jorge did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky and the stench of burning meat and hair to eat away at his eyes. He was afraid that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something wrong, and call the fire department or the police. So he quickly put out the fire, wrapped the burnt remains in plastic, and then went to find a secluded place where he thought the body would never be found. The most horrible thing was that Jorge committed all these atrocities in front of their young, although not fully, but understood what was happening. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, saw the beating and the crime, as evidenced by the child's cries and screams, which were also caught on tape. Jorge, who had some knowledge of forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, which were in abundance in their home, tried to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He found a stretch of road where there were no lights or video cameras, and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer there, going unnoticed. The next morning he drove to her place of work along the usual route, as if he had driven Luz Maria there, as he did every morning, and the next day he began to simulate an active search for his wife, calling her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal's lawyers delayed the trial as much as they could, and also tried to throw the investigation off track. They insisted that all the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, and there was not a single piece of evidence that would unequivocally prove Jorge's guilt. Defense attorneys tried to get the detention changed to house arrest, and also argued that Jorge himself was deeply depressed by the fact that he was accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the decisive evidence was the data obtained from Luz Maria's phone. All this time, the gadget was in her husband's possession, and on the first day after the crime, he sent from it several messages to different people, trying to create the appearance that Luz Maria is alive. Also, having tracked all the movements of the smartphone that day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same places as Jorge's phone. But the lawyers tried to turn this evidence in favor of their client, saying that he found his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her. No one could explain why Jorge was sending messages from it, as well as calling it from his own cell phone. Another proof of the defendant's guilt was the bruises and scratches on his body, found on the day of his arrest. These marks were recorded by experts on photos and indicated that the victim had clearly resisted. The most vivid was a scratch on his neck, but only defined particles of Jorge's epithelium under the fingernails of the murdered could not be found because they were destroyed by fire. But despite the large number of controversial points, the prosecutor asked for the maximum possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the raging worldwide pandemic of coronavirus. But in October 2022, the defendant was finally found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, although he himself did not admit his guilt. The custody of little Alice was given to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that now the main meaning of their lives is their granddaughter. Story 5. On December 18, 2013, a young woman named Brianna Warland was abruptly awakened by an unexpected phone call at 1:45 in the morning. She picked up the phone to find her best friend Heather on the other end sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with Sydney, her ex-lover. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret over their own breakup, and asking Heather to start over again. Brianna, curious, asked why Heather even answered his call. It turned out that the number was unknown, prompting Heather to pick up. After listening and slightly calming her friend down, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently overcome the difficulties of their breakup and shouldn't get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to go back to sleep and rest, and they said their goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is often considered an ideal place to live. This region is famous for its beautiful beaches, among which Myrtle Beach stands out for its beauty and popularity. Besides the beaches, one can enjoy dense forests, expansive rivers, and numerous friendly towns. On December 19th, local police in Horry County discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a secluded and remote area along the Waccamaw River. The area, known as Peachtree Landing, was about 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This spot was used as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, lesser-known road seldom traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and found it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his residence. When they knocked on his door and informed him about the found car, Terry was at home watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter, Heather. Terry tried to contact Heather by phone, but she was unreachable. He agreed to accompany the police to Peachtree Landing to investigate further. Upon seeing his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, Terry was surprised, but initially not overly worried about his daughter. He assumed that the car might have been stolen, as it was odd that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened the car and thoroughly inspected it. They found no personal belongings in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or mobile phone. Terry's concern grew, and he tried to contact Heather again. Still not receiving a response, he called the restaurant where she worked. The manager informed him that Heather hadn't shown up for work and was not scheduled until the next day. Realizing something was amiss, Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something must have happened. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was found were not considered a crime scene, as there were no signs of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nevertheless, authorities decided to launch a missing person investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land, while divers explored the riverbed. During the search, human remains were found in the forest, but they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Looking for any lead examined the background of the missing woman. 20-year-old Heather was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She had a close relationship with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father noted that their family had always been united and supportive of each other. Although Heather was independent, she remained close to her father, communicating with him daily by phone. In 2011, after graduating from St. James High School, Heather announced to her family that she wanted to move in with her best friend, Brianna Woolman. Her parents fully supported this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and aspired to become a cosmetologist. Her younger sister Morgan shared that Heather's passions included makeup, working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also popular in her town for her kind, carefree, and positive nature. Her friend Brianna noted that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she was always a bright personality. Another friend described Heather as sociable, freedom-loving, and life-enjoying. She always sought to live life to the fullest. In 2013, Heather had been living for a year with her best friend Brianna in Myrtle Beach. However, everything changed when a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt set Heather on a path leading to tragedy. On a warm June afternoon, Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant. While chatting with customers, taking orders, and carrying trays into the kitchen, she ran into 37-year-old Sidney Moore, a father of 3 and a handyman. Sidney had a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach, and he had gotten an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather felt an instant attraction to the man. From that day on, their interactions became more frequent. They found that they shared many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, writing that she was attracted to older men. By the end of July, Heather began posting intimate messages addressed to Sidney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also talked about Sidney to her friends and co-workers, revealing that he was the same guy from her Twitter posts. Sidney liked Heather's attention and began showing up at the restaurant regularly. They often entertained in the kitchen, while Sidney worked on appliance repairs. By July, their relationship had probably evolved from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by 2 tweets Heather posted within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, and in the other tweet she wrote that she was too deep to stop. Most of Heather's co-workers knew of her affection for 37-year-old Sidney and began gossiping about their affair. One co-worker later admitted that everyone knew about their relationship and disapproved of it because Sidney was a married man. Moreover, they often called Heather different names and once decided to play a joke on her. 2 colleagues called the restaurant, pretending to be Tammy, Sidney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Constantly brought Heather coffee and sweets, sat in the dining area, or waited for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple often shared details of their relationship with friends, and Sidney went so far as to tell acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife moved to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sidney's plans, and everyone thought it was weird. The lovers were constantly on the phone, and often traveled to remote and secluded places in their cars for close calls. It was obvious that this relationship was toxic to Heather. Sidney constantly assured her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave her, but apparently these were only empty promises. All of Heather's friends warned her that Sydney was just using her. By mid-September, Heather seemed to realize the situation she was in. On September 21st, she tweeted, "Once an angel and a demon fell in love, but it didn't lead to a good outcome." Perhaps that was the day she tried to break her strange bond with Sydney. The decisive moment came when 34-year-old Tammy, Sydney's wife of 34 years, finally found out about her husband's secret affair. She called Heather and began humiliating her over the phone. Brianna, Heather's roommate, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather endured the insults for a long time. At one point, Tammy claimed that Sydney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and even had Sydney tell her personally over the phone. Sydney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she means nothing to him and is an easy target. Naturally, this emotionally shook the girl. Sydney and Tammy made her feel terrible and practically destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy had been in a commanding position in the Moorer household, dictating where and when Sydney should work and controlling all of his actions. Helms also noted that Tammy was furious at the betrayal and could not forgive Sydney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sydney and tying him to the bed at night so he couldn't leave while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and made him get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sydney agreed to all of this in hopes of saving his marriage and family. According to Brianna, Tammy's attacks did not stop at phone calls, but escalated into systematic acts of hate. Tammy began making constant phone calls to Heather's work, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sydney's phone and send pictures and videos of the two of them together, including during intimate encounters. Heather wrote Sydney a letter begging him to get Tammy to stop this harassment as it was causing problems at her job. Saddened and upset by the way the man she loved had treated her, Heather did everything she could to get her life back on track, even starting to attend church with her best friend. In early November, Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages demanding that Heather give her address. Tammy warned that if Heather did not comply, she would find her anyway, and the consequences would be severe. Tammy also stated that she had been watching Sydney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. By this point, Heather was completely exhausted both physically and emotionally and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't leave her alone, especially since her relationship with Sydney was long over and she wanted to forget everything that had happened. Heather told her friend that Tammy seemed to be obsessed with her. By the end of November, more than 2 weeks after receiving Tammy's threatening messages, things finally began to calm down. Sydney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford F-150 SUV. With the Moorer family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, temporarily free from Tammy's threats. Heather also had a joyous event in her life. She was able to get her dream job at a beauty salon as a makeup artist. She was scheduled to start work before Christmas. Heather was thrilled and happily shared the news with all her friends and family. However, fears began to surface in her life that could only exacerbate her problems with Tammy. In early November, Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed that she had suddenly gained weight in a very short period of time. Heather became concerned and worried that she might be pregnant with Sydney's baby. Upset and scared, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Her manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that Heather was desperate about the whole situation and was afraid that Tammy might do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be faulty, and at that point, Heather never found out whether or not she was pregnant with Sydney's child. Heather's best friend also mentioned that when she took a pregnancy test at work in early November, Heather had not been intimate with anyone other than Sydney. Despite worrying about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather was always optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a fresh start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had known briefly but was genuinely attracted to. On the evening of December 17th, Heather and Steve met around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to admire the Christmas lights. A little later, they decided to stop at a nearby parking lot where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the words, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later said they arranged a second date, and he dropped Heather off at her Carolina Forest apartment around 1:15 a.m. Detectives had a hard time finding specific clues or leads. So they decided to put together a timeline of events that occurred before Heather's disappearance on December 17th and 18th. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was found and suspicions against him were dropped. Heather's family and friends were surprised that while they were doing their best to find reaching out to the public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts, Tammy Moore at the same time became active on social media, continuing to insult Heather. This sparked outrage and drew the attention of investigators leading the investigation. On December 20th, after Brianna and her colleagues at the restaurant told police about the affair between Sydney and Heather, detectives called Sydney in for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved, claiming that he was not near Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17th, 18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was on a trip with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives believed he was lying, but they needed proof. That's when investigators turned their attention to Heather's call history and phone records, and they were finally able to find the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day of her disappearance, they tried to determine Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, on December 18th, Heather received a call from an unknown number, a call that lasted only 5 minutes. After that, Heather repeatedly tried to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she attempted to dial the number a total of 9 times, indicating her insistence on talking to someone she knew. Police were able to pinpoint the exact location where the call was made from. It was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage confirmed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call, but later admitted that he called Heather to ask her to leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she spoke about her marriage and the situation, but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather had led an inappropriate lifestyle and called her behavior abnormal. Tammy argued that the problem was not just infidelity, but Heather's behavior in general. Based on these suspicions, detectives decided to check all the security cameras in the neighborhood and quickly uncovered evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was captured on video buying a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked who the test was for, the man said it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence discovered later was footage from cameras installed along an isolated stretch of road leading to Peachtree Landing. These tapes showed a Ford F-150, very similar to Sydney's vehicle, driving toward the location where Heather's car was found at 3:36 a.m. and then leaving the area about 10 minutes later. Experts later confirmed that the SUV captured on the footage was indeed Sydney. He was the last person Heather spoke to, and according to investigators, the last person to see her at Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to reconstruct the timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone attempted to call the payphone number Sydney was using, but there was no answer. She then headed to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes, and then headed toward Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to Longbeard's and stayed there for another 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sydney again, but got no answer, and then went to her apartment where she stayed for 5 minutes. At 3:25 a.m., Sydney's phone received another call, which he answered, and they talked for 4 minutes. At 3:37 a.m., Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, from where she made 3 attempts to call Sydney, but all went unanswered. And by 3:42 the phone was disconnected. Security footage of Sydney's vehicle became incriminating evidence. However, even more compromising evidence was discovered in a search of the Moores' home conducted after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores got rid of their home video surveillance system on December 20th and installed a new one the next day. Although investigators were unable to access footage from the previous system, they seized recordings from the new one. The footage shows Sydney and Tammy Moore thoroughly wiping down the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it, all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis disappeared, police achieved a breakthrough in the case. On February 21st of that year, it was announced that Sydney and Tammy Moore had been arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder as well, even though Heather's body was never found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to give any testimony. The police continued to search for Heather's body because without it, they did not have enough evidence to bring the felony charges to trial. Eventually, the murder charges were dropped, but the kidnapping charge remained. Heather's mother, Debbie, was disappointed that the charges were dropped, but felt relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and hear the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped it would encourage potential witnesses to testify. Ultimately, Sidney Moore's 5 months in custody were not the end of it. In 2017, he was found guilty of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sidney and Tammy were to stand trial for the kidnapping of Heather Elvis. The case generated immense public interest and received widespread media coverage in 2019, 6 years after Heather's disappearance. Several lengthy court hearings took place where numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury made their decision and justice was served. Sidney and Tammy Moore were found guilty of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The court sentenced the Moores to 30 years of imprisonment each for their crime and the associated conspiracy. Both husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sidney requested to speak in the courtroom. Despite the conviction, he desperately continued to assert his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, stating that their daughter was a wonderful girl and he regretted the tragedy that befell her, being a father himself. He acknowledged that he couldn't undo what had happened between him and Heather, but nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview after the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this wouldn't be the end and believed that someday Sidney and Tammy would reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere girl who suffered at the hands of the deceitful and cruel Moores. On Heather's birthday, her loved ones organized a campaign at the public park where her car was found. Residents of the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were directed to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and a way to support her family in their quest to find their daughter and learn the truth. To this day, Heather Elvis's body remains unfound. Her family continues to post missing person announcements every year on her birthday, hoping to attract attention and keep her memory, as well as that of others who have vanished alive. She could not find peace until she learns what happened to her daughter. She still hopes that her persistence will help uncover the truth, and that someday someone will tell them what really happened to Heather. Story 6. The incident that occurred in the summer of 2012 in Millville, Pennsylvania, USA captured the attention of not only the local community, but also the entire state for a long time. Many probably still recall the tragic demise of 46-year-old Frank Spencer. What is most shocking is not just that a vibrant man died in the prime of his life, but the dreadful and absurd circumstances of his passing. As a result of the events that unfolded in the family of an auto parts dealer, one person lost his life, his ex-wife ended up in prison, and her father is on the run. This story illustrates how, in a blink of an eye, a close person can become the most alien and hostile. Meeting Frank. Frank was born on November 10, 1965. To Cyrus and Madeline Spencer in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. From a young age, he was fond of active games and sports, which gave him a robust physique and spirit. In high school, he was recognized as an outstanding member of the wrestling team. The young man had a curious mind and dreamed of continuing the family business. Therefore, after graduating from high school in 1984, he enrolled in a local university. He successfully completed his course of study in 1988, and after his father's death, he became the owner of Spencer's Auto Parts and Used Cars, the Beloved. A significant event occurred in the young man's life in 1997. Fate brought Maria Sanuti and Frank Spencer together. They were immediately drawn to each other. The woman was noted for her fiery temperament and bold character. Her excessive emotionality was captivating. Frank's friend, Paul Siciliano, remembered that his buddy always liked the wild one. There was something wild about him too, so when they met they had fun, he recalled. However, not everyone was pleased with the relationship, especially the lovers' parents. Rumor has it that Anthony Rocco Franklin, Maria's father, was associated with a gang and even had a reputation as a hired criminal. He took an immediate dislike to his daughter's suitor. For some time, he even tried to obstruct their union. The Spencer family was also not thrilled with Frank's choice. For this reason, the couple eloped and rented an apartment away from their families. To maintain contact with the young people, their families were forced to accept their feelings family life. Soon, Maria and Frank got married. After some time, they had children, first a boy and then a girl. After that, the family moved into a new home. During this time, Frank owned the auto parts business and sponsored racing cars. He worked hard to provide everything necessary for his family. For the head of the household, his children became a top priority and motivation in life. Initially, Maria tried to manage the children and household chores. However, later, despite her law degree, she began coaching her daughter's soccer team. According to friends, unlike her husband, she was not as warm to the marriage. She seemed all over the place and a bit out of this world. Domestic chores and responsibilities did not interest her. What really worried her was money. She greatly enjoyed spending what Frank earned. But what was more striking was her coldness towards the children. Gradually, Mrs. Spencer's behavior led to problems in the marriage. He felt that, having become a mother, she should have matured and thought of others. However, Maria did not change. In 2006, the man initiated a divorce. He was finally tired of the constant scandals and inappropriate behavior of his wife. Sometimes she behaved so unreasonably that Frank feared for the children's health. At that time, the idea of divorce seemed to be the only correct solution. After deciding to separate, the relationship between the former spouses became even more strained. The confrontation. Spencer wanted to keep the children with him. He didn't trust his ex-wife and was convinced that she couldn't properly care for them. Not everyone in his circle agreed with his stance. For example, his friend Ron asserted that for the children's normal development, both parents were necessary. He strongly recommended that his friend negotiate with Maria and share custody equally. Apparently, Frank knew more than his friends did, so he continued to insist on sole custody. In retaliation, the woman did the same. Moreover, she was counting on substantial child support payments. This conflict intensified over time. More than once, due to his ex-wife's erratic behavior, the man had to call the police. The woman would attack him and the children. However, not everyone believed this. In 2008, an incident occurred that confirmed the main character's words. Following a scuffle with her former mother-in-law, Maria was arrested near her child's school. The issue was that she came to pick up the girl, but Frank's mother tried to stop her. It turned out that the woman's decision was justified since they had another arrangement that day. But at the last minute, Maria decided to change it. After the fight, she took the child and put her in the car, but forgot to buckle her up. On the way, police officers stopped her car and assessed her actions as a threat to the child's life and health. Consequently, Maria began having problems. She was charged with disorderly conduct. Additionally, Frank accused his ex-wife of stalking him. He claimed that she had repeatedly followed him. For this reason, she was charged with another crime. However, the prosecution could not prove a threat to the child's life. Therefore, the authorities agreed to drop the charge in exchange for her guilty plea to disorderly conduct and stalking. Ultimately, Maria admitted her guilt and was fined $600. But even this event did not make the woman reconsider her behavior. The opposite occurred. The ex-wife became more embittered. After this case, Frank's acquaintances and relatives increasingly heard complaints from him. He reported that Maria had escalated to threats, and her stalking continued. Later, some of Mrs. Spencer's colleagues confessed that she had repeatedly said how much she hated Frank and was ready to end his life. Because of this, one of her co-workers jokingly nicknamed her the Black Widow. At the same time, the man tried to keep calm and smooth over the rough edges. He repeatedly tried to talk to his former beloved, but she did not cease. The hero of the story even began documenting all conflicts. He did not want to cause her legal trouble, but he did it in case something bad happened. He just wanted to live and work in peace, but Maria clearly went too far. Escalation of the situation. The Spencers' divorce process seemed endless. All this time the children were with their mother. Frank tried not to despair and eventually met a woman named Julie Dent. Soon the pursuer learned about her ex-husband's new relationship. According to her words, she didn't care that Frank was dating Julie. What bothered her most was that the rival had found a connection with the children. However, the man thought otherwise. He knew that the cause of all the troubles was his ex-wife's intense jealousy. After this event, Maria became completely enraged. In February 2009, she sent a voice message to Julie warning her not to come near her children. However, the situation truly escalated when the main character's father-in-law was released from prison. After 5 years of incarceration for fraud, the criminal's reputation had only worsened. For Frank, This meant more trouble, since he knew the fierce temperament of his former relative well. Many believed that Maria had inherited her character from her father. At this time, Spencer's circle noted that he had become pensive and worried, and not without reason, the first crime. After Rocco's release, a robbery occurred at Frank's office. The next day, Maria called her ex-husband and mentioned that she found a trash bag with interesting contents on her porch. Frank understood what she was referring to and advised her to return what was taken. Additionally, he reported the break-in to the police. However, proving anyone's involvement in the incident was unsuccessful. According to detectives, no traces of the perpetrators were found. Nevertheless, everyone understood Maria and her father's interest in committing the crime. The investigation also considered the ex-wife as a suspect. Ultimately, the case investigation was discontinued. At the same time, thanks to the efforts of law enforcement, Maria handed over the acquired documents to the owner. Most likely, they simply contained nothing substantial that could be used in court. Thus, Maria was able to get the evidence she needed. The lack of evidence was perceived by Spencer's pursuers as a license for impunity. The situation continued to escalate. The limit of patience. Subsequently, threats from the former beloved followed on social media. She was still discontent that the children were communicating with Julie. Unlike her, the new partner was calm and balanced. She enjoyed spending time with her beloved and his kids. She tried not to interfere in the complicated relationships of the former spouses. However, she was extremely outraged that in her quest for revenge, Maria forgot about her parental responsibilities. The disputes continued until 2010. At that time, Frank's patience reached its breaking point. The man could not stand it any longer and turned to law enforcement. He asked the police officers to assess the behavior of his ex-wife and provided their correspondence. It clearly contained veiled threats. However, Maria claimed that this was just her way of communicating and that she meant nothing reprehensible by it. Once again, it was not possible to prove the woman's guilt since her warnings sounded vague. Unfortunately, this time too, the pursuer remained unpunished. Fires. In January 2010, another misfortune awaited the man. The couple planned to go on a romantic trip to the Caribbean islands. By strange coincidence, on the night before the trip, a fire broke out at Frank's mother's house. Fortunately, no one was harmed. However, all property was destroyed by fire and smoke. Witnesses claimed that a car, driven by Maria and accompanied by neighbors and acquaintances, pulled up to the house. The woman behind the wheel watched the scene with a smile before driving away. After the fire service extinguished the flame, a dog belonging to one of Frank's children was found among the ashes. Tragically, it did not survive that fateful night. Spencer was forced to call the police again. No one believed the fire was an accident. This time, Maria's actions had gone too far. It was clear she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Nevertheless, no evidence of deliberate arson was found, as it likely was destroyed by the fire. Thus, the fire was deemed an accident. After this, the frenzied woman sent Frank a message in which she subtly gloated, writing about how karma had caught up with him, and for her ruined life, he might face yet more repercussions. Later, the pursuer began sending similar messages to Julie. With the police's inaction, Maria's audacity grew. She became so emboldened that she could afford public threats against her ex and his new partner. A few months later, a fire occurred at Julie's. This time the situation could have been much worse. She was home when the fire started. She managed to escape by jumping off the porch roof. Miraculously, she was unharmed, which could not be said for her home. It was not completely destroyed, but was rendered uninhabitable. Consequently, Frank invited his beloved to move in with him. Naturally, the young couple feared this would only anger his ex further, but they had no other option. The cause of the fire was being investigated. The similar modus operandi made it clear whose handiwork it was. Since the woman's home was in a different county, the couple hoped for an impartial police investigation. However, even this time, they were of no help. Due to the lack of evidence, the fire could again be dismissed as a bizarre accident. Nevertheless, Julie was determined and appealed to higher authorities. This moved the investigation forward. Unexpectedly, flares were found in the applicant's backyard. One was damaged and lay nearby in the grass. Detectives also found another similar one, which apparently had caused the fire. Additionally, experts determined that the steps on the home's terrace had been doused with a flammable mixture. Eventually, after all inspections and expertise, arson was recognized as the cause of the fire. As before, no perpetrator was identified. Due to the lack of direct evidence, the potential criminals again evaded punishment. A cold summer, 2012. In June 2012, Frank and Julie decided to break up. In reality, it was a cunning plan to briefly lull Maria's vigilance, then followed the final breakup of the Spencers. Unfortunately, the long-awaited peace did not come. Just a few weeks later, Frank was found deceased. On July 3rd, Joe, a friend of the main character, decided to visit his friend. There had been no word from him lately, which surprised no one. The man had recently gone through a divorce and wanted some solitude. However, there was urgent business. The friends had spent many years karting with their children. Their team was in the midst of a big series they hoped to win. But unexpected breakdowns could ruin the desired result. Since Frank was not responding to phone calls, Joe decided to visit him personally. Arriving at the cottage, the man grew anxious. The front door was slightly ajar, and there were stains near the threshold. His fears were confirmed as soon as he entered the house. His friend lay on the floor, lifeless. Frank's face was so serene, it seemed as though he had finally found the peace he desired. The man circled the body and noticed dried blood in the ear. Without hesitation, the accidental witness called emergency services. When the news of the incident spread around the district, everyone knew who was behind such a monstrous crime. Nevertheless, it was up to the detectives to sort everything out on their own. Investigation. Experts who arrived at the scene found large pools of blood and several extensive drag marks. Additionally, a clear shoe print was discovered on the floor, and bloodied gloves were found in the kitchen. These physical pieces of evidence were sent for analysis. Subsequent investigation revealed that the bloody shoe print matched the model and size worn by Rocco, Maria's father. Furthermore, skin particles from Frank's ex-wife were found inside the examined glove. It was known that the woman had not lived with the deceased for over a year, so they could not have been left in the house by chance. All evidence pointed to the involvement of both in the crime committed. Soon, the suspects were detained. Autopsy and ballistics analysis determined that Frank Spencer had been shot with two different types of weapons. The first bullet was fired from a .30 caliber sniper rifle as he stood by the front door. The bullet passed through his hand and penetrated his chest, striking a vital artery. The shot was fatal. However, the attackers did not stop there. They dragged the poor man inside, where a final, controlling shot was fired into his head with a .357 Magnum revolver. By that time, the man was already deceased. Therefore, the final shot was seen as an act of revenge. It was clear that the shooter harbored hatred toward his victim. Consequently, police speculated that Rocco fired from the rifle while Maria finished what was started. Additionally, it was discovered that alongside the crime, Frank's car and dog were missing from the house, exposing Rocco and Maria. By reviewing traffic cameras, Spencer's car was spotted on a federal highway, moving away from the victim's house shortly after the crime. Unfortunately, it was not possible to identify the driver. Eventually, the vehicle was found in Sunbury, Pennsylvania, 27 miles from Frank's home and 5 miles from Maria's residence. However, no fingerprints or other evidence were discovered inside the car. Regarding the victim's dog, it was found 2 days after the incident, having wandered into a wedding in Dauphin. Attendees immediately realized that the well-groomed Weimaraner had an owner. Thanks to a microchip, the dog was returned to Spencer's mother. It turned out that Frank had gotten a new pet for his children after the fire. This fortunate discovery helped clarify some aspects and effectively exposed the crime. According to the investigation, the criminals took the dog when they fled the scene. On their way home, Rocco stopped, and during this time, attracted by nearby food smells, the dog managed to escape. It ended up at a house where a wedding ceremony was taking place. This allowed detectives to prove that Rocco's phone pinged near the celebration site on the day of the crime, while his residence in Harrisburg was 12 miles away, contradicting his assertion that he was at home. Likely it was Maria's idea to take the dog to the children, but this decision proved to be a mistake. During questioning, Rocco admitted that his son-in-law had repeatedly asked him for help and had visited him the day before his death, which explains the traces found at the crime scene. However, Rocco could not explain the presence of a blood pool. His statements sounded insincere, and no one could confirm whether the men got along well or otherwise. Rocco also confessed that Frank had given him the vehicle to use that same day, apparently to justify his fingerprints in the victim's home. By doing so, he essentially admitted to being at the crime scene the day before. Searches were organized at the homes of Rocco and his daughter to find the crime weapons, but the seasoned criminal knew how to dispose of firearms, so neither the rifle nor the revolver was found. Ultimately, it would not have been difficult for him to dispose of the crime weapon. Maria also refused to admit her guilt. She insisted that the glove ended up in her ex's house by accident, possibly moved by the children on one of the days. In the end, the suspects were released home. However, detectives did not close the case and continued to gather necessary evidence. Meanwhile, Frank's friend, Derek Reed, managed to talk to the former friend during a school football match. During their conversation, Maria confessed that the last thing her husband saw before his death was her face. Her statement sounded odd. The investigation received heightened attention from the state's attorney general, who was extremely upset with the authorities' indifference to Frank's reports and statements. Moreover, the police received numerous complaints about their incompetence. An internal investigation was unavoidable. Unfortunately, it was not possible to prove the officers' negligent attitude towards their duty. According to the police, much information provided by Spencer lacked solid evidence, and the only person who could confirm or refute the officers' words was deceased. The public and the victims' relatives were extremely outraged that their petitions yielded no results. Meanwhile, investigators tried to prove the suspect's guilt not only in the crime, but also in stalking and other offenses committed earlier. In 2013, a major interrogation was organized. At the same time, Maria and Rocco continued to claim their innocence, denying all 12 charges against them. Their unwillingness to cooperate with the investigation led to accusations of providing false testimony. Prosecutors believed that the suspects arrived at Spencer's house together. They chose not to use their own transport to avoid drawing attention. Thus they fled the scene in the victim's car. In late 2014, Maria was arrested again. By this time, Rocco had managed to flee. After the last interrogation, he boarded a plane and flew to Colombia. The investigation interpreted the man's behavior as flight and proof of guilt. For 11 months, the criminal was elusive. Eventually, he was apprehended in Buenos Aires, Argentina, after being arrested by local police and fighting extradition to the U.S., however. The criminal's efforts were in vain, and he was sent back to his home country. Justice. In the fall of 2015, Maria's trial took place. She continued to deny her guilt and shifted the blame to her father. The accused claimed she loved Frank and never wished for his demise. However, numerous witnesses exposed her true character, recounting long-term threats, stalking, and arson. The trial lasted just over a week. In the end, the jury delivered their verdict. They found her guilty on all counts, including deprivation of life, arson, burglary, providing false statements, conspiracy, and making threats. Mrs. Spencer was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole plus an additional 50 years. Eyewitnesses claimed that Maria smiled constantly during the trial. "I didn't end his life, so I tried to stay optimistic," she explained in a later interview. A few years later, trials began for Rocco. He was extremely displeased with his daughter's accusation. The defendant insisted he was merely helping her, but was against violence. It was Maria who insisted on the crime. However, physical evidence suggested otherwise. Finally, in the fall of 2018, Anthony Franklin was found guilty of deprivation of life, as well as robbery and arson. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole plus an additional 45 years. Upon sentencing, the 77-year-old man blew a kiss to the prosecutor and the lead detective before cursing the judge. Years later, Rocco sought a retrial, claiming his defense attorney had been ineffective, which led to his conviction. Maria also attempted to appeal her case. However, both father and daughter's efforts were fruitless. Every divorce comes with negative consequences. For some, it manifests in financial difficulties and emotional turmoil, leading to changes in social status and lifestyle. Over time, things typically settle into place. For Frank Spencer, however, such a breakup proved fatal. It must be said that the relationship he was in was horrendous. The man had harbored a serpent at his bosom and signed his own death warrant. Story 7. She just went for a walk along a familiar route she knew very well and always came back, but not this time. August 12, 2019 started out completely normal. Teacher's assistant Lindsay Babek was on vacation, and she planned to spend the day with her family. She and her daughter Sarah were shopping in Blackburn in the afternoon. Then they agreed to have a nice family evening over a cup of tea and meet her daughter's human boyfriend. They said goodbye and Lindsay returned home to change and go for her daily work to the woods. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she left the house and never came back. Let's delve into this sudden disappearance and try to figure out why this particular day tragedy happened and who is to blame. The events are set in the town of Blackbourne in the county of Lancashire in northwest England. The town is located in the southern part of the county on the Blackburn River by the Leeds-Liverpool Canal at the junction of 4 railroads and near rich coal mines. Blackburn is renowned for its natural environment and has 4 huge wooded parks. Lindsay separated from her husband Tim Babeck in July 2018, but they continued to live together until March 2019. She then moved to her new home on Burnley Road in Honcote. Lindsay cared for her 2 adult children, Stephen, 20, and Sarah, 17. She worked as an upper-grade teacher's aide at Acton Hill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being surrounded by children. Lindsay was a talented artist who could go the extra mile to create the most amazing props for school productions and plays. On the fateful day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area known as Coppice near her home in the village of Honcote on the outskirts of Accrington and disappeared. At the appointed time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's home, but no one answered the door. Sarah became worried, as it was out of character for her mother to forget a scheduled tea party. She tried several times to contact Lindsay, but no one answered the phone. Sarah then sent her a text message that read, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times." After receiving no response, Sarah sent another text message with a series of question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's house for an hour, Sarah called her father, Tim Babeck, to let him know her mom wasn't home and wasn't answering her phone. Tim took a frightened Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Near midnight, Sarah and Tim headed to Lindsay's house again, but with a set of spare keys. To their dismay, she never showed up. Inside, the house seemed quite ordinary and showed no signs of any incident. There was no note of explanation either. At 12:11 a.m. on the night of August 13th, Tim Babeck contacted police and told the dispatcher my ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. It doesn't look like her. Lindsay Babeck was reported missing. Lindsay's disappearance shook up the community. The people of the small suburb banded together and went out in search of the woman. There were hundreds of people, men and women, grandparents and people walking dogs, teenagers with bicycles, and even moms with strollers. To most, Lindsay was a stranger, but that didn't matter. After days of desperate searches, social media appeals, and posters, people still gathered at Kappa's for 2 consecutive days in the hope of finding a vital clue that could solve the mystery of Lindsay Babeck's disappearance. After several days of fruitless searching, it was clear to everyone that the search was going to be difficult. With each passing day, the chances of finding Lindsay alive dwindled. Detectives classified Lindsay Babeck as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described the disappearance as very uncharacteristic of her. Nevertheless, the search did not stop for a moment. Locals printed thousands of posters to distribute throughout the neighborhood, while a Facebook group associated with the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. A few hours after the police appeal was posted online, the first posters with Lindsay's face on them could be seen all over the neighborhood. Within a couple of days, there wasn't a lamppost, storefront, or traffic light that didn't have a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into the disappearance from the house, as extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire, and drones and helicopters were also deployed to search the area covering Kappa's and the surrounding open countryside for a considerable distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing when she was last seen alive. Walking along Burnley Road at 410 in the afternoon towards Kappa's, she was wearing a purple jacket and dark sneakers with white soles. A week had passed since her disappearance on August 19th, and with each passing day, there was less and less hope of finding Lindsay Babeck alive. Police are still no closer to the whereabouts of the mother of 2, but emphasize that there was no evidence that she was the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search for Lindsay continued. Hundreds of local residents took part in the first mass public search of Coppice after a rallying call was made on social media. Things moved when a local resident's dog ran into a wooded area in Accrington Cemetery. He yelled and called her name several times, but the dog didn't respond. The dog hid its head in the bushes, sniffing and trying to dig for something. The dog's owner walked over to him, stood next to him, was horrified to find that there was something very soft under his feet. He was frightened and bounced back. Then he smelled a horrible odor, and flies were swirling around. A plastic bag and something that looked like a foot were visible from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Bebeck disappeared, her body was found under the most horrific circumstances, buried in a cemetery. The naked body, wrapped in two clear plastic mixed with earth and grass, was placed across a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Bebeck was considered complete. A murder investigation was officially launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter, after conducting an autopsy, determined that death was due to a broken neck. The trauma was inflicted with such force that the entire larynx had crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or knee. An attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death was also determined, possibly with a saw, as time marks were found. A large laceration was found on the leg, which had been cut down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay suffered were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also reported that due to the poor condition of the body, it was quite difficult to determine the victim's injuries. But she did not rule out any sexual activity on the day of her disappearance, which could not be ascertained, due to the level of decomposition of the body. Prior to the discovery of Lindsay's body, members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie garbage can abandoned in bushes nearby. However, at this stage of the investigation, no one was yet aware of the significance of the tank. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. August 20th also found the same dumpster with a dark stain on the outside and thought it might be blood. After taking pictures of the dumpster, they called the police. 2 police officers arrived on the scene to inspect it and found a brown mark that they thought was dirt. The police said the dumpster looked brand new, and there was no evidence at the time to link it to Lindsay's disappearance. Therefore, it was left in place. There were other important clues found in the cemetery that were not immediately accepted. For example, local resident Christine Alderson discovered a bloody cloth on the grass at the cemetery on August 18th while she and her daughter were walking their dogs. She said the blood on the cloth was fresh and red, but thought it might have belonged to a homeless man who frequented the area. Another woman who walks dogs, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cardle Hill Trail that was probably Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, presumably a child's, but heard no struggle, yelling or screaming. On August 25th, investigators revisited the crime scene and found a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave that had several traces of blood. The evidence was taken to forensic testing, and it came back positive. The gloves contained the perpetrator's DNA on the inside surfaces, and Lindsay's DNA was found on the outside surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers sneakers, which had been cut along the sole, were also found in a blue plastic bag discarded in the cemetery. Examination of other evidence revealed that Lindsay's body was wrapped in some kind of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the sheeting was found foliage and grass that was not in the cemetery ground. This led investigators to believe that the body had been moved from another location. That's when detectives remembered a blue trash can that had repeatedly caught the attention of volunteers. Police officers studying the CCTV footage soon made a startling discovery that left the investigation team baffled. Several images showed a young man pulling a blue wheelie garbage can in the Burley Road over the next few days. A CCTV camera captured a certain guy returning to the cemetery 4 times. Thanks to that footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young guy carrying a trash can down the street, possibly with Lindsay's body, became a sensation. The video was shown on the news with a plea for help identifying the man, and it worked. The boy was identified by shocked teachers and parents. The teen surrendered to police the same day. His name was withheld until sentencing due to his age. He was only 16 years old at the time of the crime. The boy in the videotape turned out to be local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winning Hill Road in Accrington. It had been the Price family home for about 3 decades. The young lad had an impressive array of mental health abnormalities. Rocky had suffered from autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity since childhood. His low IQ created additional learning and communication challenges. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week and was described by teachers as a very quiet and non-speaking student. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and his own emotional well-being. He had pronounced impairments in understanding the connections between events and emotions. Another 2016 report described Price as unresponsive to strangers and in constant need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said they were always looking for ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred practical things to academic subjects. Even when it came to a topic that interested him, teachers described Rocky Price as quite strong physically and tough for his age. He went to the gym regularly, liked to tend to the chickens on the family farm, and loved watching movies and playing Xbox. The guy lived in his own world and wasn't always aware of his actions. So what drove him to attack Lindsay Babette? Nothing at all. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time when Rocky Price was hunting lonely women. He was looking for a woman to kill, and he didn't care who it was. This was a completely random murder at the hands of a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally stood trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury after an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison, Weatherby Price, 17, did not react in any way when the judge read out the verdict. There was also no reaction from his parents in court. He pleaded guilty to helping dispose of Lindsay's body, but claimed he played no part in her death. Rocky Price claimed he was approached by a male stranger and asked to assist in the burial of the woman for a fee. In a prepared statement, he admitted moving the garbage can and burying the body, but said he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington revealed plastic bags that were identical to those at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing was also analyzed and matched the one he was wearing on surveillance cameras on August 12, 16 and 17. Defense attorney Mark Fenhals told jurors that Price did a horrible and heinous act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but he was not her killer. Despite the abundance of evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the crime, but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price, through his attorney, prepared a statement to explain his movements between Coppice, where police believed Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was found. But the prosecutor affirmatively stated that Rocky Price acted completely alone. The motive for the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of two was never revealed, as the perpetrator did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released when the parole board decides he is not a danger. The judge said the attack was swift and brutal. There was no doubt the defendant sprung with the intent to kill a woman who was walking by. Just minutes before Lindsay's incident, Zoe Braithwaite had managed to get away from a hooded teenager with her hands in her pockets, walking alone on a parallel path. Her sixth sense kicked in, and the woman was instantly wary. Zoe was confused by the guy's appearance. He looked out of place for a walk in the woods for this time of year, and then ran away. That probably saved the woman. If it hadn't been her, it could have been someone else. And it was Lindsay. This was a premeditated attack. After missing one woman, he didn't back off his plan to attack another lone woman. His actions after the crime clearly showed that he had the ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was much better at practical tasks than academic subjects. He used this ability to hide his body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Coppice on the evening of August 12th. The first incident occurred at 6:55 p.m. when he was seen on CCTV cameras carrying a black rucksack. Possibly in it, he was carrying a found saw to dismember Lindsay's body. The next incident occurred at 8:28 p.m. when dog walker Anthony Deworst was seen pulling out an already empty garbage can. This is the same spot where his grandfather, who bears his name, and other family members are buried. Without panic or excitement, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it in a blue garbage can, like a piece of trash, and then burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery, wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie, and then dragging her to the cemetery. Finding a quiet and secluded spot near the railroad line, he spent over an hour burying her body before leaving a saw, gloves, and a trash can at the scene. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is particularly horrifying to all right-thinking members of society. The random nature of the attack suggests that the accused poses a very real danger to the members of the public. The stalking of another woman before he killed Lindsay Bubeck demonstrates that his crime was not caused by a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty of the crime, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and picture to be made public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity was kept secret during the first and second trials. The jury was told many important details about Price, but they could not be fully disclosed because of his young age. The judge rescinded the disclosure of the restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot in any way excuse or even explain his actions. After all, it is quite obvious that he realized that it was terribly wrong to kill, but did it anyway. They instill fear in society. However, the main question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young guy needed to kill a strange woman, and for what? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, but he didn't answer it. Perhaps if it wasn't Lindsay Bubeck, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church in Hapdan on September 20th. More than 200 mourners gathered at the church as police stopped traffic on Manchester Road, while Lindsay's coffin with her body covered in flowers was carried into the church. Dozens of flowers from friends and family, and from strangers whose hearts were touched by Lindsay's story, were left at the scene. Sarah described her mom as a very optimistic and positive woman. Lindsay was making plans for the future. She was planning a trip to Glasgow with her friend Sharon. She dreamed of finding love on the Match.com dating site. Lindsay Bubeck planned a long and happy life for herself and looked forward to the future with optimism. But all those dreams were interrupted one sunny summer day. Lindsay Bubeck's family and the detectives who investigated the crime welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said no court verdict could ever bring Lindsay back, or spare her family and loved ones the grief of loss. In front of the courthouse, after the verdict was announced, members of the defendant's family wore t-shirts that read, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." The back of the t-shirts read, "The killer is still at large." Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a man's life, to feel what it's like to watch someone die, and most likely in any form. It's an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by problems with social interaction, motor, and behavioral stereotypes. In translation, the word autism means a person who has gone into himself or a person within himself. Autism is still an understudied developmental disorder that can occur due to genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The exact cause is not fully understood. Punishment most likely fits the crime, even if Rocky Price just buried Lindsay's mutilated body. Story 8. Not a paradise. Our world is full of wonderful places to relax, to get away from the hustle and bustle of daily life. Each of you has taken a break. For some, a trip to a lakeside with tents and barbecues is enough, while others prefer to spend their free time in more exotic ways, traveling to distant countries, anticipating exciting adventures and discoveries. Many look forward to their journey. However, in unfamiliar territories, the carefree tourist may encounter unexpected troubles and even dangers. For some, such leisure could end fatally. Despite its obviousness, the story we are going to discuss is shocking in its impunity and leniency. It's hard to believe, but when confronted with a crime, law enforcement did not bother to work out the theory. The investigation was effectively conducted by the victim's parents, journalists, and a private detective. Gathering information about the disappearance of 18-year-old Natalie Holloway was a painstaking process. Today, together with you, we will try to understand where the young woman disappeared to, who was suspected in her disappearance, and whether it was possible to punish the potential criminal Aruba, an island located in the southern Caribbean Sea near the shores of Venezuela, and mainly thrives on tourism. The main attractions here include diving, windsurfing, and underwater tours of the coral reef. The local recreation areas are known for their sand, which does not burn the feet even in the hottest weather. The local inhabitants, pink flamingos, enjoy wandering near the water in full view of the amazed public. It truly is a paradise. Unsurprisingly, it attracted a group of young people, graduates from Mountain Brook High on May 26, 2005. 124 students accompanied by 7 chaperones traveled to the island to celebrate the start of their adult lives. Since all were already 18 years old, the chaperones only nominally maintained order and discipline. It was well understood that the students had come to relax and have fun. The future college students stayed in cozy rooms at the Holiday Inn. They had access to beaches, palm trees, restaurants, and local entertainment venues. They fully enjoyed themselves, swimming in the ocean, sunbathing on the beach, dancing until dawn. Naturally, the fun was accompanied by alcoholic beverages and gambling. Thus, the youth spent 5 unforgettable days in Aruba. On May 30th, the day of their return, the only one who did not arrive at the national airport was Natalie Holloway. In the first hours, everyone searched for her. However, she was nowhere to be found. Her mother, Elizabeth Twitty, was the first to raise the alarm. She called one of the chaperones and reported that she could not get in touch with her daughter. Later, the woman recalled that at that moment, her heart sensed something was wrong. Her daughter was obedient and always stayed in touch. Moreover, she was very punctual. Therefore, her delay was a bad sign. Natalie's mother and stepfather decided to fly to Aruba immediately to search for her. Upon arriving in Aruba, Elizabeth was able to find out much more information than the police did. The police seemed in no rush to start searching and ignored the worried mother's message. After all, cases like this are not rare and authorities took it lightly. They stated that people often miss their planes or liners. Typically, they are found in a bar drinking Caribbean rum or in bed with a new acquaintance. Mrs. Twitty last heard that Natalie was seen on May 30th around 1:30 a.m. She left the bar accompanied by Joran van der Sloot. The pair got into a car where 2 other young men were present and drove away. After that, she was not seen again. During the vacation, her daughter's group often frequented the Carlson Charlie's nightclub and the associated casino. Known for their bad reputation, these establishments were quite popular. It was there that Natalie met local regular, 17-year-old Iran, who offered her a drink. Afterwards, he invited her to see the lighthouse and the sharks living near it. She agreed. As they left the club, a silver Honda car with the Calpo brothers inside was waiting for them. For hours later, Elizabeth contacted the police again. This time, she had information that raised concern. After that, the trio was detained. Initially, van der Sloot denied knowing Natalie, but later admitted he had indeed left the bar with her. According to him, they drove around for a bit, visited the beach, and later dropped her off near the hotel. The 18-year-old Deepak and 21-year-old Satish Kalpo confirmed their friend's account. It is worth noting, the young men were interrogated together, which seemed quite unprofessional from the law enforcement side. Later, their statements were repeatedly changed. Natalie was born on October 21st, 1986, in Clinton, Mississippi. She was the eldest child of Elizabeth and David Edward Holloway. Her father worked as an insurance agent, while her mother was a speech therapist. The parents loved each other dearly and had been together since their youth. But domestic life eventually took its toll on their marriage, and after 13 years, the couple divorced. Following the divorce, Natalie and her brother Matthew stayed with their mother. Despite this, Mr. Holloway did not lose contact with his family, supporting them emotionally and financially. In 2000, Elizabeth remarried to a businessman from Alabama named George Twitty, which brought Natalie to Mountain Brook. The move was smooth and painless. The children still saw their father frequently, visiting him during holidays. Natalie was very sociable, which made it easy for her to make new friends. Her family was quite devout. They spent every Sunday in church. This deeply influenced Natalie's upbringing. Relatives remembered her as very kind and modest. She didn't attend parties or go on dates, even though she was quite popular. Her beauty was striking and her smile radiant. At the same time, the young lady was an excellent student, engaged in dance, and participated in various clubs. She dreamed of pursuing a career in medicine, and had chosen a local university where she hoped to receive a substantial scholarship. As can be seen, she had promising life prospects. At the time, she was especially excited about an upcoming trip. Although her parents were reluctant to let her go, she managed to persuade them. Unfortunately, what was meant to signify a new beginning for Natalie turned out to be the end of her life. Much less get into a car and go somewhere with him. It appeared that something had been slipped into her cocktail, clouding her judgment. Surveillance footage from the bar confirmed the mother's suspicion. On the night of May 29th to 30th, Natalie was sober enough. She was dancing and socializing, and her behavior was neither provocative nor compromising. However, after drinking a beverage offered by Iran, her gait and facial expression changed, suggesting she was indeed under the influence of some substance. The young woman's mother also spoke with the staff of Carlos and Charlie. Employees spoke well of the young woman, which could not be said for van der Sloot. He was a person of interest. During his leisure time, he often behaved poorly, indulged in gambling, and consumed forbidden substances. At one of the hotels, he and his friends rented a room where they frequently invited foreign women. Uran secretly recorded on video and uploaded to the internet. Nonetheless, he was never held accountable for this. None of the charges against him ever went to court, and here's why. It turned out that Paulus van der Sloot, the young man's father, was a well-known lawyer aiming for a judgeship. Apparently, not only tourism, but also corruption thrived in Aruba. The outrageous incident caught the attention of not only the local community, but also American correspondents. Many news channels reported the incident, and some continued to monitor developments. Fearing a global scandal, the island authorities began extensive searches for the missing young woman. Alongside volunteers, divers and specially trained dogs were deployed. To expand the search area, the government even declared a public holiday for civil servants. Additionally, 50 Marines thoroughly combed the coastline. An airplane equipped with a thermal imaging camera scanned over 40 kilometers of terrain. The search for the young woman continued relentlessly, but Natalie seemed to have vanished. Soon after, David Holloway arrived in Aruba. He joined the investigation led by his ex-wife and journalists. Public pressure gradually increased. Moreover, it was discovered that the hotel's surveillance cameras did not capture the suspect's car on May 30th. There was no footage of the young woman entering the building, indicating that Joran and the Kalpo brothers' statements were false. The police called them in for questioning again. This time, the younger van der Sloot unexpectedly remembered that he had dropped the young woman off not near the hotel, but a bit before reaching it, at a place without surveillance. He also added that he noticed a figure in black moving toward Natalie, apparently one of the Holiday and security guards. On June 5th, the hotel security staff, who were on duty that unfortunate night, detained. Investigators believed they might have intercepted the young woman along her way. On June 9th, detectives finally arrested the suspicious trio. Sharing a cell with the Kalpo brothers, one of the security guards learned a crucial detail. Satish confessed to him that he and Deepak had lied to cover for their friend. In reality, they had left Uran alone with Natalie on the beach and had left themselves. The security guards were released home on June 13th. On June 17th, another suspect was detained, Steve Gregory Cruz, a DJ who handled music at yacht parties. Somehow, the police suspected his involvement in the young woman's disappearance. On June 22nd, Paulus van der Sloot was also brought in for questioning and was detained that same day. However, by June 26th, he was released along with Steve Cruz due to insufficient evidence. Uran offered a third explanation of the event. Learning that the Kalpo brothers had told their version, he tried to shift the blame onto them. He reported that he had parted with Natalie near his home, and she had left with the brothers. However, his story was not taken seriously. In defense of Satish and Deepak, a lawyer provided a rebuttal. As a result, on July 4th, after a brief trial, the Kalpo brothers were released. The custody period for Joran van der Sloot was extended by another 2 months. All leads pointed to him, yet the police seemed blind. Little is known about the young man. Joran van der Sloot was born on August 6, 1987, in Arnhem, Netherlands. His father, Paulus van der Sloot, was a lawyer, and his mother, Anita van der Sloot-Hugen, was an art teacher. Joran was one of 3 brothers in a large family. In 1990, the family moved to the island. From childhood, the boy was a good student and even excelled at the International School of Aruba. As he grew up, he became interested in soccer and tennis, even achieving some success in sports. He planned to attend St. Leo University in Florida in the future. He was closer to his father during his childhood, while his mother considered him an incorrigible liar, which resulted in a strained relationship between them, and was very disappointed that she could not instill them in Uran. She also remembered that he grew up rebellious and often ran away from home. Over time, he fell in with a bad crowd and developed a penchant for gambling. However, he appeared differently in front of friends. He presented himself as cool and fearless. Even one of Natalie's friends mentioned that Uran made a good impression when they met. At first glance, he did not arouse suspicion, which is why Natalie was easily left alone. Locals were wary of the young man. They believed such permissiveness would not lead to anything good. Yet, he was popular with the girls, which he often took advantage of. Overall, the young man elicited mixed opinions from different people. While the investigation into the suspects was ongoing, the search for Natalie continued. U.S. authorities got involved. They couldn't directly conduct their own investigation, but closely monitored the progress and provided substantial financial support to help find the American citizen. The Aruban authorities were not fond of the scrutiny, but were willing to accept the funding. The Holloway family was desperate. In hopes of finding their daughter alive, they announced a monetary reward. Initially, the amount was $50,000. As hope dwindled, the reward increased to $1 million. Additionally, $100,000 was offered for information leading to the location of her remains, which later increased to $250,000. Investigation hit several dead ends. However, after the reward announcement, new witnesses emerged. One claimed to have seen Uran with the Calpo brothers at a local night spot between 2:30 and 3 a.m. Another witness claimed to have seen several suspicious men hiding a woman's body at a dump on the afternoon of May 30th. Yet these statements led the investigation astray. After numerous checks, their claims were not corroborated. On August 26th, the police once again detained the Calpo brothers and another young man. However, these actions were unrelated to the case. The arrest of these young men was more about intimidation and an attempt to get them to talk. Ultimately, on September 3, 2005, all four were released on bail. A week and a half later, the court removed all restrictions and prohibitions, as none provided any substantial leads to the investigation. Joran van der Sloot spent about 3 months in custody. Once free, he reveled in the notoriety. Most would shy away from the heightened public interest, but Joran eagerly gave interviews and appeared on TV shows. According to his accounts, after meeting Natalie Holloway, she behaved flirtatiously. He claimed she offered intimacy, but he declined due to lack of contraception. On one show, the host asked, "Why should we believe you?" In response, Joran threw a glass at the interviewer, showcasing his impulsiveness and aggression to the world. It seemed very possible that Natalie could have been the victim of such an uncontrollable burst of anger. The journalist, who was the target of Uran's glass, harbored a grudge and did not forgive his rude behavior. With his help, a bug was placed in one of Uran's friend's cars. Eventually, intriguing information was obtained. The younger van der Sloot confessed to witnessing Natalie's death. He claimed they had indeed been intimate on the beach, but afterwards something happened to her. She started shaking and lost consciousness. He tried to revive her, even performed CPR, but sadly she passed away without regaining consciousness. Consequently, Uran and a friend took her body out to sea and disposed of it. It was a sensational confession, yet once again he managed to evade the consequences. He quickly recalibrated. Joran contacted another show's organizers and issued a denial, explaining that he had only told his friend what he wanted to hear. In April 2007, van der Sloot released a book titled The Case of Natalie Holloway, my own account of her disappearance in Aruba, co-written with a Dutch journalist. In the 351-page book, he presented his perspective on the situation and apologized to the missing girl's family. In his narrative, he continued to assert his stance. By this time, the investigation and official search efforts had nearly ceased. In 2008, Aruban authorities announced 2 new witnesses in the case. The first witness reported seeing Uran and his father around 4 a.m. on May 30th, 2005, on the beach near the Holiday Inn. The younger van der Sloot appeared disheveled, shirtless, wearing wet pants and one shoe. According to the observer, the young man ran toward a snack bar, but just 10 minutes later, the father and son were seen arguing in a car before driving away together. The witness's statement was checked, and Paulus van der Sloot had an alibi for the night of Natalie's disappearance. The second piece of information came from Joran's former girlfriend. She recalled that he once offhandedly remarked, "Someone who could easily dispose of another person's body." However, this was hardly a solid lead, as the young man was known for his lies and exaggerations. Amid these developments, Uran and the Calpo brothers were detained a few more times, but were eventually released after each questioning. Seeing no breakthrough in the investigation, the Holloway family hired a private investigator, Tim Miller, who, along with Natalie's father, interviewed local residents and searched the entire landfill during this time. They discovered numerous oversights by the island's police, including failure to interview Natalie's classmates or even her hotel room neighbors. It was later discovered that someone used Natalie's electronic room key several times on the night of her disappearance. It was also unusual that she had left behind her mobile phone, a rare and expensive item, back in 2005. A male DNA was found on her toothbrush after examining her personal belongings. Mr. Miller's involvement proved that the Arabian authorities had been negligent in their investigation. Paulus van der Sloot never achieved his ambition to become a judge. He succumbed to the immense shame and stress and died from a heart attack in February 2010. After burying his father, Uran took another appalling step. He contacted Mr. Holloway, offering to reveal the truth for a reward of $250,000. As a desire to help and ease his conscience, the family clung to this new opportunity. Subsequently, the family's lawyer, John Kelly, met with Joran in Aruba. To ensure the meeting, they paid him an advance of $25,000. When asked by the lawyer what would happen if they didn't pay, Joran responded, "You could wait another 5 years." After receiving the payment, van der Sloot provided a new version of events and showed, according to him, Natalie did not want intimacy and desperately resisted. Enraged, he pushed her hard. She lost her balance, fell, and her head struck a rock, causing her to lose consciousness. He then buried her body in a building foundation. Armed with this new information, Elizabeth Twitty contacted the police. Checking his claims was straightforward. The house Uran pointed to had long been built, and its foundation was fully set at the time of Natalie's disappearance. Consequently, the Arabian police stated that his testimony was not enough to warrant an arrest. Everyone concluded that this was just another lie from van der Sloot. After obtaining the money, the fraudster fled to Peru. However, the story does not end there. Unfortunately, the consequences did not catch up with him immediately. On June 1, 2010, in a hotel room in Lima, Peru, the body of 21-year-old Stephanie Tatiana Flores Ramirez was discovered. She had been severely beaten, and the cause of her death was determined to be a neck fracture. The victim's father was a well-known businessman and a former Formula One racer, which led to significant media coverage of Stephanie's death. Surveillance cameras quickly helped identify the criminal. Soon after, he was arrested and taken to the police station. The perpetrator was none other than 22-year-old Joran van der Sloot. He explained that he had met the young woman at the Atlantic City Casino on May 30th. They spent some time playing poker and then decided to continue their acquaintance in his hotel room, where they played at an online casino. When Joran went to the bathroom, Stephanie accessed his laptop. There she learned that her new acquaintance was suspected in the death of Natalie Holloway. Frightened and wanting to leave, Stephanie was stopped by Joran, who realized what had alarmed her. The event enraged him, and he struck Stephanie. He continued to attack her until he was certain she had died. Afterwards, he took a shower and left. Before departing, he asked the staff not to disturb his companion, claiming she was sleeping. Her body was discovered 3 days later. On June 3rd, van der Sloot was captured on his way to Chile. By the 4th day of his arrest, he confessed to the crime. The news shocked residents in the U.S., especially as it occurred exactly 5 years after Natalie's disappearance. Elizabeth Twitty expressed her grief, noting that justice had finally been served, albeit at the cost of another life. On January 11, 2012, Uran van der Sloot was sentenced to 28 years in prison for the premeditated crime against Stephanie Flores Ramirez. He was also ordered to pay $75,000 in compensation to the Ramirez family. Initially, he was held at Piedras Gordas prison. In 2014, he was transferred to Calapauca prison. During this time, Joran married a Peruvian woman whom he had met in 2010 when she visited another inmate. She claimed that her husband had changed significantly during their time together, being attentive and gentle on their dates. However, it appears she was sadly mistaken. Joran was using her for his own purposes and never showed any signs of remorse or guilt for his actions while incarcerated. In June 2011, David Holloway filed a petition in an Alabama court to have Natalie declared legally deceased. Natalie's mother stated that she would oppose this, still hoping that someday Uran would confess to the crime and face trial. The hearing was held twice. Judge Alan King stated that all legal requirements for declaring Natalie's death had been met, and on January 12, 2012, he issued a ruling in favor of the declaration. On June 8, 2023, van der Sloot was extradited to the United States and placed in Hoover City Jail in Alabama. The following day, he was charged with extortion and wire fraud, but he pleaded not guilty to all charges. On October 18, 2023, he entered a plea agreement, admitting to the murder of Natalie Holloway. He confessed that on the night of May 30, 2005, he fatally bludgeoned Natalie with a cinder block and then disposed of her body in the ocean to be consumed by sharks after she refused his advances. It could not be used in court. Ultimately, Vandersloot was sentenced to 20 years, which would run concurrently with his prison term in Peru. Natalie Holloway's disappearance remains one of the most notorious missing person cases in the U.S., and it is still an open case in Aruba. A series of cover-ups, corrupt deals, and bureaucratic delays effectively let the murder of an innocent young woman go unpunished, despite global attention to the investigation. Natalie Holloway became yet another victim of a sexual assault-based attack. Certainly one can debate the need for caution when meeting new people extensively, but this does not justify the criminal's actions or minimize them, nor should it allow a criminal to avoid punishment under any circumstances. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life. Anger is a powerful negative emotion, during which a person typically seeks to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the very cause of the wrath." Long accumulating negative feelings, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgave and gave one more chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. The case of Susan Wright in the early 2000s shocked everyone with its incredible cruelty, but the merciless perpetrator stood before the court and it seemed received deserved punishment. However, several years later, it turned out that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion was preceded by many years of patience, resignation, and silence. This family, at first glance, seemed ideal, but no one could imagine what was happening in their home behind closed doors. But let's try to understand from the beginning the case of the Blue-Eyed Butcher to comprehend what pushed a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to such a desperate and simply who is Susan Wright. Susan Lucille Wright, née Witch, was born on April 24, 1976 in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence Witch. She was the eldest of 2 children of her parents, raised alongside her biological sister, named Cindy. From an early age, Susan was an active and sociable child with creative talent. During her school years, she was seriously involved in dancing, and aspired to become a choreographer in the future. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, always having numerous admirers, and she herself loved being the center of attention. After graduating from high school, despite her efforts, Weish couldn't get into college. However, she didn't lose heart, deciding to take a short break and save money for her education. For several months, she worked as a dancer at one of the popular nightclubs in the city, gaining some notoriety, which she was certainly not proud of. She decided to quit this job and never return to it, using her savings to pay for evening courses at a nursing school. Susan always aimed for independence, so alongside her studies, she took a job as a waitress in a restaurant to support herself. Soon she realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled financially to pay for her education. Therefore, the young blonde abandoned her courses, focusing on her work instead. The romance with Jeffrey Wright in the summer of 1997, 21-year-old Susan met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first encounter was at the Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he stopped by for a meal. He was instantly captivated by the beauty and radiant smile of the blue-eyed blonde, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer from then on. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but eventually mustered the courage to get her phone number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes several times a day, arranging romantic dates and small surprises, like sending flowers with touching notes to her work, and in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but this minor age difference didn't particularly bother them. He was attentive, very sweet and caring, quickly winning over Susan. However, it soon emerged that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and the use of controlled substances. He claimed to have left drugs in the past and promised to give up alcohol completely. The naive young woman believed him. She was truly in love for the first time and felt they could overcome any challenges together. Soon Susan discovered she was pregnant and hurried to share this happy news with her beloved, but made no decisive moves. He didn't propose, and they continued to live separately. Confused by her boyfriend's behavior, Susan took the initiative into her own hands. She insisted that their first child should be born in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They didn't have a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. opting for a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses. Around this time, they purchased their own home in the quiet Harris County, Texas, moving in just a couple of weeks before the birth of their child, the perfect family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child together, a son named Bradley. In 2001, Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she gave birth to a daughter, Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and seemingly lived a life that resembled the embodiment of the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and after the birth of their children, Susan, by mutual agreement, became a homemaker. She took care of raising the kids and creating a cozy environment in their family nest. Neighbors, with whom Mrs. Wright maintained friendly relations, spoke of her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family indeed seemed perfect, but as it turned out, the reality was quite different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every aspect. Susan spent her days cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for 2 days at a time or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, a near impossibility with 2 small children. Jeffrey's clothes needed to be washed almost daily, as he wouldn't wear the same item twice. If any of these rules were broken, it led to insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be extremely stingy. The romantic, who once gifted flowers and presents, was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 a week. This was meant to cover cooking, maintaining the house, and keeping the house, and buying everything necessary for the children. Susan had to account for all expenses to her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not quit drinking as he had promised earlier, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied his addiction, referring to his drug use as light doping to cope with work stress and stay in good shape. However, under the influence of these substances, he often became aggressive, capable of hitting his wife or even their young son. Whenever Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted with outbursts of anger. He saw no problem with his behavior, arguing that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, and thus she should now accept and live with it. Remarkably, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's weaknesses. They sympathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt helpless to assist her. The last straw, according to the woman, her husband began displaying aggression towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This manifested in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize each time, promising it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. But soon, Jeffrey stopped apologizing. The violence in the family became a commonplace occurrence. Jeffrey visited the gym 3 times a week to practice boxing. He said these workouts allowed him to blow off steam, adding that he would definitely take his son with him once the boy was a bit older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym after work as usual. He returned home on edge, seeming excited and nervous. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to tell his son about boxing and demonstrate a few techniques. At one point, he got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to soothe him, hoping his wife wouldn't hear. Susan indeed pretended not to notice, but this incident was the final straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the children to bed while her husband remained in the bedroom, where he took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies in different accounts. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, wrongfully took advantage of her, and attempted to end her life with a knife, but she managed to wrestle the weapon from his hand, and the ensuing confrontation was purely in self-defense. However, her story changed multiple times, and the investigation's version presented at the trial appeared more credible, becoming the official account. Seduced, immobilized, and brutally ended a life. Susan decided to use her dancing skills to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room in a short silk robe worn over her bare body, performing a tantalizing show for her husband. Then, she suggested a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She used 3 of Jeff's neckties to bind his hands and right leg to the bed. His left leg was secured with the silk belt from her robe. Once he was immobilized, Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, securely fastened to the bed, with a gag in his mouth surrounded by dim lighting. Initially, Mrs. Wright took one of the candles and poured hot wax on the man's chest. Although painful, it still resembled a part of their game. Then, the same fate befell his intimate area, and soon the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey did not immediately realize what was happening. He tried to free himself, tried to scream, but to no avail. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small sharp knife she had brought from the kitchen. She started with the groin area, moving up and down, slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face. At first, Susan acted slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had endured. Then she began to cry and struck faster and faster. Forensic experts would later count 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious for most of the ordeal. Her actions indicated she was in a state of despair and intense emotional turmoil, with her lawyers insisting on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't yet considered what she would do next or how she would handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard for the next several hours. The woman simply sat on the floor next to the bed where her husband's body lay. She then looked around and realized the bedroom was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring no neighbors had their lights on, and that it was quiet and deserted outside. Her gaze fell upon a shallow pit that Jeffrey had dug over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan formed instantly. This pit was to become the grave for her despised spouse. To move the body from the bedroom to the yard, Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow. This aspect raised many questions for the investigators, as a petite, slender woman and twice her weight out of the house. There were suspicions of an accomplice, but these speculations were never confirmed. This seemingly fantastic strength, appearing out of nowhere, gave the defense another argument to insist on a state of effect. Under the cover of night, the woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it, though lightly covered would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placing them in several and dispersed them in different bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side, as she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent scrubbing blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a problem, as a large stain proved impossible to remove. Resourcefully, the lady doused it in bleach, hoping the chemicals would destroy any traces of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. Assaulted and fled? That morning, Susan called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. Sobbing, she informed them that her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet, before declaring that he was fed up and leaving her. Jeffrey's parents were shocked. They knew their son was far from perfect and genuinely felt sorry for their daughter-in-law. But upon hearing that he had hit the child, they immediately offered for Susan and the children to come and stay with them for a while. However, the young mother refused. She added that she would file a report with the police and disclose everything that had been happening in their home. 2 days later, Mrs. Wright went to the police station as her husband's sudden disappearance was raising more and more questions, and something had to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands and needed protection. Susan managed to obtain a restraining order against her husband from approaching her and the children, although she already knew very well that her significant other would never be able to come near them again. As evidence, Susan showed bruises and cuts on her arms, which she claimed were inflicted by her husband with keys when she tried to fend him off. There was also a small bruise on Bradley's face, and the boy confirmed that his dad had hit him. The story told by the tearful woman sounded quite plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of a mix of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, and then, realizing what he had done, got scared and fled. But as time passed, Jeffrey made no contact, which became very suspicious. It appeared he had run away without his belongings, documents, and even his mobile phone was left at home. The man hadn't shown up for work, or at his parents', and none of his friends or neighbors had seen him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to lay low, but he hadn't ended a life or inflicted serious injuries to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth Susan found it unbearable to stay in the house where she had confronted her husband, and where his body was buried in the yard. She started to feel as if he were still alive, and about to rise from his grave for revenge. She was practically losing her mind, and their dog Buck kept barking and trying to dig up the burial site. On January 17th, having taken her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's house. Her mother was aware of what had happened, but upon seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the truth. Velma simply asked. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she didn't know what to do next. On her mother's advice, the next day Susan contacted a lawyer named Neil Davis, to whom she confessed to ending her husband's life and trying to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all the details, thought through the possible scenarios, and on January 19th called the office of the Harris County District Attorney. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had ended her own husband's life and buried his body in the backyard as she herself had confessed, and was ready to give a statement at the police station. On January 24, 2003, Susan voluntarily went to the police, stating that she would make a full confession. Her story was disjointed. She got confused in the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed she was afraid of him, and asked for protection. Consequently, she was subjected to a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression, but overall, Wright was capable of understanding her actions. The gruesome discovery. When the remains of the deceased husband were extracted from the makeshift grave in the backyard, investigators were astounded, having never witnessed such brutality before. Experts counted 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, 8 in the groin area, about 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders and arms, 22 in the abdominal area, or 6 on the chest, 23 on the neck, and 41 on the face. Only one head wound could have been the cause of death. All other cuts were superficial and individually posed no direct threat to life, suggesting as his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Deep marks were found on Jeffrey's wrists and ankles from the ties and belt used by his wife to bind him. The nature of these injuries indicated that the victim had tried to free himself but was unsuccessful. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the body. Traces of candle wax were also found on the deceased's chest and groin area. Mrs. Wright claimed it was accidental, as her husband had knocked over a lit candle onto himself. But the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim, meant to cause suffering. In the mouth of the deceased, his wife's underwear was still present, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological reports revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man could have indeed behaved aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation took place appeared normal at first glance, except for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had spent considerable time cleaning up, which was evident. But once special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal wiped-away blood traces, the scene presented itself in an entirely different light. Blood was found everywhere, even on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial of the accused began at the end of February 2004. By that time, Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked extensively with his client. Susan was almost continuously in tears as she recounted that horrific night and the events leading up to it. According to the woman, she had suffered years of abuse and cruel treatment from her husband, but when he started raising his hand to the children, she couldn't bear it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and said that the boy would also take up boxing. When a frightened Bradley refused, his father hit him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, urging him to seek help at a clinic. He became angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She tried to stop him, which led to a struggle during which she sustained injuries to her palms and wrists. Then, as the defendant claimed, her husband struck her, causing her to fall and momentarily lose her bearings. When she came to, she saw Jeffrey holding a knife. The woman's testimony became highly inconsistent thereafter, and she couldn't explain how the weapon ended up in her hand. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, arguing that it was why his client, having seized the knife, began to strike and didn't stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Regarding the ties and belt, Susan claimed she attached them to the victim's limbs after the confrontation to secure him to the cart and transport him to the yard. The wax, as previously mentioned, supposedly landed on his body accidentally from a candle on her bedside table, that she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she couldn't explain at all why her underwear was found in the deceased's mouth. The prosecution's version and verdict, the prosecution's version and arguments were far more convincing and logical. Experts proved that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, suggesting that the binding was part of an intimate game used by the defendant to lure the victim into a trap. The presence of a gag in the man's mouth was also reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were inflicted at a certain angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, not in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injury. All the cuts were made from the front, as the victim was lying on his back and securely fixed. Whether Susan had premeditated her husband's demise and planned to use the pit he dug for the fountain as a grave was not definitively established. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had carefully planned everything, hoping to receive a substantial sum from insurance. The case received widespread publicity, with Susan being dubbed in the press as the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest punishment for her, while most neighbors pitied the woman, recalling occasional bruises on her body that resembled marks of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. Initially, the prosecutors sought life imprisonment for Mrs. Wright, but later softened their demands to 45 years of incarceration. In March 2004, the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She showed no reaction to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. A year later, Susan's lawyers attempted to file an appeal, but it was rejected. New developments and reduced sentence. In 2008, Wright and her defense team filed another appeal. This time, a new witness's testimony significantly influenced the course of the case. The witness was a woman named Misty McMichael, the wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-1990s, she had a prolonged relationship with Jeffrey Wright, even being engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences of enduring physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, from which led her to break off the engagement and permanently sever ties with him. Considering these new circumstances and the witness's testimony, Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years. In 2014, at the age of 38, she became eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. She received a second denial in July 2017. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after spending 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old at the time of her release. Waiting for her outside the prison walls were reporters and photographers, at the sight of whom she burst into tears and pleaded to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the national American television network Court TV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives, titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. In 2012, the feature film Blue-Eyed Butcher was released, starring actress Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright. Additionally, in 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Beeland released a 17-minute short film titled The Wheel of Fortune, inspired by the trial of the Jeffrey Wright case. Story 2. Beautiful, rich, famous, and successful women are sometimes very unhappy in their personal lives. Just think of the story of the Turkish arabesque performer Belsin Sarilmashir, known under the pseudonym Bergen. The most famous woman in Turkey, famous all over the world, was tortured by her husband for many years. He beat her, disfigured her face with acid, and finally shot her. Our heroine today is Ecuadorian performer, television actress, music producer, and lingerie designer Edith Rosario Barmio Cisneros, better known as Sharon La Hechisra, or simply Sharon. With her own hard work, perseverance, and talent, she has reached heights that one could only dream of, becoming one of the top stars of Ecuador and Latin America in general. Sharon dreamed of simple female happiness, family comfort, and a quiet harbor where she could return every evening and just be herself. But the man she loved, her husband and the father of her child, saw in her only an inexhaustible source of finances for his trouble-free and carefree life. It was this man who eventually became the culprit of the death of the nation's favorite in 2015. But despite the wide publicity, the final point in this high-profile case has not been put to this day. Sharon LaHeck Serra, biography, early years. The future star was born in 1974, March 28, in the large metropolis of Santiago de Guayaquil, located on the Guayas River in the province of Ecuador. The full name given to the girl at birth sounds like Edith Rosario Barmio Cisneros. She grew up in a simple and rather modest family, where in addition to her, there were two other children. Soon after the birth of her daughter, the whole family moved to the city of Duran, where the future queen of Technocumbia spent her childhood and youth. Edith, from an early age, was a bright, active, and very artistic girl. At home, she was affectionately called Charo, or Charito, and it was this nickname later became part of her stage name. As a child, Edith was a big fan of the popular American comedy television series, Bewitched, another name, My Wife Bewitched Me. Her idol and object of imitation was the main star of this show, the cult actress Elizabeth Montgomery. Then the same girl began to call herself Charo Enchantress, and dreamed of repeating the success of her favorite actress. From an early age, she became interested in music and loved to sing. She had a good musical ear and not bad vocal data, but to call them outstanding was difficult. Nevertheless, the girl conquered everyone with her natural charisma, artistry, and the ability to reincarnate. At the age of 8, she managed to win at the City Children's Festival, performing compositions Fox and Keiko, as well as Los Angeles. By the time she graduated from school, she had already won several awards at city and regional music competitions. She dreamed of becoming a famous singer and conquer the big stage, but her parents were skeptical of these dreams. They believed that the heiress is not talented enough to become a star, and since their family has no connections in show business, the career of a performer is not worth dreaming about. Edith, listening to the advice of her family, decided to go to university, choosing a more practical and down-to-earth profession as a public relations specialist at the State University of Guayaquil at the Faculty of Communication Sciences. But her dream of becoming a singer did not go anywhere. Edith believed that everything has its time, and she should wait a little to choose the most appropriate moment, path to fame. While studying at university, Edith took on any part-time job and tried herself as an assistant teacher in a kindergarten, a seller of sweets in Morocco, a traditional Ecuadorian drink, as well as a dancer in the local creative team, performing at the warm-up of visiting popular artists and musical groups. But all this was only to save money, which she later used to record her debut music album Braveheart, which was released in 1998. The singer released her third studio album and received the prestigious award as the first solo techno-cumbia artist in the country to top the music charts. In 2010, she released her fourth album entitled Poco a Poco, and 2 years later, her fifth album was released, which unfortunately became the last one in her life and career. From the early 2000s until her tragic death in 2015, Sharon was the author, host and co-host of many entertainment programs and TV shows on TV channels in Ecuador and other Latin American countries. She has been active in television series and has also worked as a public relations specialist for Canela TV. In addition to a successful career on the music scene and television, Edith also decided to try herself as a fashion designer, creating seductive lingerie by her own sketches. And in this case, she also waited for success. And the brand she created quickly gained popularity among women almost all over America, but whatever business did not take Sharon. She everywhere succeeded, achieving great heights and recognition. Personal life of the performer. Despite the dizzying success on stage, television and fashion business, the personal life of one of the main stars of Ecuador was not so rosy. She did not like to touch on this topic in conversations with the press, and in every way avoided such questions from journalists. However, Sharon LaHeck Serra was constantly in the crosshairs of numerous photo and video cameras, so to hide anything from prying eyes was simply impossible. It is known that in the mid-90s, the aspiring performer was romantically involved with an entrepreneur and music producer named Eduardo Gray. For several years, the couple was officially engaged, but the wedding never came to the wedding, although Edith gave birth to a daughter from her lover. She named her heiress Samantha. The daughter inherited the entrepreneurial vein and artistry of her mother, also becoming quite a famous performer and actress. But to surpass her mother, she failed, despite all the efforts and available connections. Soon after parting with Eduardo, Sharon spun a new romance. This time her chosen one was a little-known television operator with whom she met while working on one of the telenovelas. Their relationship developed rapidly, and after a short engagement, trying to hide this event from others. But the news quickly became public, and the marriage itself lasted a short time. About the reasons for the sudden divorce of the performer preferred to keep silent. Later on, the artist had romantic relationships with a famous impresario named Pedro Francisco, then with a young dancer from the show ballet who performed with her on stage, as well as with some of her star colleagues. Unfortunately, none of these romances did not have a serious continuation, and Sharon broke up with her boyfriends for various reasons. The performer herself did not want to comment on the events that took place in her personal life. She raised a daughter engaged in career, but still hoped that one day in her life there will be a worthy, loving man. Relationship with Giovanni Lopez. In 2009, the performer met a young man named Giovanni Lopez, who was more than 10 years younger than her. He was also a native of Ecuador, but as a child, together with his parents, emigrated to the United States. The family settled in New York City, where virtually all of Giovanni's childhood and adolescence took place. They first met during a large tour of the singer in the United States, but at that time their communication was limited to work, and Lopez himself helped with the organization of Sharon's performance. But probably even then these two have already penetrated some sympathy for each other. In addition, it turned out that the young man was a longtime fan of the Queen of Techno-Cumbia, and he was honored to have the opportunity to work with her personally. A year later, Giovanni decided to return to his native Ecuador. He brought with him the designs he had developed for artists, one of which he created specifically for Sharon. So began their collaboration, and almost immediately a stormy romance broke out between them. At the time of the beginning of this relationship, the performer was already 36 years old, and Giovanni was barely 24 years old. However, the 12-year age difference did not embarrass them at all, and the couple did not care what people around them would think about it and how they will write about them in the press. Almost immediately the lovers moved in together, deciding to live together. However, it should be noted that the parents and daughter of the performer treated her new chosen one very cautiously, and they decided that the young man twisted romance with the star solely for his own selfish purposes, and in fact did not love her at all, but only wanted to use. Sharon listened to the warnings of loved ones did not, because she believed that met the main man in his life, with whom they will live many happy years. Soon the couple married, and the couple began to think about the birth of a common heir. However, here they faced a problem, because the performer could not get pregnant. As a result, she decided to in vitro fertilization, and in May 2012, 38-year-old celebrity gave birth to a boy who was named Brian Giovanni Lopez, the abusive relationship. Giovanni only at first tried to be a caring and loving man on whom you can rely in everything. However, as soon as the couple concluded marriage and the performer became pregnant, the behavior of the young husband began to change rapidly, and he himself literally turned into a domestic tyrant. He no longer sought to earn money independently, and he was quite satisfied with the position of an alphonse. He willingly spent his wife's money for his own needs, entertainment, expensive clothes, and care for his appearance. In addition, Lopez began to abuse alcoholic beverages and less often appeared at home, preferring to spend time with friends and mistresses. To all this, Giovanni began to openly insult his wife, pointing to her age and fading beauty. According to some reports, because of his offensive statements and remarks, Sharon decided to do a number of plastic surgeries to preserve her youth and look like her husband. In particular, the performer enlarged her breasts, did a lift, and several cosmetic manipulations, but all her efforts were in vain and did not help to return to the family peace and harmony. Hosted entertainment shows, as well as preparing material for the recording of a new album. She tried to smile in public and claimed that she was finally happy in her personal life. However, only people close to her knew about how things were really going in her family. In early 2014, when little Brian was not yet 2 years old, the artist made the first serious attempt to break off the relationship with Giovanni. But he said that he would agree to give a divorce only if Sharon will give him half of his property and funds in her bank accounts, so that he, after the separation, could continue to lead an idle and carefree lifestyle to which he was used to. Sharon could not agree to these conditions, and so began to consult with lawyers how to dissolve the marriage, but at the same time to keep the property and get full custody of their joint young son. By the end of the year, family life became simply unbearable. But the couple continued in public to play the role of happy spouses. One last family trip on the eve of the new year 2015. The performer gave a number of festive concerts and also starred together with her star colleagues in several dedicated Christmas and New Year's events. After that, exhausted by work, the young woman decided to arrange a small vacation and go with friends, husband and son, to the warm coast to relax a little, try to gather her thoughts, and decide what to do next. On the evening of January 3rd, 2015, the whole company decided to make the return trip. Since the journey was going to be long and they were traveling by car, the friends decided to follow each other and be in constant contact in case someone needed help. They decided to coordinate all the stops on the way in advance. Sharon had to drive the car that evening because her husband had been drinking alcoholic beverages all day. After a few hours, the company made a stop at a gas station and decided to have dinner there in a roadside cafe. During the meal, the singer and her young husband had a big fight because Giovanni again ordered a drink, although earlier he promised that he would not drink and get behind the wheel, giving Sharon the opportunity to rest and give time to the child. The couple argued for about half an hour and could not agree on who would drive the car. In the end, their friends could not stand it and asked if they could continue on their way. The singer said that she did not want to delay them because of her family problems, so they could go on, and he and Giovanni would have to stay a little longer. The friends reluctantly agreed, and after another half hour headed to their car, leaving the couple at a roadside cafe. They had no idea that they would never see Sharon alive again. Strange accident on January 4th, around 2:30 in the morning. The friends received a phone call from an agitated Giovanni, asking them to come back because there had been an accident and Sharon might be dead. His words were a real shock because he did not specify details, and it was completely unclear what had happened on the night road. By the time they returned, emergency services were already on the scene, trying to help the victim and reconstruct the picture of events. According to Giovanni, on the highway Ruta del Spondalis, near the Ecuadorian province of Santa Elena, at about 1:15 a.m., his wife got out of the car to calm her crying son and change his diaper. At that moment, another car crashed into her at a great speed. This car, without even stopping, sped away, leaving the scene of the accident. The young woman was thrown a few dozen meters to the side of the road from the impact. When the ambulance arrived, she was still alive. She was even taken to the hospital. But despite the best efforts of the doctors, Sharon soon died of massive injuries and internal bleeding. Giovanni was still drunk and confused in his testimony, and his story sounded rather strange and not quite logical. The police therefore decided to detain him until morning to question him in detail when he had sobered up. Lopez confirmed the words of friends that he and his wife quarreled all evening and admitted that, contrary to the promises and prohibitions of his wife, defiantly drank alcohol in order not to drive and piss off Sharon. Giovanni's testimony: he did not see the license plate number of the car that hit his wife. He did not even remember the make, and only said that the car was white. There were no CCTV cameras on that stretch of road, no witnesses could be found, and the accident itself looked suspicious because Sharon did not even turn to the side of the road before leaving the cabin and did not make sure of safety. Although on a straight deserted road, any vehicle can be seen and heard from afar, even at night. The longer the police tried to correlate all the facts with Lopez's story, the more what had happened resembled not an accident, but a premeditated murder. Giovanni was confused about the timing and chronology of events, could not remember details, but most interestingly, he could not explain why their car was turned in the opposite direction to the route they were traveling. The husband of the dead singer was arrested as the main suspect in the case of her death. The autopsy results and Sharon's funeral. The autopsy revealed that the deceased woman's body had numerous injuries typical of a victim of a traffic accident. However, experts also found a clear and fairly deep mark on Sharon's chest that could have been left by a seatbelt. This fact raised even more questions and suspicions. Learned about the tragedy from singer Sonia Ramos, a close friend and colleague of her mother. The girl could not believe that all this is really happening. She called her father, Eduardo Gray, and asked him to come to her as soon as possible, so that they went to Sharon's home together and began preparations for the funeral. After making all the preliminary arrangements, the body of the celebrity was taken to say goodbye to one of the brightest stars of Ecuador. Came thousands of her friends, colleagues, and fans. Also, this sad event was covered in all leading publications of the country, and on television was even announced a one-day mourning. Grief-stricken Samantha sobbed on the shoulder of her father, and near were her grandmother, grandfather, and uncle and aunt. All members of the deceased celebrity's family refused to comment in any way on what had happened. None of them accused Giovanni of what happened directly, but all of them showed their negative attitude towards him. An investigation and a surprise court decision. The case was one of the most high-profile in Ecuador's history. It was widely covered in the press and jeopardized the reputation of the country's judicial system. The initial verdict literally shocked relatives and fans of the celebrity, and the revision of the case was delayed so much that the final point in this matter has not been put to this day. So the white car, which presumably hit the artist, was found a few days later. The car had characteristic damage which, as experts have established, could be obtained as a result of an accident if you hit a person at high speed. The owner of the vehicle was a young woman named Tatiana Chavez, who categorically denied her involvement in the accident. However, the prosecutor's office opened 2 criminal cases at once: negligent homicide and premeditated murder against Giovanni. Lopez's story sounded extremely unconvincing. He was confused and contradicted himself, then recognized the car and even claimed to have seen the driver, then again doubted his own words, referring to alcohol intoxication. In parallel, the daughter and parents of the deceased also filed a statement blaming the singer's husband for the incident. In their opinion, he never loved Sharon and had a motive for the murder in order to seize her money and get custody of the child. Samantha noted that her mother shortly before the tragedy consulted with lawyers about the dissolution of the marriage. Samantha also added that her little brother, who was the only witness to the incident, cries all the time and repeats, "Daddy is bad." However, they did not involve the child as a witness in order not to cause the boy even more psychological trauma. After a detailed reconstruction of the events of that evening, Tatiana was ruled out as a suspect. By comparing the times and places where Tatiana had been seen before and after the accident, it was determined that she could not have been physically near the accident site at that time, and her car had been damaged in another accident. The other car was soon found to be the one that was found to have hit Sharon. The owner, Luis Corio, who had been driving that night, was arrested. By that time, he had already managed to replace the broken headlight and repair other body damage. But experts were able to establish that at the scene of the accident were found shards of glass from his car. Luis himself admitted to everything and said that Sharon literally fell under the wheels of his car, and he was so scared of what happened that he just drove away. In June 2015, Giovanni was found guilty of manslaughter of his wife. Experts proved that the injury on the woman's chest from the seatbelt was caused by her trying to protect herself before her husband pushed her out of the car, right under the wheels of another car. However, the court verdict shocked Sharon's relatives and fans because her killer was only given 3 years, a retrial, and attempts to appeal the new verdict. Such a lenient sentence caused a storm of excitement in the media and provoked a lot of protests across the country. People demanded fair punishment for the murderer of the star and national favorite. Already in July of the same year, the judges involved in the case were suspended and subsequently dismissed. The new judicial staff canceled the previous verdict, arguing that a number of administrative and bureaucratic mistakes had been made. All attempts by the defense lawyers to challenge the reversal of the verdict were unsuccessful. Luis Carrero was cleared of responsibility for the singer's death, but he was still charged with fleeing the scene and attempting to conceal evidence. But Giovanni Lopez was brought to every court session under heavy security in order to avoid attacks on him fans of Sharon. In October 2015, the husband of the singer was found guilty of her death and sentenced to 26 years in prison. The court also took into account the evidence provided by Samantha, evidence of Giovanni's cruel treatment of her mother, as well as the fact that he blackmailed his wife, demanding from her a fabulous sum for consent to divorce. A few months later, 2 appeals were filed at once. The prosecution demanded to increase the term to the maximum 35 years, and the lawyers insisted on the illegality of the new sentence. However, both complaints were rejected. In 2021, Lopez again tried to challenge the court's decision. In addition, he stated that he was subjected to ill treatment in prison, and his rights were grossly violated. The prisoner even went on a hunger strike to pressure the court to release him. He argued that he was wrongfully convicted, and the main perpetrator of the tragedy, Luis Carrero, remained free. In 2023, Giovanni, already with a new lawyer, appealed again, once again hoping to secure his release. It is worth noting that in this difficult case, The composition of the judges was again changed due to the revealed abuse of power. Therefore, Lopez's defense hopes not. Story 3. We will visit Dallas, a modern city with a cosmopolitan spirit and southern charm. It is widely known for its skyscrapers, upscale shopping, restaurants, and rich cultural life. There are many historic districts such as the West End with its late shimmering glass towers and skyscraper spires that serve as the city's main landmark. Dallas is a city where modern metropolitan life is infused with natural beauty. There are more than 30 parks in different parts of the city. The Gable Park residential complex is located at the epicenter of Dallas Cheek. Living here itself offers a vibrant, exclusive lifestyle and exquisite, unique experiences. The high-rise building is elegant in appearance, has a parking garage and concierge. It is a vibrant and luxurious apartment building with a landscaped saltwater pool, fitness studio, and gourmet coffee bar in uptown Dallas. It's a quiet and safe place with no crowds of tourists or neighborhood residents strolling by. On September 2nd, 2015, at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. The car parked, and a beautiful young woman got out. She had a shopping bag in her hand. She slammed the door shut, stepped away from the car, and a minute later, 2 gunshots rang out. With the business completed, the dark figure quickly jumped into a black Jeep Cherokee that pulled up and fled the apartment complex. Local resident Hashim Saad, who was walking to the parking lot to pick up his car, saw the injured woman and called the emergency services. Officers arrived at the scene of the tragedy and found the injured woman. Unfortunately, she was already dead. The victim turned out to be 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Kendra K. Hatcher was born February 3, 1980 to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Colley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced and her mother married Bruce Jameson. She was not an only child. She had 3 sisters, Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Pleasant Plains and studied dentistry there. After her divorce in 2010, she moved to Dallas, where she began working at Smile Zona Dental Studio. Kendra had a strong Christian faith and wanted to use her dental skills to help others. For example, the clinic provided services to disadvantaged children completely free of charge. In her spare time, Kendra taught Bible studies and participated in volunteer programs that included building churches overseas and providing free dental services to children in Ecuador. Dallas was welcoming to the young professional. Kendra's professional life quickly gained momentum, and her personal life flourished as well. On May 24, 2015, Kendra began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. Kendra and Ricardo met through a dating app, and from their first date, they were inseparable. They both had similar values, interests, and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was finishing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. And even though they had only been in a relationship for a few months, the young men were already discussing their upcoming marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot took the life of his beloved woman and cut short all future plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and put forward the version of robbery as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were found on the ground next to her body. However, the manner of shooting and the traces of the gunshot pushed the robbery version to the background. 1 bullet struck the woman in the back and the other in the head. The entry wound from the bullet was at the top of the head and it exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands up and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when it was possible to obtain CCTV footage and reconstruct a picture of what happened. The footage shows a black Jeep Grand Cherokee pulling into the parking lot at 7:15 p.m. Half an hour later, Kendra returns home and drives into the same garage. A few minutes later, a man approaches her, shoots her and runs to the side, after which he jumps in and black Jeep on the move. The videos were of poor quality, and the crime scene itself was not visible on them. It was impossible to identify the assailants, but the vehicle was put on a wanted list. It was decided to place the camera footage, images of the Jeep, and the driver in the media. The authorities appealed to the public for help, and it helped. He reported that the car in the footage belonged to him, but Jose wasn't involved in the shooting, and he wasn't driving it. When questioned, Jose explained that on the morning of September 2nd, he was approached by 2 of his girlfriends, Brenda Delgado and Crystal Cortez. They asked Jose to repair their car and in return, to lend them his Jeep until the evening. The man agreed. He also said that later that evening, Brenda called Jose to a restaurant where they were at the time of the crime. Crystal Cortez later that evening drove the Jeep to Jose's house, so the man was quite surprised when his Jeep made the news. When Jose saw his Jeep on the TV program, he asked Brenda about it. She first said that it was a different Jeep on the screen. She didn't know about it. Brenda Delgado suggested that Jose not tell anyone anything, and to simply repaint the Jeep. She was willing to pay to paint the Jeep. Jose was awaiting a decision on his U.S. citizenship and did not want any trouble with the police. He realized that Brenda had set him up. So Jose went to the police again and testified again. So the police tracked all the movements of the Jeep that day and found the two young women whose names Jose had given them. Brenda Delgado was the first person investigators called in for questioning. The woman told police that she never knew Kendra Hatcher and had never seen her before. When asked where she was on September 2nd at 7:42 p.m., Brenda stated her alibi because she was at Chili's restaurant with Jose. Brenda even provided receipts for the dinner. But how often, and more importantly, what do you keep dinner receipts for? So gradually, assembled in minute detail, the truth that the participants in the crime tried to hide was revealed. The central figure in the investigation was Brenda Delgado. She was born into a fairly simple family. From Mexico, where her father was a factory worker. They found a home in a low-income neighborhood in southeast Dallas. It was then that Luis found a job in construction, and his wife worked at the U.S. Post Office cleaning houses. Brenda was their second child, and their only girl. Not only was she an excellent student who was loved by her teachers, but she also worked part-time at a flower store and as a waitress. Brenda was very ambitious and dreamed of going to medical school someday. But the sad reality was that her parents couldn't afford the expensive tuition. So after graduating from Skyline High School in 2000, she continued to live with her parents, only dreaming of an affluent and beautiful life. On the way to her goal, Brenda worked hard. She was a dental assistant, and alongside that, she worked at a day spa in North Park Center, where she whitened her teeth. In 2012, Brenda met Ricardo Penagua and fell in love with him. Their first date was at a Jennifer Lopez concert, and was like her dream date. In November 2012, 3 months after they met, Brenda moved in with Ricardo at his home in Fitzhugh Urban Flats. The man was also charmed by Brenda so much that he even met her parents. In 2013, she uploaded a post in honor of his birthday on Facebook where she wrote words of congratulations. Happy birthday to the most amazing and smartest man I know. Ricky, together we have shared so much happiness. You're my best friend. I love you with all my heart and can't imagine life without you. Brenda then found out she was pregnant, but at Ricardo's insistence, she terminated the pregnancy, which left her heartbroken. A little recovered from the decision, Brenda decides to devote herself to her career and her beloved Ricky. In the fall of the same year, she enrolled in Sanford at first glance. It seemed that Brenda had gotten over the emotional blow of the breakup. However, this was not the case. Brenda's painful dependence on Ricardo only gained momentum. And when Ricky posted a joint photo on social media with his new lover Kendra, who looked like a photo model, Brenda was up to something terrible. Many who knew her testified that Brenda dreamed of getting rid of Kendra. After obtaining information about Brenda and her personal life, investigators were able to surmise that the offended woman had a motive to get rid of her rival. Ricardo confirmed that Brenda Delgado was his ex-girlfriend. They dated intermittently from 2012 to 2015. They broke up a few months before Ricky and Kendra met. Ricardo was confident that he and Brenda remained friends and saw no problems between Brenda and Kendra. After all, he had been on dates with other women before meeting Kendra. And why would it be meeting Kendra that would turn, however? The picture of the reconstructed events confirmed how insidious and cruel an abused woman can be. Brenda Delgado thought she had devised the perfect plan to win back her former lover and rid him of the superfluous figure, Kendra Hatcher. At first, she established communication with Ricardo, pretending to be his best friend, provided all kinds of support, was interested in how he and Kendra are progressing in their relationship. Secretly, she knew everything about their plans for the future, and Ricardo believed that this is a sincere interest. But it's a shame that men know women so poorly and sometimes blindly trust them. After Ricardo learned that Kendra had died, he shared his grief with Brenda via text message, and she supported her friend in every way possible and offered to do anything for him. Ricky had no way of guessing his ex's true motives. As it turned out, Brenda had been playing her own game for months. She had opened Ricardo's mail and knew about all his plans with Kendra, even where and when they had booked tickets. All of this was infuriating to Brenda. She longed to be rid of Kendra Hatcher, truly believing that she had taken her place. Brenda transferred Ricardo's account to her phone and kept tabs on him. Following Ricky and Kendra practically became her raison d'etre, Brenda became completely dependent on the stalking. She quit her job and devoted all her time to realizing her goals. Over time, a cruel and terrifying plan was born in Brenda's mind: to kill the hated Kendra and take her place beside her lover. For its realization, Brenda addressed to many of her acquaintances with an offer for money to harm Kendra Hatcher. Thus, through mutual acquaintances, she found a single mother 21-year-old Crystal Cortez, who because of the big financial problems, just for $500, was ready to help her. At Brenda's behest, Crystal found the perpetrator, a man named Christopher Love, who agreed to commit the crime. Crystal handed Christopher $500 from Brenda, as well as 2 types of illegal substances. Two women followed Kendra to learn her habits and daily schedule, to further select the location and time of the crime. On September 2nd, 2015, they took Jose's car. They did not pursue her on her way home from work because they were afraid of falling behind her in traffic. In the evening, the criminals completed their devious plan and were rewarded for a job well done. A few days after the crime, Crystal Cortez and Christopher Love were apprehended. The suspects denied their guilt and their presence at the scene of the crime. However, the situation changed when Love was found to have the gun that killed Kendra in the side compartment of the car. Crystal, on the other hand, was nervous and constantly confused in her testimony, telling different stories about the reasons for the appearance of the SUV in different parts of the city. So, at the first interrogation, Crystal admitted that she was the woman who was driving in the parking lot, but she arrived there at the will of an armed carjacker, who got into the SUV and forced her into the parking lot that evening. She, wishing to remain innocent, gave false testimony, saying that her son was in the car with her. But this information was later not confirmed because no child was recorded on the cameras. As the interrogation continued and more evidence became available, Crystal changed her testimony and wanted to make a deal with the investigation. She agreed to testify against Brenda in exchange for less time. She told police that Brenda wanted Kendra dead and the crime was her idea. According to Crystal, within 2 weeks of her meeting with Brenda, they began planning the crime. The police discovered that Brenda wasn't just unhappy that her relationship with Ricardo was over. She was obsessed and desperate to win him back. She pretended to Ricky that she was happy to be his loyal friend, but her life began to fall apart. She began to resent Kendra, believing that she had taken her place. According to Crystal, it was at this point that Brenda decided that she wanted to get rid of Kendra Hatcher. The perfect crime plan emerged in Brenda Delgado's mind. In testimony, Crystal detailed how Brenda devised the perfect crime. Enlisting each other's support, Brenda and Crystal began to formulate a plan to kill Kendra. They met many times and developed many plans. The original plan was to inject Kendra with illegal substances or sedatives and then get rid of her. But to avoid being under suspicion, Brenda needed a reliable enforcer and began looking for one. They drove around and asked a few people if they could help. That's how they met Christopher Love. He agreed to help and took an active part in deciding the modus operandi of the crime. The trio unanimously decided that the best way to kill was to shoot him because it was quick. While cooperating, Crystal revealed that the date of September 2nd was not chosen at random. Brenda knew that Kendra and Ricardo were planning a trip to Mexico, so it was decided to get rid of the woman before the happy vacation. Brenda told Crystal that she wanted the crime to look like a botched robbery. Next, the criminals chose the location of the massacre. For days, they desperately tracked Kendra's movements and recorded her minute by minute to make sure nothing changed on the appointed day. They traced her route home and figured out how to discreetly enter the apartment complex's secure parking garage. On September 1st, 2015, they made a final check. On the day of the crime, early in the morning, Brenda and Crystal picked up the Jeep from Jose, then picked up Christopher along the way. Brenda was dropped off at the library in Carrollton, so she would have an alibi, and Crystal and Christopher went to Kendra's apartment complex. They waited across the street for about 30 minutes, then drove to Kendra's place of employment. After waiting for their victim, they followed her but lost her in traffic, however. They returned to the house first and waited there. As soon as Kendra drove in, Christopher got out of the car. He was wearing gloves, approached Kendra with a gun, and shot her. When she got out of the car, according to Crystal, she did not actually see the shooting but heard it. Crystal then drove Christopher home, picked up her son from his grandmother on the way, and later met Brenda at Jose's house where she handed him the Jeep. Thus, Brenda's dream came true. She was rid of her hated rival, and all she had to do was wait for her beloved Ricardo's message. Brenda was happy that she had managed to pull off the perfect crime. Crystal's candid confession and testimony against Brenda left no doubt about Brenda Delgado's guilt, and a warrant for her arrest was promptly issued. But when police officers arrived with the warrant, she was no longer at home. Having dual citizenship, Brenda Delgado fled to Mexico. After fleeing, Brenda's involvement in a contract killing became apparent, and she was put on a wanted list. On April 6, 2016, the FBI placed her on the list of most wanted fugitives, assigning a reward of $100,000 for information about her. So Brenda Delgado became the only woman on the list at the time, and the 9th woman on the list ever. But just 2 days later, in Torreon, Coahuila, she was apprehended by Mexican authorities and extradited to the United States on October 6. Mexico agreed to extradite Brenda, but only on the grounds that she would not face the death penalty. When she was extradited back to the United States, she was formally charged with capital murder. Brenda was extradited to Texas, and she was brought to trial. The grief-stricken relatives of Kendra and Ricardo did not hesitate to express themselves during the court appearance. The oil was added to the fire by witnesses who confirmed Brenda's intentions and her dangerous obsession with her former lover. Brenda's cousin, Moses Martinez, spoke in court about his sister's depression after the end of her and Ricky's relationship. He also revealed that Brenda offered to pay him if he hit Kendra with a baseball bat. He refused to do so. Brenda's friend, Jennifer Escobar, testified at trial that Brenda was obsessed with Ricardo and read all of his emails and tracked his movements on her phone. She told the jury that Brenda even kept a copy of his house key and had access to his bank account. Jennifer revealed that Brenda had asked her to help eliminate the hated Kendra Hatcher. She also told the court that Brenda wanted her to either inject her with something lethal or use a bat and leave her in a coma. For her help, Brenda offered to give her $2,000, a car, and illegal drugs if she would do it. Jennifer discussed the offer with her parents and then refused. It is quite strange that adults, having been offered the suggestion to harm or kill someone, contemplated doing so, and none of them went to the police to report a threat to a person's life or health. The court heard evidence about obsession from a number of people who knew Brenda. So the court found that Brenda had a motive to want Kendra dead. She saw her as an obstacle to getting what she wanted, and she wanted only one thing, to get back to Ricky. The court received corroboration that in the months leading up to Kendra's death, Brenda became increasingly obsessed. As evidence of Brenda's involvement, an ATM withdrawal receipt in the amount of $500, which she subsequently gave to Crystal for doing the work, was presented at the hearing. Christopher Love received a cash payment in the amount of $600. The cell phone data provided also indicated that Brenda, Crystal, and Christopher were together prior to the crime. More than 99 calls were recorded between Brenda and Crystal between August 22nd and September 4th, proving their constant communication to discuss the plan to kill Kendra Hatcher. The defendant's attorney tried to shift much of the blame to the perpetrators, but it didn't work. The defense argued that Brenda was not at the scene of the crime. She had an alibi and receipts confirming her presence at the restaurant at the time of the crime. Brenda herself did not plead guilty, but the jury thought otherwise. It took them only 30 minutes to find Brenda Delgado guilty of the murder of Kendra Hatcher. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The direct perpetrator of the crime pleaded guilty and was sentenced to death via injection. Crystal Cortez, in exchange for cooperating with the investigation and pleading guilty, received a sentence of 35 years in prison with parole eligibility. The family of Kendra Hatcher was satisfied with the court's decision and silently withdrew from the courtroom after the verdict. Delgado family did not believe to the last that their Brenda could be involved. They knew her as a loving daughter and woman, healthy and with good family and Christian values. I hope this cautionary tale of female perfidy and mentally unhealthy obsessive love will leave a mark on every woman's soul and serve as a cautionary tale in new love relationships, for no man is worth it. Take care of yourself and be careful. Story 4. Ohio is located within 2 geographic regions of the United States. Ohio is characterized by a humid continental climate with hot summers and cool winters. Precipitation falls fairly evenly throughout the year, and heavy snowstorms are common in winter. Winter 2018 also saw snowfall and cold weather. A car was parked outside an apartment complex. A young blonde-haired girl got out of the car and walked briskly toward the house. She was returning from work. In her hands, she had a bag of food from her favorite fast food restaurant and the keys to the apartment. As she approached the door, she was surprised to find that the key did not go into the lock. The girl hurriedly decided to check each key on her metal ring, but none of them fit the lock. She remembered that she had given her key to her brother and reopened her purse in search of a spare key. When the key was found and the lock was finally opened, an unfamiliar voice called her name, and she turned around. A large male figure grabbed her and carried her into the apartment with nonchalant assertiveness. The door slammed shut. On January 29, 2018, the staff of Shaw Davis Funeral Home was alarmed by the absence of everyone's favorite assistant Rachel at work. She did not answer the phone, which worried them because the girl was very responsible and took her work seriously. The head of the office asked a colleague, who was engaged in delivery, to come to Rachel's apartment to check on her and find out the reason for the silent absence. He went to the girl's apartment, but no one answered his knock or call. He contacted the manager of the apartment complex, but this attempt was unsuccessful, as it was only possible to enter the apartment with the tenant's permission. Her colleague called the police to the place of residence of the missing girl. When they went inside, they found nothing scary. The apartment looked completely normal, except for the leftover food on the table. Rachel, who adored order, couldn't leave food without putting it away in the refrigerator. This caught the attention of her coworker. He insisted on a more thorough inspection of the apartment in the presence of police officers. During the inspection of the bedroom, he tried to look in the closet, but when he wanted to open the door, he thought something was wrong. With effort, he yanked the closet door open and screamed. Hidden inside was Rachel's bloody body. Officer Frank Sclafani called forensics, and the apartment complex area was cordoned off. Rachel Anderson's bound body was discovered in a bedroom closet. She was stripped to the waist, partially wrapped in a blanket. Her head was wrapped in a shirt, and a black article of clothing was tied around her neck with part of the fabric stuffed into her mouth as a gag. The victim was a young 24-year-old female, Rachel Anderson. Rachel Nicoletta Anderson was born on January 28, 1994, to William Bill Anderson and Patricia Trish Anderson in Warren, Ohio. Rachel had a younger brother, John, who was a common family favorite. She was a 2012 graduate of Warren Harding High School, where she was part of the National Honor Society and played soccer and volleyball. Rachel chose a completely unusual profession since childhood. She dreamed of becoming a funeral director. The girl studied at Youngstown State University, where she specialized in the study of the bodies of the dead. She treated her vocation with great importance, for which she got into the list of the best students and received a scholarship. She then attended Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, where she graduated in 2016 with a Bachelor of Science in Mortuary Science. After becoming a member of the Ohio Funeral Directors Association, Rachel moved to Columbus, where she began her internship at Shaw Davis Funeral Home. She was very reverent about her work and felt it was her duty to support and assist the relatives of the deceased. Her internship was coming to an end, and Rachel dreamed of becoming a full-fledged employee of the Bureau. But her dreams of the future were destroyed and sneakily taken away in the most brutal way. Rachel's body was taken to the morgue, and investigators interviewed the first witnesses. The autopsy performed on Rachel Anderson's body revealed the mystery of the horrific manipulation she had endured that night. The young woman had been strangled and stabbed. She suffered a laceration to her scalp and fractures to the base of her skull. The stab wound went through the back of her neck and penetrated the left hemisphere of her brain. Rachel was stabbed with such force that part of her skull broke off. The autopsy also revealed that she had been strangled with an electric blanket cord, and as a result of the strangulation, she had hemorrhaged in her sternoclavicular muscles and eyelids, and the blood vessels in her eyes had filled with blood. In addition, forensic evidence showed that bruises and red marks on her ankles and wrists indicated that she was alive when the perpetrator tied her up. A DNA sample was found on the rope and on Rachel's body. The coroner who performed an autopsy on Rachel Anderson found that the death was caused by a stab wound to the head and neck, although the initial theory was strangulation. After interviewing several employees from Rachel's work, as well as her ex-boyfriend who had an alibi, police continued to look at different versions of the attack. Detectives returned to the victim's apartment to conduct searches in hopes of finding evidence or traces of the perpetrator that could unravel the case. On the living room floor, they found Rachel's purse, which was missing her wallet. The 9-inch steak knife used to stab Anderson was found by her mother 2 weeks after the crime in a box in her apartment. So detectives had their first theory: robbery. But such a brutal torture of the girl said that the perpetrator was not just a robber, but a skilled maniac who took pleasure in the display of his power over the victim. Investigators considered different motives and for some time had no suspects, and the manner of the girl's death was not disclosed, maintaining the secrecy of the investigation. After some time, the investigation received DNA samples that were found on several parts of Rachel's body and at the crime scene itself. But unfortunately, the obtained samples were not recognized by the database of special services. The obtained video from street surveillance cameras showed 2 people who used her car to drive around the city after Rachel's death. At that time, cash was withdrawn from the dead girl's debit and credit cards. Data obtained by the location service identified a phone number that was in Rachel Anderson's apartment from 7:59 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. on January 28, 2018. By examining the evidence, it became clear where the caller was at different times. Having identified the account from the phone number found, investigators were able to identify the suspect. He turned out to be 54-year-old Anthony Pardon, a recidivist, violent criminal and rapist, whose criminal history before the murder of Rachel Anderson included several rapes, as well as robbery, kidnapping, and attempted murder. He spent a total of 33 years in prison for his crime. The maniac had a hard fate. He was raised by his grandparents before he started living with his mother. As a child, the boy was diagnosed with conduct disorder and antisocial personality disorder due to social problems. In March 1979, Anthony, 14, was temporarily committed to the Ohio Youth Commission. In July of that year, he was placed in the custody of the court and temporarily transferred to Franklin County Children's Services. And as late as December, he was again found guilty of making threats and was transferred to the Ohio Youth Commission and placed in foster care. In 1980, Pardon was charged with abuse. The victim was the foster parent's son. Pardon, who was 15 years old when he committed the crime, was babysitting while his foster mother went grocery shopping. He told Columbus police he committed the crime because he was upset after an argument with his girlfriend. Anthony was convicted of the crime as a juvenile. On November 13, 1981, 16-year-old Pardon was allowed to enter the home of his girlfriend's 39-year-old mother to use the telephone. He pulled a butcher knife on her, took advantage of her, and stole $100 from her purse. He then bound her hands and feet, gagged her, and put her in the trunk of his car. He drove her to Valleydale, where he untied her feet, and threw her into the river behind the Valleydale ballroom. When the perpetrator saw that the victim, who was partially clothed, was able to stay afloat, he waded into the creek and submerged her head underwater. The woman survived after the intervention of a random passerby who scared Anthony away. The boy then managed to get away before the police arrived and used the money he stole from the victim to buy tennis shoes and jogging uniforms. He was convicted of other crimes in Franklin. He was sentenced to a term of imprisonment ranging from 5 to 25 years. While in prison, he committed several disciplinary offenses, including possession of a weapon, burning a mattress, and fighting. He eventually spent over 24 years in prison for his crimes and was released in November 2006. Upon gaining his freedom, Anthony Pardon moved to Georgia and applied for a job under an assumed name. But in 2007, he was charged with forgery and was again convicted in Floyd County, where he spent 9 years in prison. He was also given 20 years probation and was required to wear a GPS tracker on his ankle. In 2017, Pardon was released from prison, returning to Ohio in June of that year under an interstate agreement between Ohio and Georgia. He was monitored by the Adult Parole Authority and was required to check in with the Sheriff's Department every 90 days. The Ohio Adult Parole Authority did not provide him with a monitor as requested by the judge because of the length of supervision and cost concerns. Due to budget savings and careless negligence of state authorities, a former maniac and criminal was walking free again. So, on August 21, 2017, Pardon was caught with a girl of easy virtue in his car, and 6 days later, he was caught driving without a license. During that stop, he was found to be in possession of a kitchen knife and a shotgun. But again, Either by some strange coincidence or police negligence, he was not arrested. The perpetrator's escapades continued. One of the CCTV footage shows Rachel's car stopped outside a store. A man got out of the car on the passenger side and headed into the store to store. The driver was not visible on the footage, which added some complications, but after visiting that store and interviewing the employees, the police managed to find out the man's identity. He turned out to be a local vagrant, Anthony Slitz. A couple of days later, he was questioned at the station. He said that he was approached by a passing mature man and offered to cash in the cards of his ex-girlfriend. He agreed, and thus became a co-conspirator in the Rachel Anderson case. Anthony Slitz confirmed the identity of Anthony Pardon and outlined the entire route they took on the evening of January 28, 2018, in an attempt to cash out Rachel's stolen cards. The matter remained to be resolved. Find and apprehend Anthony Pardon. On February 9, 2018, a multi-day stakeout of Anthony Pardon's sister's house resulted in his apprehension. The 54-year-old repeat offender was charged with 9 counts, including aggravated burglary, aggravated robbery, kidnapping, rape, and aggravated murder. On February 4, 2020, the protracted trial began. 4 witnesses testified on the first day, including Rachel's co-worker, Jonathan Kennedy, who discovered Anderson's body. Jonathan and the manager of her apartment complex also testified. The jury heard from Officer Frank Sclafani, who was in his car outside the apartment when Kennedy discovered the girl's body and saw the surveillance tape. Rachel's brother John and Special Agent Joshua Durst testified on February 5th, and lead detective Art Hughes testified on February 6th. On February 6th, the inmate complained to the judge saying he was not satisfied at all and asked for new attorneys. Recidivist Anthony Pardon was intentionally stalling. On Monday, February 10th, prosecutors brought in a latent print expert and other expert witnesses to explain how technology was used to identify where Rachel Anderson's debit card was used and at the crime scene. The defendant's sister also testified that he gave her Rachel's debit card, telling her that it was his girlfriend's card. Later, from television news reports, she learned that the card belonged to the crime victim. The last day of testimony was Tuesday, February 11th. The medical examiner testified that Pardon's DNA was found at the scene, while a forensic pathologist and a deputy coroner from the Franklin County office testified about Rachel Anderson's injury. In the courtroom, a minute-by-minute picture of the last days of Rachel Anderson's life was reconstructed. On January 26th and 27th, 2018, Rachel celebrated her 24th birthday. On the 26th, her brother John traveled from Warren to Columbus to visit her. The next day, she traveled with her brother to the home of her friend and colleague John Kennedy. There, the friends threw a party to celebrate Rachel's birthday. After a long party, Rachel and her brother spent the night at the house of friends, and the next day the girl went from them to work, leaving the key to her apartment to her brother. On the 28th, John Anderson returned to his hometown and accidentally brought the key with him. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Rachel texted John Kennedy, who had a key to her house. She said she would come to his place and pick up the key. Rachel spoke to her mother around 6:30 p.m. and then went and got her key from Kennedy. Since her apartment door could only be locked from the outside with a key, Anderson had to leave it unlocked. She stopped for dinner at her favorite restaurant and pulled up in front of the house at about 7:30 p.m. She then left the apartment. Pardon was waiting for her outside the apartment. He abducted Rachel by taking her from the bottom floor to the top floor. He held her down with savage force while he bound her feet and ankles with a hairdryer cord, then tied her hands with a belt and blinds cord. When the victim was immobilized, he wrapped a curling iron cord between her wrists. To stop her from screaming, he gagged her. The villain forced Rachel Anderson to give him the PIN numbers to her cards. He tortured her and took advantage of her. He then strangled the girl in cold blood with a cord from an electric blanket. In addition to strangulation, the perpetrator also inflicted blunt force trauma and a stab wound to her head. He then carefully hid her body in a closet. He left her there naked below the waist and with the electric blanket cord tied around her neck and door handle. The perpetrator then stole her car, used all of her bank cards at several stores in Columbus for a quick profit. The defense did not call any witnesses. The final hearing was held on February 12th. Assistant Prosecutor Amy Van Koolen made the state's initial closing argument, constructing a chronology of the crime and telling the jury that Pardon massacred Rachel Anderson in cold blood. In defense closing argument, Defendant's attorney Larry Thomas acknowledged that Pardon used the victim's cards, but argued that he was not responsible for the crime. The attorney argued that the state's case was based on speculation, and the DNA and cell phone evidence did not prove Pardon's involvement in the crime. The jury, made up of 4 men and 8 women, deliberated for about 6 hours over 2 days before finding him guilty on all counts. The prosecution sought the death penalty because he killed Rachel Anderson in an aggravated burglary, because he had a prior conviction for a similar attempted murder of a woman. Prosecutors sought the death penalty instead of clemency because of his extensive criminal history. Prosecutor O'Brien said there are some people who basically cannot behave in accordance with the law, and Anthony Pardon is one of them. The sentencing phase of the trial began on February 18th. A defense seeking to mitigate aggravating factors cited the suspect's troubled childhood to the court and jury. But that didn't work, and prosecutors voiced that the aggravating circumstances outweighed any mitigating factors, and furthermore, it was proven at trial that Anthony Pardon was fully aware of what he was doing when he attacked Rachel. Pardon's mother and sister, along with a psychologist and his former elementary school teacher, did testify in his defense. On February 19th, Anthony Pardon self-reported a 13-minute unscripted statement to the jury, discussing his abusive childhood. He also spoke about his problems after leaving prison, describing hardship and helplessness. He claimed that the system failed him and no one helped him. In his last statement, he blamed the justice system for who he is today. He did not speak directly about the crime or apologize for it during his statement. On February 20th, after 3.5 hours of deliberation, the jury deadlocked on whether to recommend the death penalty and recommended life in prison without parole. Sentencing took place on March 16, 2020. Rachel Anderson's mother, Rachel Anderson, cried in court as the verdict was announced. The father issued a statement, recounting his observations of the investigation over the past few years. He was extremely surprised at how a violent criminal and repeat offender made demands and became hysterical as if he was owed money. The man was shocked as a grown man, complaining that the system had failed him, trying in every way possible to absolve himself of even the slightest bit of guilt. In his final statement, the father of the deceased noted that there is obviously blame to be placed on the system, but in the situation that happened, it only failed Rachel Anderson. Judge McIntosh sentenced Anthony Pardon to 1 life sentence without parole for aggravated murder and another life sentence without parole for violence. Anthony Pardon was also sentenced to an additional 63 years in prison for aggravated burglary. The sentences must be served consecutively. An evil fate. It was the 24th birthday for Rachel Anderson. The life of a young woman who had everything ahead of her was cut short. Her internship was coming to an end, and she was about to be offered a promising job. Rachel was buried at Pine View Memorial Park. Her family and friends are having a difficult time recovering from such a sudden loss. Each year on January 28th, her loved ones light a candle in their homes and remember the blonde-haired, smiling Rachel. After all, to know Rachel meant to love Rachel. She was just a beautiful soul, and she would do anything for any of her friends. Rachel had many hobbies throughout her life. First and foremost was her career. She had the gift of compassion. She loved dancing and socializing with family and friends. She loved children. She loved her life that was stolen from her. Story 5. Story serves as a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the devastating impact of senseless action. Let this tragedy be a call to compassion and guide collective efforts to prevent such sorrow from befalling other families. She was the first child in the young family of Mark and Caroline Longley. Mark's friends teased him about becoming a father soon. At 26, he felt utterly unprepared for parenthood. He was present at the birth, and when the nurse cleaned the newborn and handed her to him, he tenderly held her in his arms, her tiny head resting in his palms, her legs barely reaching his elbow. The girl opened her eyes and gazed at her dad. Mark knew fatherhood wouldn't be a problem for him. A few years later, the Longley family welcomed a second daughter, Hannah. The 2 blonde sisters adored each other and were a joy for their father. He was confident that keeping the children warm and safe would let them know how much he loved them. The girls grew up surrounded by their parents' unconditional love. They had an example of prosperity and happiness right before their eyes. Mark Longley worked as a journalist for a local newspaper, while Caroline was a teacher. The girls had a promising future ahead, the kind every parent wishes for their children. 10 years later, Emily and Hannah Longley's world was turned upside down when their parents made the momentous decision to move from their hometown of Bournemouth to the scenic landscapes of New Zealand. This was a massive change for everyone, as relocating to another country was a significant. This challenging decision was made for Emily's health. Following doctors' advice that she needed a change in climate, the Longley family traveled halfway around the world, hoping for a better life for their daughters. And so it was. New Zealand's climate is varied due to its landscape. Most regions of New Zealand have a temperate maritime climate, characterized by 4 distinct seasons. Winters here are relatively mild, and summers are comparatively cool. The Pacific Ocean and mountain ranges are major contributing factors. The nature and air were perfect for the family from England. A new chapter began in the lives of the Longleys and their daughters. Emily attended a prestigious private school, and for a while, life went on quietly until she was metaphorically stabbed in the back by former classmates. Her friend, Sarah Lee Terblanche, caused a stir at school by revealing that Emily had and was associated with banned substances. Sarah gave an interview to the school newspaper, detailing a party at Emily's house. After overcoming initial disappointments and betrayals at the end of 2010, Emily decided to return to England to continue her education. She moved in with her grandparents, Ronald and Zosie Longley, in a large detached cottage near the promenade in Southbourne, close to Bournemouth, and enrolled in a British college, hoping it would be a fresh start for her life. The decision bore fruit. Emily, who had struggled in school, transitioned to a calmer student life and thrived. Emily made strides, allowing her to balance her studies at Brockenhurst College in Hampshire with a job at the Topshop clothing store. At 16, Emily Longley was a vibrant, cheerful, and highly ambitious young woman with striking blonde beauty. Her radiant appearance quickly led to early successes in the modeling industry, while her captivating charm and irresistible charisma made her stand out in her community. In December 2010, at a party, Emily met 19-year-old Elliot Vince Turner. Elliot was the only son of a wealthy and successful jeweler, Lee Turner. He worked at his father's jewelry store in Bournemouth and lived in his family's home in Queen's Park, an affluent area of Bournemouth. He was part of a group known as the Firm, made up of affluent young men actively socializing in local bars and clubs in Bournemouth and Poole. Elliot Turner, who drew the attention of many women, seemed almost obsessed with them. Nonetheless, the two quickly became a couple. Emma, Elliot was incredibly devoted to his girlfriend, who had started modeling and earning her first income. She began to attract the attention of many men. Elliot's jealousy towards Emily was intense. Within 4 months, their relationship had turned into a battleground of constant arguments and mutual grievances. Amidst this tumultuous relationship, marked by Elliot's worrying behavior and endless jealousy, emotional abuse became the norm. If he disapproved of her attire, he'd accuse her of dressing like a call girl. He hacked into her Facebook account to monitor her activities and conversations. He also showed up unannounced when she wasn't around. He used his strength and anger to intimidate Emily. Once she wrote him a note saying, "Stop being so aggressive." However, each incident was followed by remorse and apologies, only for the cycle to repeat. Elliot eventually crossed the line from verbal threats to physical action. He grabbed her by the throat and punched her in public on multiple occasions. He then justified his actions by blaming Emily for his uncontrollable outbursts of emotion. After continuous arguments and fights, Emily began to fear for her life. She took a break and went on a holiday to her parents in New Zealand. This was the Longley family's best Easter holiday ever. Parents, Hannah and Emily, hung out just like old times. They walked a lot, laughed, and spent a great deal of time together, as if sensing an imminent farewell. Her father hugged her tightly. She promised to return in September for the Rugby World Cup. Already on the airplane, she wrote her father a message. "It was so good to see you. I love you." They had shared a special bond between father and daughter since her birth. That was the last time the family saw Emily alive. She returned to the UK, intending to end her relationship with Elliot. This happened, but tragically, at the cost of a promising young woman's life. Elliot met his girlfriend not with flowers, but with a new batch of accusations and quarrels. Before Emily returned from New Zealand, Elliot discovered pictures of Emily with 2 shirtless young men on social media. Furious with jealousy, he invited her to spend the night at his house. Despite the disagreement, Emily agreed to return to Elliot's family home to discuss their problems, comforted by the presence of Lee and Anita, Elliot's parents. Upon her arrival at the house, a barrage of jealousy and insults descended upon her. The young couple did a lot of yelling and arguing. Half an hour of yelling was followed by silence. On the morning of May 7, 2011, emergency services received a call that 17-year-old Emily Longley was found unconscious in bed. Anita Turner called after discovering the girl in her son's room. Neighbors saw Turner sitting in the ambulance with his head in his hands after the girl's death. Elliot Turner was arrested immediately after Emily's death, but was later released on bail pending an investigation. The investigation began after the tragic incident. Turner Jr., haunted by guilt, wrote a confession. His parents, determined not to lose their only son, deliberately withheld crucial evidence, thus delaying the investigation. And 53-year-old Lee Turner removed a coat their son wore on the night of the incident from their house, retrieved the confession letter from its pocket, and doused it with bleach to destroy vital evidence. During the investigation, a decision was made to secretly plant listening devices in the expansive Turner family home. From May 18th to June 14th, police made a series of recordings inside the Turner residence. After obtaining evidence of a family discussion about fabricating evidence and concerns about lying to the police seized the household computers to search for further evidence, and they found it. A review of the browser's search history revealed searches for death by strangulation and how to avoid a murder charge. In July, all 3 family members were arrested and charged with involvement in the incident and intentionally concealing evidence. Elliot Turner denied his involvement, blaming Emily for his troubles. During a forensic reconstruction of the incident, it was determined that a struggle had ensued between Elliot and Emily on that fateful day. Elliot used force in an attempt to subdue her, pressing her face down into the bed with a pillow. He then discarded the pillow and continued to strangle her with his hand. When she fell silent, he coldly stood up and left the room. Pathologists examining Emily's body found injuries consistent with strangulation. Elliot had scratches on his arm, and Emily's fingertips bore his DNA, indicating a struggle between them. The trial revealed that Elliot's behavior towards Emily was characterized by threats, aggression, violence, control, and possessiveness. These alarming traits escalated, and on a fateful night in May 2011, a heated argument erupted between the couple over Emily's choice of outfit and her photos with unknown men. The wealthy family couldn't afford to lose their son and tarnish their reputation. Hired lawyers fervently defended Elliot. The defense attempted to downplay the tormentor's role in the young woman's demise, suggesting she might have used drugs. However, the Dorset police appointed an independent toxicological examination, which found no drugs or other banned substances in the victim's bloodstream. The affluent jeweler and his wife, who disposed of evidence to help cover up how their jealous son ended the life of the aspiring New Zealand. At 20 years old, Elliot Turner was found guilty by a jury at Winchester Crown Court in May of ending 17-year-old Emily's life in his bed after a bout of jealous rage. In sentencing, Judge Dobbs stated that he intimidated, stalked, threatened, and assaulted Emily to control her as his trophy girlfriend. The judge also advised Elliot to abandon thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls, as he sentenced him to life imprisonment, stating he must serve at least 16 years before being eligible for parole. His parents, Lee, 54, and Anita, 51, were also sentenced at the same court after being found guilty of obstructing justice by concealing evidence. They concealed the crime by destroying their son's confession letter and removing crucial evidence following the incident in their Bournemouth home. Their son was also sentenced to 9 months in prison for obstructing justice by hiding evidence. The prosecution argued that Turner used a pillow to suffocate Emily and then strangled her after she returned to his home to discuss their situation following a fierce argument that night. Emily's father, Mark Longley, branded Elliot Turner evil and expressed his hope that Turner would suffer every day in prison. Elliot Turner was found guilty of ending her life in May 2012 and was sentenced to life imprisonment. His parents, Anita Turner and Lee Turner, were also imprisoned. They received 27 months for misleading the police about the incident and destroying a confession note written by their son. As it was a homicide investigation, the police retained her body, and it was not until September that she could be brought home, but in a closed casket. The Turner couple was released in 2013. That same year, Turner's appeal for a reduced sentence was denied. However, at hearings in the High Court of London, British judges ruled otherwise. It's clear that over some time, due to wounded pride, he harbored thoughts of ending her life, culminating in her demise, Lord Chief Justice Royce Justice Globe stated in his verdict. stated after the sentence that Emily's death was a case of domestic violence. Upon hearing his sentence, Elliot said, "I never wanted to hurt her. I was just defending myself." Emily Longley's perpetrator, Elliot Turner, is currently serving a life sentence in a Kent prison for the brutal ending of the young aspiring model's life. The court ruled that he would not be eligible for parole for at least 16 years. Despite being incarcerated, the Daily Star reports that Turner has decorated the walls of his prison cell with photos of Emily, indicating a disturbing and potentially obsessive connection with his victim. Remarkably, while behind bars, Turner has reportedly spoken about his anticipation of the day he will be released, expressing a desire to return to a life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. Such an attitude raises concerns about his lack of remorse, and the potential for continuing harmful behavior after release. Furthermore, the involvement of Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita Turner, in perverting justice by destroying their son's confession letter and tampering with evidence from the crime scene led to their own imprisonment. This underscores the gravity of the case and the collective impact of the Turner family's actions on the pursuit of justice for Emily Longley. Emily's father began to delve into domestic violence. Through patterns and behaviors, he painted a portrait of Elliot as an abuser. He constantly thought about ending her life. It was only a matter of time. To love someone is not to try to control their life, not to call someone derogatory names, and not to isolate them from their friends. That's not love. A woman is treated like a trophy. Such relationships are solely about the man. From Emily's father's memory, he was cruel to Emily before she returned to New Zealand, but she didn't tell us anything. I don't know why, but now things could have been different if she had. Now I don't think about Turner or his family. He's in prison, and I hope he suffers every day. If I dwell too much on what he did, the anger rises, and it's the kind of anger that can consume you. He never considered the people who for 17 years loved, cherished, and raised Emily. He stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her neck, and ended her life. Even now, years later, it's still hard to believe someone could do this to Emily. After enduring the tragedy, Emily's parents divorced. But to this day, all anniversaries and birthdays are very hard for them. Easter is especially difficult because it was the last time the family spent together. On May 6, 2011, Emily was still alive. She was chatting on Facebook with her father just a few hours before it happened. She seemed normal, happy, without the slightest hint of fear. On May 7th, everything changed. A phone call woke Emily's father. He didn't answer right away. By the time he fully woke up, he had several missed calls from his ex-wife Caroline and multiple messages from her on his cell phone. Texts from her weren't unusual, but the volume of calls and messages was alarming. He answered an incoming call. It was his younger daughter, Hannah, crying inconsolably on the other end. In the background, he heard his ex-wife screaming, "Emily is gone, Emily is gone." He sat on the same couch Emily had sat on just a week ago and broke down. What was she planning to do after college? This couldn't be true. How could the girl who was so full of life now be gone? He couldn't remember anything more about that night. Emily's father didn't sleep until he boarded the plane to England. From Emily's father's recollections, I remember being driven to Auckland, stopping in a small town to refuel, and seeing Emily's photo on the front page of the Herald. I thought I was going to be sick right there in the station reading the headline. At the airport, people were throwing their copies in the trash, and I wanted to tell them who she was, that they should keep that newspaper. It seemed like an eternity before Mark Longley arrived in England. He was still in shock and couldn't believe the reason for his visit to his once beloved England was to identify his beloved daughter, Emily. He still hoped there had been some mistake. They took him straight to the morgue where Emily's body was. He stood in a room with Caroline, a police officer, and the mortician, who pointed to a window and said the body was in the next room. The mortician pointed to the window. The light would turn on, and when they were ready, they could enter the room. The light came on. Mark and Caroline, with hands cold from horror, stood unable to cross the threshold of that room. They were ready to scream that it wasn't their daughter, but it was her, their Emily. She was lying on the gurney, covered with a purple sheet, looking as if she were sleeping. Her father approached and touched her face. It had a beautiful alabaster hue, and her skin was smooth but icy cold. From Emily's father's memory, I wanted to run away and pretend I hadn't seen it, but I stood there holding her hand, looking at the face I had gazed at so intently when she was born. Except now, her eyes were closed, and I realized this wasn't a joke. She wasn't going to sit up and say boo. Emily, my daughter, was gone. In moments of such horror, all tomorrows become yesterdays. It's when a flood of emotions crashes down, bombarding and overwhelming the soul, that you realize your utter helplessness. That day in the morgue was the last time her parents saw their Emily. The pain of losing someone doesn't get easier. Time doesn't heal. It merely teaches you to live with it. Everyone always commented, and still speaks of how beautiful Emily was. She had a wonderful, warm, and loving side to her nature. She would come up to you, wrap you in her long arms, and hug you tightly. But most of all, her family misses the woman Emily could have become. They will never get to see how her life would have unfolded, a life that was denied to her. Now, years later, Emily's father has remarried. He has a wonderful wife, Hillary, and a beautiful son, Hunter, is growing up in their family. Emily's younger sister, Hannah, has graduated from university, set up her own life, one where domestic violence has no place. Their greatest regret is that their Emily is not here to share the joyful moments with them. Story 6. Sometimes reality turns out to be more chilling than any horror movie. And this story is a perfect example of that. Imagine this, a luxurious home, a perfect couple. He's a successful businessman. She's a charming and confident woman, a glamorous life full of wealth and style. But here's the twist. Behind that shiny facade were secrets dark enough to send a shiver down your spine. I want to tell you about Mike and Susan Reuchel, a couple everyone saw as the epitome of success. But only they knew the dark secrets hidden behind the walls of their home. No one could have imagined that one cold February night, everything would end in tragedy, a call to emergency services and accusations that would make your skin crawl. You know what they say, the devil is in the details, and this story proves it. Because it was the little things, texts, casual words, red droplets on the floor that came together to paint a picture you just can't look away from. Millionaire Mike Reuchel and his wife Susan were often seen out together, dining at high-end restaurants and vacationing at luxury resorts, projecting the image of a flawless married life. Their mansion in the upscale neighborhood of Naplesville, Florida, sparkled just as brightly as their idealized union. A well-maintained garden, a shimmering pool, sleek, modern interiors. It seemed like everything Mike touched turned to gold, and Susan, his trophy, was no exception. But behind those walls were deep cracks, ones that even the most skilled designer couldn't conceal. Mike's success in business had made his name known in certain circles, but his personal life remained shrouded in mystery. Rarely did anyone hear about his past, a past that led back to his days as a young student at the University of Florida, where he met his first love, Dee Hoffman. At 19, he was already building ambitious plans and climbing the career ladder, and their youthful romance turned into a marriage that lasted a quarter of a century. He spoke of him as a kind and reliable man, one who never raised a hand or even his voice. But a thriving career had its cost. Mike became a workaholic, spending months away on business trips, leaving his family in the shadow of his job. This eventually led to their quiet divorce in 2005. He moved on, but the echoes of the past did not. Soon, Susan stepped into her place. A young nurse Mike met through an online dating site. She was 38, and she caught his attention from the very first messages. Her energy, charisma, and zest for life were magnetic, and without hesitation, he invited her into his world. Before long, Susan had moved in and taken the place that once belonged to DD. In August 2007, they got married, and from that moment the mansion, once filled with memories of Mike's first family, became the home of a new union. However, on February 3rd, 2018, before dawn, the calm of this new life was shattered. A call to emergency services broke the silence, and Mike's shaky voice reported a break-in. An unknown intruder, masked and armed with a knife, had attacked him and his wife. Police and paramedics arrived quickly, but what they found exceeded even their darkest expectations. The yard was eerily quiet, as if watching everything unfold, and the mansion's massive windows reflected the flashing lights of the sirens, casting sinister shadows across the glass. From the outside, everything seemed perfect, but those who knew them closely noticed that not everything was as smooth as it appeared in this marriage. Susan ran their household with a firm hand, influencing many aspects of Mike's life, and she wasn't shy about showing her dominant nature. She had previously worked in a hospice, caring for patients with serious illnesses, but after she left that job to focus on domestic responsibilities and her new social status. Although Mike stopped traveling for business and bought a dental clinic to be closer to Susan, the tension in their home grew with each passing year. Beneath the facade of wealth and success was a very different reality. Mike would tell his friends that he had found in Susan someone with whom he could build a new life. life, but his hesitant attempts to strengthen their bond were often met with a cold, distant attitude. And now, as the police officers walked through the mansion's hallways, taking note of details that had previously gone unnoticed, a disturbing picture began to emerge. Details suggesting that things had been hidden within these walls, things Mike had never openly spoken about. Everyone was waiting for answers. Who was the masked man? What had brought him to this home? And most importantly, what was really hidden behind the facade of a peaceful and prosperous marriage? But before diving deeper into those terrifying events, let's take a step back and look at this couple's past. By 2015, the relationship between Mike and Susan was no longer as perfect as it seemed to the outside world. The primary cause of their growing tension was the complicated dynamic between Susan and Mike's daughters, especially his eldest, Caroline. Susan didn't hide her dislike for Caroline, and in moments of anger, she would sometimes send Mike sharp, angry texts about his daughter. She believed Mike was giving Caroline too much time and attention. In turn, Caroline didn't have any warm feelings toward her father's new wife either, accusing her of trying to push her out of Mike's life. Caroline mentioned that Susan often had a habit of drinking a bit too much. 5 or 6 glasses of wine or martinis in an evening were not unusual for her. Yet she managed to keep her composure and engage in conversation, even when she had a few too many. By the fall of 2017, tension in the family had reached a breaking point. Everything escalated when Caroline started planning her wedding. Mike wanted to make sure her big day was perfect, so he allocated $100,000 for the event. It was a substantial amount, but Susan reluctantly agreed to let him cover the expenses. However, the cost of the wedding kept rising, and by the time everything was set, the final budget had ballooned to over $250,000, which infuriated Susan. Despite attempts to find common ground, especially during the wedding preparations, Susan remained upset when she found out just how much Mike had spent on the celebration. 3 weeks after the wedding, which took place in November 2017, Mike opened up to Caroline, revealing that Susan had physically confronted him several times. His daughter immediately believed him, as she had noticed a faint white scar on his cheek on the day of the wedding. Mike even showed her photos of injuries he had taken after one of the incidents. It turned out that Susan had once attacked him with a knife, leading to her arrest. But was this the only incident? What was really going on behind closed doors in that house? When Susan found out the true cost of Caroline's wedding, she was furious. She lashed out at Mike, threw a phone at him, and began to hit him. The incident was shocking to everyone who thought they knew this couple. Surprisingly, after attacking her husband, Susan was the one who called the police. This decision seemed strange, given that she had always tried to maintain control over the situation. Perhaps she planned to present her version of events first and avoid any charges, but things didn't go as she had intended. When the police arrived at the Rochelle residence, they found clear signs of a recent altercation. A broken phone on the floor, overturned furniture, and a tense atmosphere between the couple. Officers conducted a brief conversation with both Mike and Susan. Susan was emotional, giving a disjointed account of what had happened, while Mike appeared visibly distressed. The officers decided that the best course of action was for Susan to leave the house for a while to calm down and reflect on her actions. She agreed, but only verbally. The officers left, assuming the issue was temporarily resolved. Half an hour passed, yet Susan had not left the house. She remained inside, trying to convince Mike to stay together and work through their problems. The sound of water and the soft glow of candles in the cozy restaurant created the illusion of a calm evening. But the atmosphere at Mike and Susan Rochel's table was anything but peaceful. That morning, things had seemed different. Mike hoped this dinner would be the start of a truce, a chance to return to the days when everything between them was simple. But instead of a warm smile, Susan's face had a hardened expression, and their conversation quickly shifted to familiar, tense topics. She had once been the person who made his life brighter, and now she was his main source of anxiety and conflict. Misunderstanding and frustration simmered between them, like water in a kettle ready to boil over. Now, let me walk you through the events of that day in detail. The dinner ended as abruptly as it began. Mike stood up, tossed some cash on the table, and left. Susan sat there staring blankly, as if trying to process all the words that had been said. They had argued once again about Caroline, Mike's eldest daughter from his first marriage. Susan could never forgive him for the $250,000 he had spent on Caroline's wedding, seeing it not only as extravagant, but also as a betrayal. In her eyes, The more he invested in Caroline, the more distant he became from her. She had always fought for influence, for the feeling of being the most important person in his life, and this struggle was slowly destroying their marriage. Susan was left deep in thought. She wasn't sure what to do next, but she knew one thing. She wasn't about to lose control of the situation. A few minutes later, she stood up, grabbed her phone, and sent him a message. "Good luck with your daughter. I'm filing for divorce." It wasn't a threat, but a statement of her intentions. Then, realizing that their conversation was far from over, she sent another text. "You have serious issues with your daughter. I will not tolerate this behavior." In that moment, she made up her mind. Susan hailed a cab and headed home. The house was quiet. The large windows allowed the soft moonlight to spill in, casting long shadows across the hallways. Susan entered the guest room, unaware that this evening would bring a test she would remember for the rest of her life. The clock struck midnight when the door suddenly opened, and Mike appeared in the doorway. There was something wild in his eyes, something that made Susan tense up. They started arguing again, and it quickly escalated into a full-blown confrontation, but this time it went further than ever before. Mike's anger broke through, and soon they were struggling against each other. Susan felt a sharp pain pierce her abdomen. Horrified, she realized that Mike was holding a knife, and she desperately tried to break free. Everything happened so fast, she didn't have time to understand how a heated argument had turned into a nightmare within seconds. Blood slowly trickled down her arm as he struck her again. This was no accident. This was intentional. But there was one thing Mike didn't expect. She wasn't going to give up. He tried to restrain her, but Susan's determination to survive made him hesitate. She realized that if she couldn't convince him to stop, she might not see the morning. "Fine. I won't file for divorce. I won't leave you," she whispered through the pain, desperately hoping those words would make him stop. Mike froze and something changed in his eyes. Maybe he finally realized what he had done. He began putting the knife away, grabbing his things, and quickly came up with a different version of events. "It was a stranger. We'll say it was someone in a mask, and everything will be fine. You're going to say what I tell you to." "Got it," Susan agreed. She had nothing left to lose, but the moment she was brought to the hospital and felt a sense of safety, she immediately told her side of the story. The next few hours were a blur. Police calls, urgent announcements over the intercom, tense conversations in the hospital hallways. Susan opened up to doctors, investigators, anyone who would listen. Meanwhile, Mike was trying to convince everyone of his version, insisting that they had been victims of a late-night intruder. He even deleted the footage from the security cameras, trying to erase any trace of what had really happened behind the walls of their home. When officers returned to the Rochelle residence, they were surprised to find no signs of a break-in. The windows were intact. The locks were untouched. It didn't take long for them to realize that Mike's story didn't add up, but he had a backup plan and quickly put it into action. He carefully tried to persuade the police that the doors had been left unlocked, suggesting that someone might have entered while they were asleep. His performance was so convincing that, for a moment, it seemed plausible that this could have been a random incident. Then the investigators received footage from the restaurant security cameras, and the pieces started to fall into place. They saw Mike and Susan leaving separately, not speaking to each other, and later entering the house and going to different rooms. It was clear these scenes had nothing to do with the supposed nighttime intruder. It all seemed odd, implausible, and suspicions began to grow. As investigators tried to piece everything together, they began to realize that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The story Mike had tried to frame as an attack was much darker and more complicated than anyone could have imagined. Mike continued to push his version of events, but the cracks in his story were starting to show. The shadows in the house, which appeared calm on the cameras, were hiding events that no one expected to uncover, and they became the starting point for a new, far more chilling twist in this tale. When Mike Rochelle was arrested, the first thing he did was dial his daughter's number. His voice was shaky, but determined, as if he could dispel all doubts with sheer force of will. He repeated his tone insistent, "You have to call my lawyer. You have to get me out of here." He knew that without her support, his chances of freedom were slim. Caroline wasn't just his daughter, she was his steadfast ally, the one person who could defend his reputation in court and in the eyes of the public. But everything that had happened over the last few weeks didn't align with the image of the successful and composed businessman that Mike was known to be in certain circles. News of his arrest spread like wildfire, touching not only his family but also friends, colleagues, his ex-wife Dee. and anyone who had ever crossed paths with Mike. The shock was palpable. DD, who had spent 25 years married to him, seemed devastated. Mike was a kind, gentle man. I can't believe he could do something like this. Friends described him as rational, calm, always steady, even in moments of crisis. Yet something had happened to this paragon of success and stability that seemed almost inconceivable. The prosecutor, however, had a different perspective. From their side, the narrative was about a man who was used to being in complete control of his life, suddenly losing that control. Mike couldn't handle the idea of a divorce, of losing the assets he had worked so hard to accumulate over the years. This blow hit him hard, and it drove him to make a reckless decision. The prosecution's version was straightforward. Mike feared that after the divorce, Susan would take half of his fortune, and that threat pushed him to try to solve the problem once and for all. Now it was up to his attorneys to prove that Mike was not involved in the attack, that the story of the intruder was real, and that Susan's injuries were the result of a tragic accident, not an intentional act. At the first court hearing in mid-February, Mike publicly shared his version of the events for the first time. His account sounded sincere, but unconvincing. He confirmed that on the night of February 2nd, he and Susan had indeed argued at the restaurant, and each returned home separately, heading to their own room. It was a chilly evening, and after his anger had cooled down, Mike decided to go to the guest room to try to have a conversation and make amends. He wanted to reconcile, but when he entered, he was met with a disturbing sight. Susan was kneeling by the bed, holding a knife. He claimed that she looked desperate, and he feared she was going to harm herself. Mike recounted that he tried to persuade Susan to put down the knife, but she refused. A struggle began, not a violent one, but more desperate and awkward, like two people tangled up in their own emotions. At one point, as Mike described it, he felt the cold blade graze her abdomen. He was also cut when the knife slipped from her hand. Susan was breathing heavily, and blood slowly soaked through her clothes. He claimed it was an accident, that he was only trying to stop her. But there was one major inconsistency. That same evening, when the couple supposedly decided to cover up the incident with a story about an intruder, Mike said they sat on the bed, talking about the future, as if trying to forget about their injuries. We were discussing our travel plans, vacations, life. It was one of the best conversations we'd had in a long time, he recalled, with a nearly nostalgic smile. But who could talk about a bright future while seriously wounded? To those listening, it sounded absurd. Meanwhile, the trial and investigation were gradually uncovering new details. The police report mentioned blood stains not only on the bed, but also on the walls, the floor, even the mirror in the bathroom. But there was another troubling detail. The bed was not only stained with blood, but also had traces of vomit and feces, and the room had a suffocating, oppressive smell. Mike couldn't explain how this happened, and their version of events provided no answers. All of this deepened the suspicion that the incident was far darker than anyone could have imagined. In court, Mike also mentioned another strange moment. When their dog jumped on the bed, it distracted him, and Susan managed to grab the knife again and cut her wrist. She was crying, whispering that she was terrified of going to jail, that she was scared and didn't know how to handle it. Mike knew that the police would find the surveillance footage, and according to him, he realized he had to act. He claimed he turned off all the cameras to avoid accusations. Then a few minutes later, he decided to call emergency services, spinning the story of a nighttime intruder. But a story built on lies began to crumble under the weight of its own inconsistencies. When investigators reviewed the surveillance footage and conducted searches, it became clear that no one had broken into the house. Mike had meticulously deleted parts of the recordings, but not all of them. Fragmented clips showed there was tension between Mike and Susan long before that night. The medical experts confirmed that Susan's injuries were inflicted with intent, not by accident. The knife wounds were precise, not random, but the signs of struggle that Mike tried to hide told a different story. He claimed he was only trying to protect her, but as the court hearings began, the facts painted a darker, more sinister picture. The story of a masked intruder seemed to be nothing more than a cover for something much more troubling. And it appeared that Mike was not prepared for that facade to start crumbling. The questioning in the courtroom was intense, the atmosphere electric, as if a spark could ignite at any moment and change the course of the entire case. Mike's lawyers attempted to build a defense based on the image of a man cornered in a toxic relationship. In their version, Susan was not just a wife but a tormentor, threatening his peace and safety. They reminded the court of her prior arrest for aggressive behavior. presenting it as evidence of her tendency towards hostility, and pointed confidently to the threatening and accusatory messages found on Mike's phone from Susan. But their most powerful move was bringing up Mike's posts on online forums, where he sought support from other men who had experienced domestic struggles. There, he described his life as a constant battle, looking for empathy and understanding. These posts were filled with desperation, complaints about constant accusations of infidelity despite a lack of evidence, and Susan's demands that he cut ties with his daughter, which only heightened the tension. The defense tried to convince the court that Mike was trapped in an unstable, destructive marriage, and his claim that Susan had turned the knife on herself seemed plausible. At first glance, this narrative was convincing. Susan's messages did indicate instability. In some of them, she expressed thoughts of self-harm, writing that she didn't know how to go on, that her life had lost meaning. Mike's attorneys used this to argue that she might have staged the attack to provoke a conflict and make Mike suffer. But Susan's legal team was not about to back down. She denied all accusations of aggressive behavior and posed sharp, direct questions. If Mike was truly a victim, why did he never go to the police? Why did he stay in the relationship and keep up the facade of a happy marriage? Their defense was built on a simple yet powerful argument. If Mike was genuinely afraid of Susan, why didn't he leave? Why did he stay? And most importantly, why did he fabricate the story of an intruder on the night of the incident? It was up to the court to figure out who was telling the truth. And with each session, the case grew more complex and entangled, realizing that an emotional defense alone would not be enough. Mike's attorneys decided to strengthen their case by bringing in a forensic expert. This specialist examined the evidence at the scene, focusing particularly on the blood spatter analysis found in the guest room. He stated that the pattern and direction of the blood indicated that Susan's injuries were inflicted late at night, closer to 3 a.m., which supported Mike's version of events. Susan, however, insisted that the attack happened around midnight while she was sleeping in her room, and that her husband was the one who attacked her first. This argument became a pivotal point in the trial. Medical experts testified that with such severe cuts to the wrist, a person could bleed out within an hour without proper medical attention. But Susan survived, and Mike's lawyers argued this backed up his claim that the injuries were inflicted shortly before the paramedics arrived. However, the situation took a turn when the credibility of the forensic expert was called into question. It soon emerged that his reputation was far from spotless. His license had previously been suspended due to breaches of professional ethics, and his name had been linked to a grim scandal. This revelation was like a lightning bolt in the courtroom. Susan's defense team presented documents revealing that the expert had been involved in a horrifying incident. He had been caught stealing organs from the deceased, with police discovering a collection of organs, including hearts and brains, in his personal refrigerator. These shocking details undermined the credibility of his findings in Mike's case. Suddenly, the expert's conclusions weren't just questionable. They threatened to dismantle Mike's entire defense strategy. Susan and her lawyers seized on this, arguing that the blood spatter on the walls and furniture pointed to deliberate knife strikes, not accidental self-inflicted injuries. They contended that Mike had been restraining Susan during the attack, preventing her from moving or defending herself. In court, Susan demonstrated how she claimed Mike placed the knife in her hand to create the illusion that she had harmed herself, then inflicted wounds on himself to make his story more believable. But soon, even darker aspects of this story began to emerge. During the investigation, evidence was found showing that Mike had long lost interest in the marriage. Despite his claims of trying to work things out, he was actively pursuing a life without Susan. Proof of his registration on multiple dating sites dealt a new blow to his defense. It turned out that Mike was seeking connections with younger women and openly discussing future plans that didn't include his current wife. Susan's legal team seized on this fact, arguing that Mike had been dishonest about his intentions all along. They suggested that the attack might have been premeditated, part of a plan to get rid of his wife without losing money in a divorce. The defense argued that all his actions, from attempting to erase surveillance footage to calling the police with a story about a burglar, were designed to create an alibi and avoid financial consequences. Mike struggled to maintain control of the situation, but each new detail revealed how his grip was slipping as his web of lies grew thicker. Initially, Mike and Susan's story seemed like just another domestic dispute, but it quickly unraveled into a deep tragedy where everyone was entangled in their own deception. Prosecutors, defense attorneys, witnesses, They all had their own perspectives, but each new day in court revealed more secrets, exposing a much darker truth behind the facade of a happy life. What began as an ordinary dinner spiraled into one of the most sensational trials in recent years. The man known to many as a successful and composed businessman found himself at the center of a high-profile scandal, accused of attempting to take the life of his own wife. It seemed to start with a simple disagreement. Susan wanted a divorce, and Mike didn't want to lose money or control. But how did it all escalate into a nighttime nightmare filled with blood, knives, and deceit? The jurors sat with stony expressions, listening intently to the testimonies of lawyers, experts, and the accused themselves. Every word was weighed carefully. Every glance and gesture could be interpreted in different ways. But when it came time to deliver the verdict, it took them only 4 hours to decide Mike's fate. 63 years old, a successful businessman, a man who was used to keeping everything under control and now guilty, attempted manslaughter, evidence tampering, denial of medical assistance to the victim, and witness intimidation. The court showed no leniency when it handed down the sentence in December 2019. 30 years in prison. That was the end, or at least it seemed like the end. Mike wasn't ready to give up. He tried to appeal the verdict, but the court denied his appeal. Now he sits in a correctional facility somewhere in Florida with almost no chance of early release. But even that didn't stop the interest in the case. After his arrest, rumors began circulating that Mike, while in custody, was trying to find someone who would take care of Susan. Allegedly, he was plotting to get rid of her even after he was locked up. These rumors stirred the public and pushed the police to open a new investigation. However, there wasn't enough evidence to bring new charges, and Mike avoided additional sentencing. But his name became even more tarnished, and the story even darker. As for Susan, she tried to return to a normal life after all the horror. She filed for divorce as soon as Mike was arrested, and pushed for the process to be as quick as possible. Unlike her husband, she avoided the spotlight. No interviews, no public statements. She just wanted to move on, but there was still one issue: their house. The home that once symbolized their love, but later turned into a scene of nightmares, now became the setting for a new legal battle. Susan was determined to claim her share. She insisted that she had every right to a portion of Mike's assets, despite all his efforts to leave her with nothing. The irony was that this luxurious mansion, which once seemed like a fortress for their marriage, had turned into nothing more than a battleground. Lawyers on both sides were maneuvering against each other, making strategic moves, trying to claim victory. Even from behind bars, Mike, through his attorneys, did everything he could to strip Susan of her rights to the joint property. For Susan, the house wasn't just about money. It was about closing the door on her past. She didn't want to remember how her blood had stained those polished floors, how she had sat there, clutching her abdomen, begging Mike to call for help. Her fight for the house was more than just a legal dispute. It was a fight for freedom from the ghosts of her past. Is this a happy ending for Susan? Hardly. She won in court, but she lost so much more. Her life would never be the same. What started as an attempt to have a peaceful conversation over dinner led to a bloody conclusion and 30 years behind bars for her husband. And Mike, a man who was used to luxury, attention, and controlling his fate, now spends his days and nights in a solitary cell, with no expensive suits, no fast cars, and none of the people who once admired him. So what do we see here? It's not just about money, status, or control. It's a story of how unresolved conflicts, hidden resentments, and a thirst for power can tear even the strongest apart. We all know that every lie, every deception comes with a price. And Mike paid with his freedom, while Susan paid with her peace of mind. Think about it. What would you have done if you were in their place? Who's the real villain here, and who's the victim? The answers lie somewhere in between, and perhaps they will never be fully clear. Story 7. The Price of Kindness. Did you know that along with criminology, the science of crime, there is also victimology? This is a field of study that is at the intersection of criminology, psychology, and sociology, and deals with the study of crime victims. It turns out that there are certain predispositions of people to have a crime committed against them. These factors include social status, life experiences, and of course, psychological characteristics. The worse the social conditions of life, the higher the risk of becoming a victim. At the same time, the higher the social status, the greater the chances of encountering fraud, extortion, and kidnapping. As far as personal experience is concerned, it is simple. People who know how to deal with their surroundings, circumstances are safer, unlike others. Personality traits are probably the defining condition in this list. What kind of character a person possesses determines his or her life position and, consequently, victimization. The case that happened in 1995 in New York is about sacrifice and openness to the world, which became fatal for 21-year-old Kimberly Antonakis. The heroine of today's story is a beautiful girl with a good heart who could not have imagined, even in a terrible dream, what horror life has prepared her. Thomas Antonakis, a successful businessman and a wonderful father, learned about the disappearance of his daughter from her colleague. The girl's co-workers contacted him when Kimberly failed to show up for work on the first spring day. She was very punctual and was in good standing with management. So her absence was considered a bad sign, and they were right. The assumption that the employee was ill was dispelled. The worried father also said that he had not been able to call Kim since last night and had a premonition of trouble. His girl was always in touch because he made her a rare and expensive gift for those times, a cell phone, but she didn't answer the phone, so the man was forced to contact her friend. However, they did not help him. No one has seen Kimberly since she left the party in the early morning hours of March 1st. The grieving father decided not to wait and went to the police. Only after learning that the young woman was wanted, law enforcement officials suggested waiting at least 24 hours. It is quite possible that she spent the night at someone's house and will soon make herself known. She was already an adult and could do what she wanted. This attitude to the case did not satisfy Thomas, so he organized his own investigation. Remarkably, but the light on the story of Kimberly's disappearance was shed by a psychic. The person with supernatural abilities was approached by the girl's mother. The woman flew from Florida as soon as she learned about what had happened. In despair, on the advice of a friend, she decided to use all possibilities. Psychic at the sight of the photo of Kim reported that she is still alive, but very weak and dehydrated. She also said that the girl was kidnapped by acquaintances and tried to escape more than once. And the name of one of them begins with the letter J. Apparently, this is the ringleader of the gang. This information was later made public and caused not only a public outcry, but also unavoidable consequences. However, let's start at the beginning. Kimberly was born in 1974 in New York, USA. She was the only child in the family. Despite the fact that the girl grew up in love and affluence, she was not pampered. Her parents came from simple families. Nevertheless, her father Thomas managed to achieve considerable heights. He created his own company, which was engaged in computers, earned funds the man was happy to spend on his favorite daughter and her desires. When Kim was a little girl, the couple Antonakis divorced. The child was left to live with his mother. However, this did not weaken the connection between the little girl and her father. He took her on weekends and spent all his free time with her. When Kimberly's mother found a new man and decided to move to Florida, the girl faced a choice, to stay with her mother or with her father. Since she did not want to move, and with her dad felt as wonderful as with her mom, the young lady preferred to live in familiar conditions. So Kim began living with her father, with whom she was very close. She grew up a well-mannered and sociable child. Over the years, she became a bright beauty. Her dazzling smile always lifted her spirits, and in general she was distinguished by a sense of humor and positivity. Since childhood she was surrounded by care, protected from trouble. Therefore Kimberly saw only good in all people. Immediate problems bypassed her, in connection with which she was only heard about the dark side of life. Unfortunately, an open and kind soul brings a lot of sorrows to its owner. The girl became a student at the College of Staten Island. A little later, she informed her father that she felt old enough to live independently. Undoubtedly, Mr. Antonikos was concerned about her decision, but respected it and decided not to oppose it. Then he promised himself to secure her separate living arrangements as much as possible. Therefore, Thomas purchased a nice apartment for his daughter in an affluent area of the city. He even equipped his daughter's dwelling with an alarm system. Not wanting her to park far from home, the man bought a space in the garage across the street, and to keep her in constant communication, she had a cell phone and a pager. Everything that was up to the father, he did to the highest standard. His concern for Kim's safety had good reason. It had to do with his affluence and the girl's little worldly experience. Kimberly not only did well in school, but also worked part-time. She refused her father's offer to continue the family business, because she wanted to find her own way. So Kimberly took a part-time job as an accountant at a successful firm. At this time, she lived an ordinary student life, often entertained, attended parties. Her father repeatedly offered to return, but she refused. Her desire to be independent led to an unexpected denouement. In early 1995, Kimberly sheltered in her home friend, Liz Pace, and her family. Their apartment was being renovated. Out of the kindness of her heart, Kimberly offered her spacious lodging. The young people had fun. They cooked together and spent evenings together. On one such day, Kimberly and her friend decided to go to a party. The girls put on makeup, did their hair, and picked out suitable outfits, after which they went to the party. According to Liz, they had a good time. They had fun and danced. Afterwards, Kimberly drove them home in her white 1994 Honda Accord. However, she did not go up to the apartment, citing unfinished business. The girls embraced and never saw each other again. The first place Mr. Antonakis went to after the police was the parking lot next to his daughter's house. However, the car was missing from the garage. On the floor near the wall, the man noticed a shiny object. It turned out to be a small gold earring. The father remembered that he had given his daughter similar ones, and just in case, he took them with him. Kimberly wasn't in the apartment either. He only came across guests, a friend, her boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their joint 2-year-old child. Thomas was aware of the decision, but was not in favor of it. The tenants were also surprised by the absence of the hostess and worried about her. Joshua reported that he was looking for Kimberly and volunteered to help. Thomas came to the police station again. He stated that his daughter had an accident, but the officers remained adamant. The unhappy father decided to communicate again with Liz, who was the last person to see Kim. The man showed the found jewelry. The girl confirmed that she had seen those earrings on Kim the night of the disappearance. Next, Mr. Antonakis visited the places where his daughter often went. There he talked to many people, but did not learn anything important. Joshua in turn offered to look not only for Kimberly, but also for the car, which was very conspicuous. Then Thomas went to the police for the third time. This time he was determined. Therefore, he informed the law enforcement officers that he would not go anywhere until they went on a search. One of the detectives responded to the appeal of the agitated father. He said that despite the protocol, he would take up the investigation. The first thing he did was to reconstruct the events of February 28th. Ms. Antonakis went to college in the morning, then to work afterward. After working a few hours, she came home. There, together with friends, she had dinner and then attended a party with Liz. Around 4 a.m. the girls arrived home. After that, Kim went to the parking lot. What urgent business she had at such an early time, it was not possible to find out. In the apartment and garage of the missing was searched, but no evidence or traces indicating a struggle were found. No foreign fingerprints were found either. Either someone made an effort to clean them, or the intruder acted with gloves. The car and driver seemed to have vanished without a trace. The only concern was the earring that was found. The girl's bank account was also analyzed. It was found that the last time she used the bank card was the evening before her disappearance. Therefore, the theory of running away from home was ruled out. The detective's theory was that Kimberly had been kidnapped. At this point, other police officers joined the investigation. For lack of other solid leads, law enforcement unofficially adhered to the information that Mrs. Antonakis received from the psychic. By the way, it is not uncommon for authorities to cooperate with people who have psychic abilities. Sometimes such involvement has positive results, but it is simply not publicized en masse. The first people interviewed were Liz and Joshua. Officers learned that 65 calls had been made from Kimberly's landline on the morning of March 1st. This surprised detectives. However, Joshua explained that he had been calling all of his friends and acquaintances, hoping to figure out where Kim had gone and why she hadn't spent the night at home. According to him, she was like a little sister to him. Thanks to Liz's testimony, it was possible to determine what clothes Kim was wearing. A portrait was drawn up, which was to be published. A distinctive note on the girl's body were tattoos. One of them was in the form of a scorpion, her zodiac sign. The other was located on the waist and represented an infinity sign in the form of 2 naked people. In parallel, there was a search for the missing car. Were checked all the scrap metal collection points, as well as other places where the vehicle could be in order to disassemble for parts or sale. However, there was no positive result. A check of the girl's cell phone was also unsuccessful. Police officers told Thomas that he should have paid attention to the letters and phone calls he was receiving, as his daughter's kidnappers could have contacted him and offered a ransom. However, the Antonakis family remained in limbo until March 4th. Around 2 a.m., emergency services received a report of a fire. A large abandoned house was burning at 86 Woodhaven Avenue in Queens. Several fire crews were involved in putting it out. When the fire was finally extinguished, a charred body was found in the basement of the building. Forensic experts found out that the deceased was a woman of 25 years old. On her head survived a part of black long hair. There were also traces of tape. The poor woman's legs were bound and her hands were tied behind her back. However, the worst part of the story was something else. She was alive at the time of the fire, as evidenced by her smoke-filled lungs. In fact, the young woman was burned alive. Detectives hypothesized that the body found belonged to the missing Kimberly. However, dental records were needed for a full identification. At the same time, the ashes were inspected. The smell of gasoline could also be smelled in the air. It was obvious that the house had been set on fire. Apparently someone had decided to destroy evidence of a serious crime. And indeed there were no traces except for the charred body. Examining the charred corpse, the specialists also found tattoos matching the description of the missing woman. The records that came from the dental clinic confirmed the suspicions of the investigation. That's how Kimberly Antonakis' body was found. Later, other circumstances of the case became known. One of the eyewitnesses of the fire reported that he often walked with his dog. However, the pet had been behaving strangely in recent days. It was nervous and barked at the house. It was unclear what could have caused this reaction. After the fire and the discovery of the body, it became clear what so attracted the attention of the dog. The girl tried to free herself and called for help. With its acute hearing, the dog heard the sounds coming from the basement while they were inaccessible to human perception. When the officers questioned the owner, it turned out that he had visited the building more than once in recent days. The fact is that he put the house for sale and monitored its condition, and also picked up the mail and receipts. However, the man did not look into the basement, inspecting the house only from the outside. As the homeowner admitted, he never heard the suspicious noise, otherwise he would have paid attention to it. The man was clearly shocked by what happened. The investigators decided to question Joshua again, something they didn't like about the guy. In addition, by a strange coincidence, his name began with the letter J. This time Joshua talked about the guy he hadn't reached the day Kimberly disappeared. It was a young man nicknamed Psycho, a Russian national, who had once dated Kimberly. Detectives decided to verify the information. They determined that the Russian had moved to the United States with his parents as a young child. Having grown up, he became a member of a gang and repeatedly broke the law. So in the case appeared the first suspect, who was soon detained. Psycho became aware of the death of a former lover. However, his reaction shocked the detectives. The young man did not just claim that he was not involved in the crime, he was heartbroken. It was clear that he was experiencing genuine emotions. Investigators also wanted to see how he would behave at a crime scene, so they took him to the scene of the tragedy. There, everyone was convinced that they had the wrong man in custody. In addition, after some time, the guy's alibi was confirmed. Once again, the investigation was deadlocked. The victim's family decided to turn to the psychic once again. This time, the psychic said that she saw 4 people involved in the crime. She also said that the kidnappers wanted to establish contact, but they failed to do so. Allegedly, the kidnapping itself did not initially suggest a sad ending. A couple days later, hoping to get some information, the missing woman's father announced a $10,000 reward to anyone who would help catch the culprit. Mr. Antonakis could not forget the words spoken by the clairvoyant. If he had been told earlier that he would rely on some fortune tellers and soothsayers, he would never have believed it. But grief makes a man suggestible. The man went over in his mind her words about her daughter's kidnappers wanting to get in touch. What did that mean? What prevented them? Then he returned home and sat down at the table. He stared at his phone for a long time as he suddenly remembered a minor point. On the day Kimberly disappeared, he had listened to all the answering machine recordings as he had been expecting his girl to contact him. However, there had been no voicemails, except perhaps 2 blank ones. When he turned them on, he heard nothing. There was dead silence on the other end of the handset. He mistook them for some sort of device malfunction or communication problems. However, it later turned out that this was not the case. 5 days after the girl's body was discovered, officers managed to locate her car. It was parked in a fairly quiet area of town, not far from the crime scene. The investigation hoped to find fingerprints in the car. However, the vehicle was well washed. The only evidence was Kimberly's hair and a second earring in the passenger compartment. It seemed like a breakthrough in the investigation, but it did not happen. At the same time, Kimberly's father was being implicated in a local mob hit. Allegedly, such a rich and successful man was clearly connected with the criminal world. Some of the man's entourage even blamed him for the death of his daughter, as if his dark deeds had brought trouble on his daughter. The grief-stricken father denied any involvement. Detectives through their own channels managed to verify the information floating around. It was not confirmed. Thomas was clean and conducted his business openly. In July 1995, a young man was arrested by the police in a New York City home for burglary. Unexpectedly, he provided information concerning the case of Miss Antonakis. The detainee claimed that he had heard from an acquaintance that his friends had kidnapped and then burned the girl. Picture of the crime finally emerged. It was none other than Joshua Torres, the same guy who lived in Kimberly's apartment and helped in the search for her. Detectives decided to take a closer look at him. The young man was called back in for questioning. He denied any involvement in the crime. However, during a long conversation, he gave himself away. Torres said that if he had been the kidnapper, he would have fed Kim. Detectives latched onto that line, because there was no coverage of the victim dying of hunger, thirst, or cold. No one outside the investigation knew that, not even her father. However, they needed more evidence, and it didn't take them long. Officers looked into the identity of the new suspect. It was found that the guy had a criminal record and was repeatedly attractive. In addition, he did not work anywhere and lived at the expense of his roommate Liv. While the girl worked, he took care of the child. Having free time allowed him to plan the crime in peace. He knew Kimberly's routine, could track her down and hide her in an abandoned house. Then why didn't he demand a ransom? Something must have gone wrong, so the unsub got rid of Kim. The calls Torres made that morning were analyzed. It became obvious that the guy was lying when he said he was calling Kimberly's contacts. Most of the numbers belonged to random people with no connection to Kimberly. After examining his pager data, it was discovered that the guy had sent some strange messages on March 1st. The ring around Joshua was gradually closing. He had been suspicious to detectives for a long time. Finally, they got solid leads to apprehend him. They admitted to him that they no longer considered Kimberly's ex-boyfriend a suspect. And once again, they pressed the case intelligently. That's when Torres said he suspected his friends of massacring the girl, pleaded guilty to accessory to kidnapping. At the same time, he said that he did not think that his comrades would eventually decide to get rid of a common friend. According to him, they just wanted to get the ransom and then let the victim go, but the plan didn't work. The kidnappers wondered why their calls went ignored by Mr. Antonikos. It turns out that they did make contact with Kimberly's father and even recorded a message to ransom her. However, the recording of the conversation was not saved on the answering machine for some reason. The kidnappers were angered by the father's inaction and decided to wait for further developments in the case. It turns out that they were frightened not only by the publicity, but also by the words of the clairvoyant that the suspect's name begins with the letter J. This information was not only published in the media, but also broadcast on TV with reference to an additional unofficial source of information. It's a mystical, vicious circle. One action spawned another. After speaking with the police, Joshua was released on bail and then disappeared. At the same time, his accomplice Jose was shot in the back of the head while walking with his wife. His wife later admitted to investigators that her husband did not trust Joshua, used a tape recorder when talking to him, and wanted to expose him. She claimed he felt guilty about kidnapping Kimberly, but he didn't set the house on fire, and soon wanted to confess everything to the police as he had confessed to her. Thanks to the pager messages and the suspect's statements, investigators established the details of the kidnapping and the crime. Thus it was found that 4 men were involved: Joshua Torres, Julio Negrin, Jose Negrin, Julio's namesake, and Nicholas Brett, nicknamed Jay. Notably, Julio dated Kimberly for a while and even wanted to marry her, but she rejected his proposal. The young people were united by the fact that they were friends and had a criminal past behind them. However, it did not compare to what the guys did to the poor girl. Nicholas had been released on bail shortly before the kidnapping. Thanks to his mother, he got off with a small fine for a crime that could have sentenced him to more than a year in prison. As for Joshua, at a young age he was involved in cases of child abduction, violence against a minor, illegal carrying of weapons. He too was limited to a light sentence for the acts committed. The initiator of the crime was undoubtedly him. It was Joshua who coordinated the group's actions. After Kimberly returned from the party, the men grabbed her in the parking lot. Apparently, they'd been following her and waiting for the perfect moment to leave her alone. A gun was used for intimidation. Kim resisted, so her hands were tied and her mouth, eyes, and even ears were covered with duct tape. After that, the bandits put the girl in the trunk and drove her to an abandoned house. There they took the unfortunate woman to the basement and tied her to a chair. They even removed her shoes so that she would not attract attention to herself by tapping her feet. Before this, the young men told Kimberly that her father owed money and they would release her after he had paid them. Julio was supposed to look after the girl, bring her food and water twice a day, and make sure she was warm. However, he was afraid of the consequences and left the house. As it happened, the victim did not eat or drink for 3 days and also froze from the cold. As soon as the abductee was left alone, the perpetrators informed Joshua. He made an audio recording in which he demanded $75,000 as ransom. Then the guy called the girl's father and left 2 messages, which later turned out to be empty, so they were not taken into account by Mr. Antonakis. The kidnappers waited for news and sincerely did not understand why Kim's father did not get in touch with them. During this time, Kimberly, left unattended, passed out from dehydration more than once, but she was still fighting for life. The intruders were angry that they had not received the ransom and they were afraid of being caught, so they decided to let her go. When they went down to the basement, they found the girl unconscious, deciding that Kimberly was dead. They thought of nothing better than to get rid of all the evidence and at the same time of the hostage. In talking to Liz, the officers discovered that Joshua had used his roommate as an alibi. He directed the actions of the accomplices while in the house with the child. Liz claimed that at first she did not even realize that her boyfriend had kidnapped Kimberly. Later at trial, Liz testified against him. She said that after the interrogation, Joshua came to her and confessed to everything. After that, he beat her and silenced her, threatened to kill her, and soon went on the run. Sometime later, the perpetrator was arrested. He was also suspected of killing Jose, however, there was no direct evidence of this. Investigators decided to confront the former friends. They informed them that Joshua denied his involvement in the massacre. When Julio learned about it, he cooperated with the investigation and told everything. This allowed Torres to be convicted of Kimberly's murder. As a result, the trio was charged with murder, arson, kidnapping, and holding a person against his will. During the trial, it was found that Joshua had repeatedly tried to mislead the investigation and avoid punishment. The jury deliberated for about 10 hours. In the end, Joshua Torres was sentenced to 58 years in prison. Nicholas Brett received the same sentence. As such, he was sentenced to between 2 and 6 years in prison. Tomas Antonakis was satisfied with the verdict of the court. He did not want the criminals to be sentenced to death. In his opinion, it would have been the lightest punishment. It is known that Nicholas was repeatedly abused and assaulted in prison, and after 2 years in prison, he died of AIDS. Julio was released after 2 years, having served his sentence. Joshua will not be released until 2053 at the earliest, if he lives to see it. Sadly, in 2005, the victim's father died of cancer. His family is sure that the disease provoked the terrible death of his daughter. This is how unexpectedly cut short the life of a beautiful girl, Kimberly Antonakis. Whether excessive good-naturedness, the cause of her premature departure, it is difficult to judge. However, if she had been more prudent and choosy in her surroundings, perhaps she would have lived a long and happy life. Good always triumphs over even in a case like this. The trial that took place and life afterwards set things right. The perpetrators of the tragedy are severely punished and are unlikely to ever forget what they have done. Story 8. I want to share a story where bringing the perpetrator to justice took law enforcement 12 years. Surprisingly, the challenge wasn't due to a particularly complex investigation or police struggling to solve the case. The real issue lay elsewhere. Join me as we delve into the story of Carl and Claudia Horeg. Carl Horeg was born on December 24, 1963 in Newton Falls, Ohio. He was the middle child of 3 brothers. In his youth, Carl was a Boy Scout, and after graduating high school, he decided to join the military. He served as a sergeant in the military police before becoming a chief warrant officer. Alongside his military service, he earned a degree in civil engineering and became a helicopter pilot. Carl's career transitioned largely to aviation. Initially, he served in the Air National Guard, flying transport aircraft, completing over 200 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan. After retiring from active duty, he worked as a commercial pilot for Southwest Airlines, but remained connected to the military, eventually joining the reserves. During his time in the reserves, Carl participated in operations in the Persian Gulf and rose to the rank of major. He was described as courageous, charismatic, and was recognized as an exceptional pilot. Carl met his first wife Rhonda at a military ball. The couple had 2 children, a son Brent and a daughter Eva. Despite his dedication to fatherhood, Carl was often busy with his career. Unfortunately, his marriage to Rhonda ended in divorce in 1998. Nevertheless, they remained on good terms and stayed in contact. After the divorce, Carl immersed himself in the dating world, meeting many women in search of companionship. While Rhonda later regretted their separation, Carl had already moved on. During a trip to Peru, he met Carla, with whom he quickly fell in love. She relocated to Ohio to be with him. However, the relationship ended after 2 years due to differing expectations. Carla wanted marriage and children, while Carl was hesitant about having more kids. Carla returned to Peru, leaving Carl with lingering regret. Determined not to let history repeat itself, Carl resolved to fight for his next relationship when he met Claudia Sobral in April 2005. Claudia Sobral, 40, was born in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and grew up in modest circumstances. Her family faced financial hardships, which motivated Claudia to seek a better life. In 1989, she moved to New York City, where she completed her studies and married a respected doctor. She worked as an accountant and taught English. In 1999, Claudia became a U.S. citizen, but her marriage ended a year later. By the time she met Carl through an online dating platform, she had been divorced for 5 years. Initially, they exchanged messages for weeks as Claudia a distance of nearly 435 miles. One day, Carl flew to New York to meet Claudia in person, assuring her that he could visit whenever she wanted. After all, he was a pilot. From their first meeting, marriage became a topic of discussion. Carl, determined not to repeat past mistakes, was fully committed. The couple met a few more times before Carl threw a surprise engagement party for Claudia in May 2005, introducing her to his friends and family. Initially, they planned an August wedding, but opted for a spontaneous ceremony in Las Vegas in late June. By then, they had seen each other only 5 times. Friends and family were surprised by the relationship's rapid progression, questioning the urgency. After their marriage, Claudia moved to Ohio to live with Carl. Initially, their relationship seemed idyllic, with Claudia appearing kind and charismatic. However, Carl's family soon noticed red flags. Claudia was distant from the women in Carl's family, preferring the company of men. She also struggled to adjust to life in quiet Newton Falls, far removed from the bustling city environment she was used to. Left alone for long stretches due to Carl's demanding job, Claudia spent much of her time shopping, amassing so many clothes that they overflowed into the basement. She also expressed fear of being alone at home and insisted that having a firearm would make her feel safer. When Carl was home, Claudia became possessive, wanting all his attention for herself. The marriage between Carl and Claudia grew increasingly strained, with frequent arguments. Claudia became more anxious and unhappy as time went on. After less than 2 years together, their relationship completely unraveled. Carl began confiding in friends that he wanted to end the relationship, describing his wife's behavior as odd. However, he found it difficult to take definitive action. Deep down, he hoped to salvage their marriage. Similarly, Claudia couldn't imagine a separation, but her behavior became more erratic, and Claudia organized an extraordinary family meeting during which she complained about her marriage to Carl and criticized his allegedly high expectations. Carl, stunned, reportedly responded that he simply wanted a partner to share household responsibilities equally. In February, Claudia called Carl's daughter Ava and told her she was calling to say goodbye. Despite Ava's repeated questions, Claudia refused to elaborate. Shortly after this conversation, Claudia swallowed a handful of sleeping pills and got behind the wheel of her car. While driving, she lost consciousness and caused an accident. The incident was classified as a suicide attempt, leading to Claudia's admission to a psychiatric ward. Carl supported her during this time, staying by her side. However, his friends believed this was a desperate attempt by Claudia to keep him from leaving. In March, Carl finally made his decision. He rented a small apartment, planned to move out, and initiated divorce proceedings. He intended to leave their shared home to Claudia. On March 14, 2007, Carl failed to show up for work at the military base. This immediately alarmed his colleagues, as it was highly uncharacteristic of him. Not only did Carl not arrive, but he also didn't call to inform anyone of his absence. Concerned coworkers repeatedly tried to reach him, but their calls went straight to voicemail. The next day, one of Carl's close friends contacted the police requesting a welfare check. Officers arrived at Carl's house around the same time as his father, who let them in. At the base of the stairs, they made a grim discovery. Carl's body covered with a blanket and a tarp. The investigation revealed that the 44-year-old had been shot. Carl's car was still parked in the driveway with a large suitcase in the trunk, suggesting he was preparing to move out. Inside the home, there were no signs of forced entry, and nothing appeared to be missing except Claudia. She was nowhere to be found, and suspicion quickly turned to her. Friends and family of Carl unanimously pointed to Claudia as the prime suspect. One of Carl's colleagues even recalled Claudia once saying, "If Carl ever tries to leave me, I'll kill him." Further investigation revealed that Carl had planned to move into his new apartment on March 12th. During a layover in North Carolina 2 days earlier, he had visited his ex-wife Rhonda and confided in her about his plans to leave Claudia. He admitted that his marriage was over and expressed his sadness. About the situation, this revelation explained the suitcase in his car. Carl had likely packed the essentials for his move and was ready to leave that day. The autopsy determined that Carl likely died on March 12th, 3 days before his body was discovered. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back and once in the head. 2 of the shots were fired at close range. At the scene, investigators found 2 additional bullets lodged in the floor, suggesting the shooter had initially missed. The evidence indicated that the first shots were fired while Carl was standing at the top of the stairs. The shooter then descended and fired 2 more rounds at close range, one to his back and a fatal shot to his head. The murder weapon was found inside the house. The investigation into Carl's murder uncovered unsettling details. The murder weapon was discovered in a closet, but it had been rigged with a string tied to its trigger, which looped around a nearby door handle. The setup suggested the creation of a deadly trap intended to fire when someone opened the door. Thankfully, the gun didn't discharge. On the morning of March 12th, several of Carl's friends received an email from Claudia. Though addressed to Carl, the message was sent to his friends as well. In it, Claudia lamented that Carl had promised never to divorce her, insisted she was a good woman, and pleaded with him not to let her do something bad. Police soon traced Claudia's car to Pittsburgh International Airport, approximately 80 miles from Newton Falls. She had used Carl's military ID to board a flight to New York and then another to Brazil. Further investigation revealed Claudia had carefully prepared for her escape. On March 8, she transferred nearly $10,000 to her father's account in Brazil. 2 days later, she purchased a firearm and practiced shooting at a local gun range multiple times before the murder. These discoveries painted a clear picture of premeditation. By the time Carl's body was discovered, Claudia was already in Brazil. In April 2007, a warrant was issued for her arrest. Efforts to extradite Claudia to the United States faced significant hurdles. Brazil's constitution prohibits the extradition of its citizens. Claudia, aware of this protection, had reportedly mentioned it to friends while still in the U.S. She understood the importance of leaving the country before authorities could detain her. Carl's family began a long and arduous campaign for justice. They sought to publicize the case through television and social media with the local prosecutor's office. Letters were sent and politicians got involved, but little progress was made. Brazil offered to prosecute Claudia under its legal system. However, the U.S. prosecutor declined this option, citing concerns about the comparatively lenient penalties under Brazilian law. As the years passed, Claudia established a new life in Brazil. She opened an accounting firm, purchased a home, and remarried, living as though nothing had happened. A critical detail was eventually uncovered. Claudia had become a U.S. citizen in 1999. In 2013, Brazilian authorities revoked her citizenship, making her eligible for extradition. Claudia appealed this decision, enabling her to maintain a relatively normal life for another 3 years. In 2016, Brazil's Supreme Court upheld the revocation of Claudia's citizenship, clearing the way for her extradition. Claudia was arrested and held in a Brazilian prison where she awaited the final decision. She remained there for another 1.5 years, during which her then-husband visited her regularly. During her imprisonment, Claudia attempted to gain public sympathy in Brazil. In a televised interview, she alleged that Carl had subjected her to psychological abuse, claiming he had mistreated and controlled her throughout their relationship. Under Brazilian law, Claudia faced a maximum penalty of 30 years for her crime, with the possibility of sentence reductions for good behavior, employment, or education. The fight for her extradition continued, with the final decision resting with Brazil's president. The investigation revealed Claudia's troubling mental state leading up to Carl's murder. She claimed to have endured years of emotional and physical abuse in their marriage. Claudia described Carl as controlling and abusive, dictating her clothing, diet, and belief. She alleged that he forced her into unwanted intimacy, cheated on her with both men and women, and financially restricted her, only covering mortgage payments and utility bills. According to Claudia, her mental health deteriorated significantly during the relationship. She admitted that she had contemplated taking her own life multiple times. She also revealed that she had been pregnant with Carl's child 3 times, but accused him of intentionally causing her to miscarry on 2 occasions. These incidents, she said, deepened her depression and isolation. In late 2006, Claudia had reached a breaking point. She described an incident where she drove under the influence of sleeping pills, nearly ending her life. She learned about her 3rd pregnancy. Initially, she decided to keep it a secret and attempt to repair their marriage. If her efforts failed, she planned to end her own life. Claudia admitted to purchasing a firearm not to harm Carl, but to use on herself. She practiced shooting at a gun range to ensure she wouldn't miss. She even installed a laser sight to make the task easier. Her meticulous research extended to drawing diagrams and explaining the optimal position for the act, which investigators later found unsettlingly detailed. When Claudia recounted the day of the murder, her story shifted. She claimed the act wasn't premeditated, but impulsive. According to her, Carl had been preparing to move out, which pushed her to seek his attention in a dramatic way. As Carl opened the door to their home, Claudia pointed the gun at her own temple and threatened to shoot herself. She insisted she didn't intend to follow through, but hoped to shock Carl into paying attention. Instead, she said, Carl reacted coldly, grabbing her wrist and neck, pushing her against the wall and telling her to kill herself, but not in the house, as he didn't want bloodstains on the walls or artwork. At that moment, Claudia said something snapped. In a blind rage, she ran upstairs, turned, and she fired 2 more shots into his body. Claudia then attempted to turn the gun on herself, but the firearm was out of ammunition. In a panic, she called her family in Brazil, explaining what had happened. They persuaded her to return to her home country to avoid prosecution. Before fleeing, Claudia covered Carl's body with a quilt and tarp, ensuring no one would see it through the window. She then left for Brazil, setting off a chain of events that would span over a decade. Claudia's trial revealed chilling details of the murder and her lack of remorse. While recounting the events of March 12, 2007, Claudia reportedly smiled and even made jokes. Her demeanor shocked those in the courtroom, particularly Carl's grieving family. She maintained her story, insisting the marriage had been toxic from the start, and that her only choices were to kill Carl or herself. Claudia claimed she had recordings of Carl's abusive behavior, but they were not admitted as evidence. Even her own defense attorney did not pursue this claim, raising doubts about its validity. The prosecution argued that Claudia fabricated the narrative of abuse to justify premeditated murder. A key piece of evidence was the laser sight she had installed on the firearm. Prosecutors noted that such a device would be unnecessary for suicide, but very useful for targeting someone else, particularly shooting someone in the back. To be fair to the family, but I don't want to be unfair to myself. If I say only a few things, and I don't say the whole thing, I'm going to look very bad. I think that I would like you to do, and this isn't ideal, just talk about the things that you talked about with us before, the things that you were already comfortable with, the things that you told us. If I only tell the things that I did, and I don't say the things that he did, that doesn't mean that I'm a little good. I agree, because I was telling him that I didn't want to say all the bad things that he did to me, because I didn't want his family, who are very good people, to know the real person that he was. Because I like those people, they're very good people, and they don't know everything about them. I understand. Here's what I'll tell you about that. And if I tell you, oh yeah, this is what I did this, but I don't tell you what led into this, that's my concern. You don't tell you everything. Right. You know, it's still confused about it, because here's what I'll tell you. The stage is yours. You tell me. Tell me. So it's like, change his mind. The other way around. Usually the women play that real fast. The thing is that he didn't pay for a thing. He always forgot his wallet. Always. I paid for all the trips. My trip should go to Ohio from New York. What did you do for a living? So I paid for mine. I paid for all the food in the house. I paid for everything in the house. So after we got married, he surprised me. His 16-year-old son, that lived in North Carolina with his mother. So we got married on June 30th of 2005. Yeah, thank you. Southwest. Was this at the house in New York? Yeah. Okay. His son never saw me before. I never saw him. He didn't know it was a serial killer. He left his 16-year-old son with me. Additionally, they highlighted a suspicious financial transaction Claudia made shortly before the murder. She transferred $9,900 just below the $10,000 threshold that would trigger mandatory reporting to federal authorities. Prosecutors argued that, as an accountant, Claudia deliberately structured the transaction to avoid detection. She claimed it was to prevent Carl from inheriting her money if she died. During her testimony, Claudia addressed the bizarre trap involving a gun and a string tied to a closet door. She claimed it was meant for herself, designed to ensure a fatal shot if she hesitated. This explanation, however, did little to sway the jury. In January 2019, Claudia was found guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 28 years. Her sentence reflected a compromise between the United States and Brazil to secure her extradition after an 11-year legal battle. In Brazil, the maximum sentence for aggravated murder is 30 years, and the deal ensured Claudia's eligibility for parole to honor that limit. Carl's family supported the deal despite their grief. His father, Ed Horrig, expressed his anguish, stating, "Claudia Horrig doesn't exist, not in my mind. She's still breathing. Carl isn't. Other than that, she doesn't exist." When asked what he thought Carl would say about the sentencing, Ed broke down in tears, comforted by his oldest son, Steve. Through his pain, he admitted, the only person who would have forgiven her would have been Carl. Carl Horrig was a decorated Air Force veteran who had served in over 200 combat missions. After years of service to his country, he met his tragic end not on the battlefield, but in his own home, at the hands of the woman he had once loved. This case remains a stark reminder of how a promising life can be cut short in the most unexpected and heartbreaking ways. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life.